Chapter 167. P.S. Thanks to Shattered Knight and Resident Evil Terror Terminator for tipping again. The person who came in was none other than the girl in white, Mu Ning, whom he had met once before. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. Looking at the girl's expression, he had a bad feeling. He pulled Qing Wan and walked outside, not taking it seriously at all. Damn, why did I meet this girl here? She seems to be angry with me. When did I offend her? Lin Fei couldn't figure out why. The only thing he could do now was to leave the Rune Guild as soon as possible. Mu Ning's temper was not good recently. Since she came to the conclusion that the young man was a genius in the runes, Mu Ning had arranged for people to look for him. However, this person disappeared mysteriously and seemed to have left this place. Every time Mu Ning saw her grandfather frowning, her heart ached. She swore to find this person and see what kind of person he was. Especially today, when her grandfather came back from Shanha County, he was not in a good mood. Mu Ning was not in a good mood either. When she was in the hall, she saw senior brother Zhang Yun. He heard that the young master had come, so he came to see if there was anything he could do to help. Thus, there was the beginning of the scene. Don't leave. Seeing that this guy was about to leave without saying a word, Mu Ning's stubbornness rose and she reached out to block the door. It was not easy to catch you, how could I let you leave? Because she was anxious, she didn't pay attention to the door sill and bumped into it. At this time, the girl subconsciously wanted to grab something to stabilize her body. Thus, another ambiguous scene played out. Mu Ning hugged Lin Fei like an octopus. Her whole body was attached to his chest, and a masculine smell came to her nose. She didn't know why, but she seemed to have found a safe place. Lin Fei was dumbfounded. Was he being taken advantage of? Her breasts were big, but he didn't know if they were steamed buns or bamboo shoots. Speaking of which, this was the first time that someone threw themselves into his arms. In front of a delicate beauty, Lin Fei didn't mind enjoying it for a while. After all, it was a rare opportunity. Little did he know that there were two people in a state of anger. Qing Wan's eyes were about to spit fire. She thought, what a shameless woman. How dare she seduce my young master? Next time, I must make my young master stay away from this shameless woman. The other one is President Mu Changkong. His granddaughter was taken advantage of. What was this? Cough. Mu Changkong coughed and broke the rare atmosphere. Grandpa, he bullied me. The first to react was Mu Ning. She quickly ran to her grandpa's side. Her face was flushed red. She looked as if she had been bullied by someone. F***ck, you clearly took advantage of me. When did I bully you? Lin Fei felt wronged. He subconsciously moved, but then his heart thumped. Damn it, this girl is the president's granddaughter. I better leave quickly, or else I'll be in trouble today. She pulled Blue Wan's hand and wanted to leave. Young man, don't be in a hurry to leave. How could Lin Fei be in the mood to stay? He headed straight for the door. With a bang, he bumped into an invisible wall and was pushed back. A white glazed door blocked the entrance. This was obviously done by President Mu Changkong. This action told Lin Fei not to leave and to sit down and chat with him. Lin Fei secretly cursed the old fox. This is clearly bullying. How can you be so barbaric? You are a president after all. Chairman Mu, what do you mean by this? Do you want to keep me here? My Lin family is not easy to bully. Lin Fei's face sank. He would not sit down obediently. It was necessary to put on an act. Level 5 Runes Master. Lin Fei could not afford to offend him for the time being. Especially he was a branch president. He could destroy the Lin family just by moving his hand. Grandpa, he is the one who did the question last time. Mu Ning shamelessly exposed Lin Fei's true colors. She really wanted her grandpa to teach this guy a lesson. Since she was born, it was the first time someone took advantage of her. It would be strange if Mu Ning was not angry. She was also the granddaughter of the Rune Guild's president. It was natural for her to be a little willful. F***ck, it was really like this. The thing that Lin Fei did not want to happen the most had happened. He simply pretended to be confused. Beauty, what are you talking about? I don't know anything. What question do you think I know? Sophistry. You still dare to sophistry. If Mu Ning's gaze could kill, Lin Fei wouldn't know how many times he would have died under this gaze. She had never seen such a shameless person. The original question was obviously done by this guy. Now that he didn't admit it, it wasn't something shameful. You are lying. That question was done by you. Lin Fei would not admit it even if he was beaten to death. Chairman Mu, I think this question should be your granddaughter's mistake. I am a lazy person. How would I know about runes? My family has an urgent matter. I hope that Chairman Mu will let us leave. You don't want this matter to spread, right? Mu Changkong looked at his granddaughter and said, what are you going to do about the matter just now? Mu Ning was slightly startled. What was wrong with her grandpa? This person was the person who did the question. Wasn't he the person that Grandpa was looking for? Lin Fei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that the old man did not believe him. Next time, he would not come to the Rune Guild. I was rude just now. I hope Miss Mu doesn't take it to heart. Lin Fei thought in his heart. If you don't want a way out, then I will satisfy you. My daughter is as pure as ice and as clean as jade. Do you think you can solve it with just a sentence? Mu Changkong's face sank. The atmosphere in the office became cold. Oh my God. This was a trap for him. It had always been Lin Fei who tricked others. He did not expect that there was someone who wanted to trick him. He could not find a reason. Thinking about it made him speechless. Most importantly, he would definitely be tricked once. The influence of the Rune Guild, Lin Fei did not dare to look down on it. Offending the Rune Guild was not a wise move. This is 50,000 silver notes. Take it as my apology. Mu Changkong did not say a word. Lin Fei endured the pain and took out another 10,000 silver. Are you satisfied now? 60,000 silver is not a small amount. Don't be so greedy. What? You still don't agree? You still want to trick me? I will endure it. Another 10,000 silver. There was still no movement. Until after 10,000 silver, Lin Fei became angry. If you still don't agree, don't blame me for being impolite. Do you think my money will come from the wind? At this moment, Qing Wan, who was at the door, pulled his young master. Young master, it seems like we can leave now. Lin Fei almost vomited blood. He realized that the runes were removed. You old fox, you really dare to trick me. You can leave now. Student Lin Fei returned in defeat. Not only was he taken advantage of, he even had to pay 100,000 taels of silver as compensation. My pitiful money doesn't grow on trees. Until after they left. Mu Changkong laughed out loud. This brat, if I don't teach him a lesson, he will really think that he is the king. Grandpa, how can you be like this? Mu Ning stamped her feet. She couldn't understand what her grandpa was going to do. She even tricked that brat of 10,000 silver. Mu Changkong laughed. That bastard dared to take advantage of you. 10,000 silver is light. It just so happens that your grandpa wants to buy some runes materials and is short of money. The Lin family destroyed the Li family. 10,000 silver is nothing. If Lin Fei knew about this, he would definitely vomit blood. Grandpa's money was also earned by killing. You just said 10,000 silver. Are you trying to kill me? Mu Ning asked. But you can't let him go. Mu Changkong laughed. My good granddaughter, don't worry. This brat is very cunning. The old man suspects that he is the master of the runes. After what you said just now, even though he rejected us straightforwardly, he still revealed a flaw. As for why Grandpa let him go, it is because he owes us a favor. Mu Ning was very clear that her grandpa would never fight a battle he was not sure of winning. Listening to what he said, could it be that the hateful brat will take the initiative to come to them? Grandpa, in the end, what is the method? Please tell your granddaughter. Mu Ning shook Mu Changkong's arm. She used her great skill of acting coquettishly to kill both men and women. Mu Changkong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could only say, "Your grandpa came back from Shanha County today. I heard that the Black Tortoise sect is coming to our Gui Yuan city." Mu Ning was surprised. Could it be that the backer of the Li family is looking for trouble with that brat? So smart. Mu Changkong said. That brat is very powerful. He personally brought people to take down the Li family. The old man suspects that the Li family's profound practitioner should have died in the hands of the Lin family. If that brat is really the master of the runes, then it shouldn't be a big problem for them to join hands and kill the Li family's profound practitioner. How is this possible? A profound practitioner is. Mu Ning revealed a look of disbelief. Mu Changkong said, "Nothing is impossible. If he is a master of the runes, then he is not an ordinary master of the runes. Your grandpa is a rank 5 runes master. He can evade the detection of the divine spirit. That person is not simple. If the people of the Black Tortoise sect come down, as long as our rune guild intervenes, he will definitely come. Grandpa is still the best." Mu Ning thought of how that guy fell into her grandpa's scheme. She couldn't describe how happy she was. "Who asked you to take advantage of me? You deserve it." Yawning. On the street, Lin Fei yawned. He looked around and thought, "Who is cursing me? I don't seem to have done anything bad recently. Young master, it's all my fault. You should curse Qing Wan." Qing Wan lowered her head, like a child who did something wrong. Lin Fei was indeed very angry. Usually, he schemed against others or cheated others. Today, he fell into the hands of another old fox. Obviously, he was taken advantage of and extorted 100,000 taels of silver. If he had known earlier, he would have touched it and felt it. The price was really high. Lin Fei laughed. "What nonsense are you thinking about? This has nothing to do with you. Your young master is not short of money." "Boo-hoo, young master, you are so good to me." Qing Wan pounced on him again. Lin Fei thought to himself, "It's good to have a loli. No wonder everyone likes having a loli." His irritated mood suddenly became better. He no longer thought about the problem that he had been holding back. Anyway, he would not go to the Rune Guild in the future. That old fox was not easy to deal with. Today, young master will bring you to go shopping. Chapter 168. P.S. I'll make it up to you tomorrow. Guiyuan City was still in chaos. Our classmate Lin Fei was preparing to forge his first weapon. After being extorted from the Rune Guild, Lin Fei decided to turn his grief into motivation and forge his first weapon. Lin family's weapon workshop. The Lin family owned a mine and had a large amount of ores. Weapon making was an important source of income and took up a large portion of the Lin family's income. Forging weapons required black iron ores and ordinary iron ores. The weapons forged from them were all trash weapons suitable for mortals. When used by martial artists, they would be no different from playing house. No one believed that third young Master Lin was here to forge weapons. Third young Master Lin knew how to forge weapons? Bullsh ****. If it was before, everyone would probably think that he was fooling around. Forging weapons was not something that could be done just by talking about it. It required professional talent to forge weapons. However, third young Master Lin was in the limelight in the Lin family. He single-handedly killed the 3 elders of the Li family and killed them on the street. No one dared to doubt third young Master Lin's combat ability anymore. Hearing that third young Master Lin was here to forge weapons, no one dared to say anything. Lin Fei came with the lowly Qing Wan. In his words, bringing the lowly Qing Wan was easy to attract attention and suited the style of a young master. "Welcome, third young master. Welcome, third young master." When Lin Fei appeared at the door, the person in charge of the workshop hurried over to greet him. Let them disperse. Seeing that the people in charge were coming over, Lin Fei waved his hand. He was not here to visit, he was here to forge weapons. Zhang Lianming wiped the sweat on his head and turned around. Get back to work, all of you. This guy was a manager of the workshop and was a member of the Collateral family. He was tall and sturdy. If it was in the future, it would be a pity if he didn't play basketball with his height of 2 meters. Zhang Lianming's reputation was very high and his voice was like a loudspeaker. No one dared to approach him. Third young master, I've already arranged the place you want. Lead the way. The Lin family's workshop was huge. The sound of metal clanking could be heard continuously. A large amount of iron ore was piled up like a mountain. Hundreds of workers were hammering non-stop. This is a place to forge unrated weapons. This is the place where 100-tempered weapons are forged. This is the place where Qianlian weapons are forged. The Lin family's workshop had several floors. It was like a pyramid. At the same time, it was built against a mountain. It was extraordinary. Good place, I don't have to find a place to forge weapons. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this place. Ever since returning from the Rune Guild, Lin Fei had immersed himself in learning new things. He was learning how to forge weapons. The matters of Guo Yuan City were more or less settled. Lin Fei planned to leave and travel the world to broaden his horizons. In reality, Lin Fei wanted to experience the game world. The reason he forged the weapon was to conceal the baleful black saber, so that no one would be able to see through it. It just so happened that he had obtained a batch of ores from the Li family. He would use them to practice and refine a weapon so that he could keep a low profile. Do we have many 100-tempered weapons in our family? Lin Fei asked casually. Lin Lianming said, 100-tempered weapons are usually used in the game. They are either used as guards or in the army. Our Lin family can currently produce 1,000 100-tempered weapons a month. As for Qianlian weapons, we can produce around 100. Not bad. Lin Lianming almost fell down. 3,000 100-tempered weapons and 100,000 tempered weapons. In any workshop, they could only produce 1/3 of the total. However, after learning in the virtual space, third young master Lin did not care about 100-tempered weapons at all. Young master, our workshop is considered to be very good. Lin Lianming felt that he had to add on to avoid a bad impression. 3,000? You can only make 100-tempered weapons a day? Are you guys eating rice? Lin Fei suddenly raised his voice. In our Lin family, 500 100-tempered weapons a day is a must. Lin Lianming vomited 3 liters of blood. This is quite difficult. If it was an outsider, Lin Lianming would definitely argue. However, he did not have the confidence to do so in front of third young master Lin. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Difficult? Bring me to see. Lin Lianming suddenly felt a chill on his body. His heart skipped a beat and cold sweat appeared on his back. Third young master Lin's aura was too strong. Lin Lianming brought third young master Lin to the nearest furnace. The blacksmith was forging a 100-tempered weapon. A 100-tempered weapon had to be hammered 1,000 times. The difficulty of 100-tempered weapon could be imagined. No. Seeing the blacksmith's method, Lin Fei could not help but shake his head. The method was wrong. Learning to forge in the virtual world, there were all kinds of forging methods. The forging method in front of him was completely wrong. No wonder the crafting ability was so bad. Let him go down, Lin Fei said again. The blacksmith in front was a middle-aged man. His upper body was naked, and his bronze skin was full of strength. Hearing this, he said unhappily, "Why do you want me to go down?" Lin Lianming was stunned. What was third young master Lin thinking? This is third young master Lin. Come down first. Lin Lianming quickly said. The blacksmith was very unwilling to come down. Lin Fei took off his coat and walked to the furnace. This forging method is too bad. I really don't know how your master taught you. Watch carefully how to forge a 100-tempered weapon. What? Third young master Lin wanted to forge a 100-tempered weapon? Lin Lianming suspected that he had seen wrongly. Third young master Lin also knew how to forge weapons? Without waiting for Lin Lianming to turn around, Lin Fei started waving his hammer. Ding ding dong dong sounds rang out in an orderly manner like a beautiful piece of music. Ding ding dong dong, ding ding dong dong. Accompanied by the rhythmic sound, many blacksmiths nearby noticed it. Because the sound was too pleasant, it was impossible not to pay attention. Gradually, more and more people gathered outside. Old Chi, look at this forging method. The surrounding crowd opened up a path. An old man walked in, and Lin Lianming went up to him. Old Chi was not old, in his 50s or 60s. He had a tall and sturdy body, a big beard, and bright eyes. He was the most authoritative blacksmith in the Lin family's workshop. He was a level 4 blacksmith. No hurry. Old Chi waved his hand. Let's watch first. Lin Fei's body, which was not very muscular, went up and down with the hammer, forming a strange state. One up and one down, one up and one down. Ding dong ding dong. Old Chi's expression gradually changed. He grabbed Lin Lianming's hand and said excitedly, "Tell me, who is he?" This is the long-lost 5 tones forging method. 5 tones forging method. Lin Lianming was a level 3 blacksmith. He had heard many stories. When he heard Old Chi's words, his heart could not help but thump. How could it be a forging method? Old Chi insisted, "This old man has been blacksmithing for so many years and has eaten more salt than you. This is definitely the 5 tones forging method, a method to improve forging." As a level 4 blacksmith, Old Chi's lifelong regret was to learn a more profound forging method and forge the famous weapons in the continent. Lin Lianming was also shocked. He finally remembered that this was the 5 tones forging method. How could this be in the young master's hands? Half an hour later. Whoosh! A long saber appeared in front of everyone. Top quality 100 refinement saber. Old Chi snatched the 100 refined knife from Lin Fei's hands and started looking at it from top to bottom. Even Lin Fei himself was shocked. Could this guy be crazy? Young master, don't be angry. This is Old Chi, the only level 4 blacksmith in our workshop. Hearing Lin Lianming's words, Lin Fei was relieved. A technical nerd liked to talk about technical theories. It was Lin Fei's first time forging a weapon. He did not expect to forge a top-quality 100 refinement saber. The virtual world is indeed not a joke. Old Chi put down the saber and turned around. Little brother, is this the 5 tones forging method? Lin Fei was startled. You know about it? Old Chi touched it with sadness. This is a forging method that was lost in the past. I did not expect to see it. This old man wants to thank you. Lin Fei was speechless. He was suddenly given a good person card. The 5 tones forging method was the first forging method that Lin Fei learned. He thought that it was an ordinary method. He did not expect it to be a lost method. It seemed that he was too high profile again. Seeing the old man's eyes that seemed to want to eat him, Lin Fei felt that it was better to leave this place first. As he left, Old Chi rushed out. Little brother, I want to worship you as my teacher. Lin Fei was stunned again. Worship me as your teacher? An old man? In the end, of course, he did not succeed. The 5 tones forging method was a lost forging method. After cultivating it, it could increase forging efficiency. It was an ordinary method in the past, but now it was a lost method. For the Lin family, this method was very useful. Lin Fei thought about it. When the time came, he would give it to his father. If the Lin family workshop increased production, they could monopolize the weapon market. Young master, don't take what happened just now to heart. Old Chi is such a person. Lin Fei smiled, don't worry, I won't hold grudges against the Lin family. As for the 5 tones forging method, I will pass it to the family head. When the time comes, I will have to trouble you to choose a batch of reliable disciples to cultivate. Lin Lianming was shocked and only came back to his senses after a while. Thank you, young master. As he walked in, he saw a guard. This was the place where normal weapons were forged. 100 refinement and 1000 refinement weapons were targeted at the mass market. Normal weapons were targeted at families and belonged to the high-end market. Young master, this forging room is the best at the moment. We've already prepared all the materials you need. Lin Lianming did not dare to underestimate this third young master. Outsiders did not know how difficult forging was, but Lin Lianming was clear. There was no other person as sick as the young master. To casually forge a weapon and forge a top-grade 100 refinement blade, how evil. Lin Fei was satisfied. Bring Qingwan out. If there is nothing important, don't disturb me. I will arrange for people to guard outside. I promise that no one will disturb young master. At the same time, on an official road that led to Guiyuan City, a group of black horses galloped past, raising a cloud of dust and causing people to curse behind them. Chapter 169. In the workshop of the Lin family. In the secret room halfway up the mountain. Ding ding dang dang, ding dang dang, the noise was endless. At the foot of the mountain, the person in charge, Lin Lianming, was accompanying an old man and looking at the secret room halfway up the mountain. Only blacksmiths were qualified to enter these secret rooms, and the requirement for blacksmithing was to be a first-level blacksmith. Blacksmiths were different from runes masters. Runes masters had to cultivate the power of their soul, and they needed to be at the same level to perform runes. On the other hand, blacksmiths didn't need much strength, but they needed forging methods. It was useless to rely purely on strength. At most, they could only forge 100 or 1000 forging. To forge an ordinary weapon, one had to be proficient in the art of forging, which was a broad and profound course that required more theory and practice. It's been 6 hours. Lin Lianming muttered to himself. Since the secret room was closed, Lin Lianming had been paying attention to it. After learning the 5 sounds forging method, Lin Lianming regarded third young master Lin as someone on the same level. The one beside him was Old Qi, a 4th-level blacksmith. Judging from the sound, it should be in the embryonic stage, Old Qi said lightly, his eyes full of praise. Unfortunately, he's third young master Lin. Lin Lianming could understand the meaning behind it. What did this pity mean? Third young master Lin has promised to hand over the 5 sounds forging method to the family head. Our Lin family workshop will soon have a batch of blacksmiths. Old Qi nodded. I will find a batch of qualified apprentices. They will be the future of the Lin family. At first sight of this young man, Old Qi had the intention to accept him as a disciple. Every move of this young man was an excellent blacksmith. If he was carefully trained, it wouldn't be a problem for him to become a 4th-level blacksmith in the future. Unfortunately, the other party was third young master Lin. In the secret room. The underground fire vein was guided here. Lin Fei couldn't help but praise this place. In the past, he didn't know that the Lin family workshop had always been here. Today, he finally understood that there was an underground fire vein below. The underground fire vein was the best place for forging. It could remove the impurities in the ores, leaving the purest existence and forging the best weapons. Ding ding dang dang, ding ding dang dang. The iron block in front of Lin Fei was constantly changing forms. It was a piece of top-grade black iron stone that he had obtained from the Li family. It's about to take shape. What shape do you want it to take? Lin Fei knocked on the iron embryo. I use a saber. How about a domineering one? After learning in the virtual world, Lin Fei had a deep understanding of forging. Currently, Lin Fei was learning how to forge ordinary weapons. The virtual world was divided into levels. The ores that he had forged today could be combined to create a mortal weapon. As for its grade, it would probably be a high-grade mortal weapon, somewhere between a top-grade mortal weapon. If it was his first time forging, no one would believe it if he made it to such a high grade. Lin Fei had the forging system in his hands. The purity of the ores was above 50. The higher the purity, the greater the chance of forging a good weapon. High grade and supreme grade were the most common. Right now, Lin Fei was conflicted about what form he should create. Got it. Lin Fei was previously a gaming otaku. He liked to read wuxia novels the most and had a special fondness for wuxia novels. One by one, Jianghu weapons appeared in his mind: dragon salyer. Who could compete with the heaven sword and dragon saber? Lin Fei had always had a special fondness for the door-like dragon salyer. The iron embryo that was being forged had a very large area, which was just right for forging dragon salyer. After making up his mind, Lin Fei started hammering on the table. Under the iron hammer, the shape of the iron embryo kept changing, vaguely revealing the wide appearance of the dragon salyer. Lin Fei used the saber the most, and his saber techniques were also the sharpest. Imagine using a large, plank saber. When fighting, it would give off a strong impression, but when the opponents saw it, they would probably lose half of their fighting spirit before the fight even started. An hour later, Lin Fei wiped the sweat off his head, and the outline of the dragon salyer appeared. At this point, Lin Fei stopped. The ordinary weapons of the Shantian continent are not really ordinary weapons. Fortunately, I became a runes master. Otherwise, I would have wasted so many good ores. Lin Fei chuckled. He took out a series of props from the runes bag. Ordinary weapons were not considered high level just by virtue of their sharpness. Only by fusing with the runes' formation would they be considered true ordinary weapons. What Lin Fei needed to do was to integrate into the runes. Gravity runes. Stun runes. Sharp runes. Lin Fei held the runes pen and drew. Those who didn't know would think that he was drawing, but they didn't know that he was integrating into the runes. If he hadn't opened the forging system, Lin Fei wouldn't have known that there was such a thing in the ordinary weapons. Gravity formation, with his innate divine strength, Lin Fei was a must. Stun runes was nothing more than making people unable to fight with their full strength. It could be considered a despicable move, but Lin Fei liked it this way. Sharpness was one of the most basic skills in forging. The sharpness of ordinary weapons was especially important. Adding it, the sharpness would surpass that of similar weapons. Lin Fei felt that 3 types of runes was enough. In reality, 3 types of runes were the limit of ordinary weapons, unless it was an earth-level weapon. This was too far away, so there was no need to think about it for now. Only by fusing 3 types of runes can this be considered a true ordinary weapon. Lin Fei was pleased with himself. Another 2 hours later. Open. Lin Fei's expression was serious. The power of his soul rushed into the dragon salyer, activating the runes inside. This step was the most important. Once the communication was completed, it would be equivalent to completing the ordinary weapon. For the first time, Lin Fei was not confident. A white light flashed, leaving a gentle white light on the dragon salyer's body, all the way until it entered the blade. After being pulled by a force, Lin Fei felt that a lot of his soul power had disappeared. His entire body was powerless, and his entire body fell forward. Only with great difficulty did he stabilize himself. Damn it, opening 3 runes consumes 50% of my soul power. How scary. Just now, when the soul power was activated, the runes produced a suction force. If it wasn't for the fact that he took the initiative to give up after 50%, the soul power would have been mostly consumed. If that was really the case, it would be extremely miserable. He took out a pill and consumed it. He was no longer dizzy. Only then did he realize the importance of soul power. After the dragon salyer lost its white light, a black luster flashed under the light, faintly revealing its sharpness. This was the benefit of the sharpness technique. With just a glance, Lin Fei knew that it was a good item. High-rank mortal weapon. After throwing out the system's investigation, it indicated that it was a high-rank mortal weapon. Ever since the system came with the system's investigation, Lin Fei could check all kinds of attributes, such as ores, or the high-rank mortal weapon dragon salyer in his hands. Unfortunately, it's not a top-grade mortal weapon. Lin Fei shook his head, feeling a little regretful. Then, his gaze landed on the dragon's salyer. At first glance, the dragon's salyer that had fused with the runes looked very eye-catching. If the Black Fiend blade was considered low-key, then the dragon's salyer was considered to be the eye-catching type. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He originally wanted to keep a low profile, but the dragon's salyer's appearance was too eye-catching. He reached out his hand and grabbed. With his innate divine strength, the dragon's salyer landed in his hand. 1,000 kilograms of weight. Gravity runes used beginner-level gravity runes, weighing 1,000 kilograms. Barely, it could be considered passable. After getting used to the weight of the Black Fiend blade, the dragon's salyer's weight had decreased by quite a bit. Whoosh whoosh. With a backhand swing, the dragon's salyer chopped down on a whetstone. The whetstone was split into two, and the middle was like a mirror, smooth and flat. After adding the sharp runes, it is indeed exceptionally sharp. Lin Fei swiped his finger on the blade, and the heavenly dragon tiger's protection was vaguely torn open. He couldn't help but be startled. Damn, even this is possible. The heavenly dragon tiger's protection was slightly cut, revealing a hole. Lin Fei was quite satisfied. Lin Fei did not try the stun effect, but the effect should not be too bad. Why isn't young master out yet? As a lowly, Qinghuan was anxious. 8 hours had passed, which was equivalent to a day. Just as Lin Lianming and the others were about to come over to take a look, the door to the secret room opened, and Lin Fei walked out with a blade in his hand. The black scabbard had a cold luster to it. Young master, you're finally out. The blue Yuan pounced forward. Lin Fei laughed. Nothing will happen to young master, there's no need to worry so much. Young master, is this your saber? Qinghuan wanted to take it over to take a look, but Lin Fei stopped her. It weighed 1,000 kilograms, wouldn't it crush someone to death? Congratulations, young master. Lin Lianming came up, and his gaze landed on the blade. The scabbard on the outside was very ordinary, much larger than a normal scabbard. He wondered what it would look like inside. I'm done. I need to go back first. Lin Fei looked at the two of them and understood what they wanted to do. They wanted to see his weapon. Lin Lianming and the others did have this thought. To be able to casually forge a top-grade 100 refinement blade and stay in the secret room for 8 to 8 hours, this blade would definitely be a mortal weapon, a low-grade mortal weapon. This old man would like to take the liberty of seeing young master's blade. Old Qi took the initiative to suggest it. If an ordinary person heard Old Qi's words, they would definitely be elated. After all, Old Qi was a 4-strike blacksmith, and his words were invaluable. In the future, he could not casually pretend to be awesome. Lin Fei threw it down, and the dragon blade stabbed into the ground. With a kacha sound, the bluestone on the ground cracked. There were countless cracks. The two of them were shocked. This blade was so heavy. With a casual throw, even the bluestone couldn't stop it. They couldn't do it so easily. When Old Qi pulled out the blade, a cold light flashed and shone on his face. He almost couldn't hold it firmly. Fortunately, Old Qi's strength was not bad, and he could barely hold it with both hands. The two of them revealed expressions of disbelief. Young master's strength? Previously, it looked very easy, but in reality, this blade was so heavy that ordinary people couldn't even lift it, let alone use it in battle. Abnormal. The two of them had the same thought. It's as bright as light and as heavy as a rock. It's truly a good blade. Old Qi gasped for breath. A middle-ranked mortal weapon, young master is truly powerful. Lin Lianming also congratulated him. Congratulations, young master, for forging a middle-ranked mortal weapon on your first try. Lin Fei was startled, and thought, this is clearly a high-ranked mortal weapon, why is it a middle-ranked mortal weapon in their eyes? Middle-ranked mortal weapon? Lin Fei asked probingly. Old Qi raised his head. Young master, a middle-ranked mortal weapon is already not bad. A high-ranked mortal weapon must be embedded with runes formation. Your blade is so heavy, it should have added some black iron, right? Chapter 170. Young master, why did you laugh just now? On the way back, the little lowly Qing Yuan could not help but ask. Young master wants to laugh, can't I? Lin Fei shamelessly gave a reason. In fact, the laughter just now was directed at the dragon Salyer. Originally, in their eyes, his high-grade mortal weapon had actually become a mid-grade mortal weapon. Only then did he realize that he had overlooked something. It was not easy to fuse a mortal weapon with runes, and it was not as easy as he had imagined. Lin Fei had almost exhausted all of his divine soul's energy, so one could imagine the difficulty. It could be said that in everyone's eyes, mortal weapons were basically forged from materials. As for runes, they did not know about them. They belonged to a type of forging technique that had disappeared. Therefore, they treated the high-ranked mortal weapon S as middle-ranked mortal weapon S. Actually, it wasn't a big deal, it was a very normal thing. Lin Fei was originally worried that he would be too high-profile, but in the end, he became very low-key. Now that the high-grade mortal weapon had become a mid-grade mortal weapon, Lin Fei heaved a long sigh of relief and put down a stone. There were very few high-grade mortal weapons, and other than the Patriarch and the others, there were very few high-grade mortal weapons. Middle-grade mortal weapons were different, and even though they were expensive, they could still afford to buy them. It was not too difficult, but high-grade mortal weapons were very difficult. Lin Fei's blade was a mid-grade mortal weapon, so outsiders were not surprised. At most, they would be surprised, and the scabbard on the outside was made of ordinary black iron. Unless Lin Fei pulled it out, outsiders would not be able to see through it. When he returned from outside, he had just arrived at the main entrance. Young master, you're finally back. If you didn't come back, we would have gone to find young master. Just as Lin Fei arrived at the door, a servant ran up hurriedly. Father is looking for me? Lin Fei asked, do you know what it is? The servant said, the Patriarch told me to wait for young master at the door. Once young master returns, I will immediately go to the guest room. I heard that someone from young master's sect has come. Lin Fei frowned, and thought, someone from the sect? Why would they come to find me? Could it be that something happened to the sect? Jumping off the horse, Lin Fei handed the horse to the servant. Qing Yuan, go back first. Young master will be back soon. With that, he strode in. Outside the reception room. Lin Fei was outside and couldn't hear anything. He couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Father wasn't inside? He straightened his clothes and strode toward the reception room. Father, you were looking for me? Walking in from the outside, Lin Fei saw a young man who was a few years older than him and had the strength of the eighth heaven of the martial path. He couldn't help but be curious as he didn't seem to know this person. Child, why did you only come back now? Lin Jintian stood up. This is your junior apprentice brother. If there's anything, you can discuss it slowly. Lin Jintian would not interfere in the matters of the sect, so he took the initiative to step aside. In the reception room, only Lin Fei and a stranger were left. Junior brother Wang Fei greets senior brother Lin Fei. Wang Fei took the initiative to stand up and took out a token. It was the divine martial sex proof. Lin Fei smiled. So it's junior brother Wang. I had something to do outside just now. Sorry to keep you waiting. As for the disciple from the divine martial sect, Lin Fei was very surprised. He didn't know what happened. Wang Fei let out a long sigh of relief. This senior brother Lin Fei wasn't as unreasonable as the rumors said. He had a good temper. The next second, he was shocked. Didn't senior brother Zhang say that Lin Fei is only at the seventh heaven of the martial path? Why can't I see through his strength now? Could he have entered the ninth heaven of the martial path? Lin Fei sat down. Immediately, a maid brought a cup of tea and he took a sip. Senior brother Lin Fei, I'm here to deliver a letter for senior brother Zhang. Lin Fei frowned. You're talking about senior brother Zhang Wudi? Yes, senior brother Zhang Wudi. Wang Fei carefully took out a letter and handed it to Lin Fei. Lin Fei was curious. Didn't Zhang Wudi go home? Why would he send a letter to me? Did something happen? Lin Fei had a good impression of Zhang Wudi. At least, this senior brother was ambitious. He was dedicated to martial arts, unlike other disciples. Lin Fei took the letter and found that it was intact. There shouldn't be any problem. After reading the letter from beginning to end, Lin Fei finally understood what was going on. Zhang Wudi had received a mission from the sect to protect a few people in Shanha County. As for the background of those people, the higher-ups didn't explain in detail. Due to the strong enemies, Zhang Wudi thought of Lin Fei and invited Lin Fei to help. He could earn sect contribution points, and the higher-ups agreed. Senior brother Zhang only invited me? Lin Fei asked Wang Fei. Wang Fei shook his head. Due to the importance of this mission, Zhang Wudi invited a few fellow disciples. If they complete this mission and return to the sect, everyone will get inner sect contribution points. Oh, so that's how it is. Lin Fei nodded his head. He finally understood what was going on. After a certain amount of sect contribution points, one could exchange them for various Xian skills. This time, Zhang Wudi accepted this mission because he was in danger. That's why he invited Lin Fei to be his helper. This was a good idea. Plus, it was in Shanha County, so he could get rid of the Li family. The matters in Guiyuan Yuan City were more or less settled. The Lin family had secretly gained an early-stage profound practitioner, so there shouldn't be too much of a problem. Senior brother Zhang, did you mention when I should go? If it wasn't for the Black Tortoise Gate incident, Lin Fei could leave any time he wanted. But now was not the time. He had to settle the Black Tortoise Gate incident first. It's best if I leave within 4 to 5 days. Lin Fei calculated. If the Black Tortoise Gate didn't appear in 4 to 5 days, there shouldn't be any problems. Junior brother Wang, you've come all the way here. You should stay here for a few days. Lin Fei smiled. I'll leave with junior brother once I'm done with my business. Wang Fei didn't stand on ceremony. This disciple who emerged victorious in the outer disciple competition was worth fawning over. Thank you, senior brother. Lin Fei clapped his hands, and a maid immediately came in. Bring this guest to rest. After Wang Fei left, Lin Jintian came in. You're leaving? Lin Fei nodded. I'm going to Shanha County for a sect mission. Lin Jintian wanted his son to stay for a few more days, but he didn't expect this to happen. Shanha County is vast. Be careful on your way. Come to my courtyard tonight. After entertaining Wang Fei at night, Lin Fei came to his father's courtyard and saw his father standing under a tree. Father. Lin Jintian turned around. Back then, you were immature and didn't like to practice martial arts. That's why I didn't teach you the secret arts of the Lin family. Today, I'm happy for you. Today, I'll teach you the secret art of the Lin family, the Azure Dragon Divine Incantation. Back then, Lin Fei had seen this secret art. When his father used it, its might was extraordinary. His father could suppress Zhang Wuiyue with only 50% of his battle prowess. This showed how extraordinary his battle prowess was. The Azure Dragon Divine Incantation is the main attack. It's called the Azure Dragon Capturing Technique. After reaching great perfection, I can capture anyone within 100 feet. Lin Jintian said. Aside from that, the Azure Dragon Divine Incantation has 6 offensive techniques. Father only learned the Azure Dragon Capturing Technique. As for defense, there's the Azure Dragon True Body, the defense of the dragon race. Lin Fei was startled. He understood the meaning behind his father's words. Father, could it be that you haven't learned the entire Azure Dragon Divine Incantation? The might of the Azure Dragon Capturing Technique was extraordinary. However, when Xiaochen heard that his father only knew this move, it was indeed very strange. Especially that Azure Dragon True Body. Its defense should be very strong. The dragon race was known for their defense. If a human could use the Azure Dragon True Body, it should not be too weak. A trace of disappointment flashed in Lin Jintian's eyes. You are very smart. If you were the Xiao San from back then, father would not let you know. Because you are not qualified. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. The previous Lin Fei seemed to be too useless. Could it be that this Azure Dragon divine incantation does not belong to our Lin family? Lin Fei asked probingly. Lin Jintian laughed. That's not the case. The Azure Dragon divine incantation is the secret art of our Lin family. Father only inherited a branch of it. Lin Fei finally understood. Could it be that our Lin family has a large clan? The might of the Azure Dragon capturing technique was extraordinary. It belonged to the superior grade yellow ranked mysterious art. That was how the Azure Dragon capturing technique stabilized the position of the Lin family. So the Lin family was only a branch. Lin Fei suddenly thought of a plot from a novel. Could it be that our Lin family was also a branch that was abandoned by the Lin family? Our ancestors were a part of the Lin family. Your grandfather was a genius disciple. Later on, he was framed for the position of the patriarch and was chased out of the Lin family. Later on, he settled down in the Shanhe County and became the current Lin family. As expected, Lin Fei was speechless. A position of patriarch. It seemed like the Lin family was a huge clan in the past. Lin Jintian seemed to know what Lin Fei was thinking. Father said this not to let you step into the Lin family, but to let you know the origin of the Lin family. The matters of the past have already disappeared. Father no longer cares about it. Lin Fei was slightly startled. He seemed to be embarrassed. Father, could it be that you don't want the Lin family to rejoin the Lin family? Hee, father likes the life I have now. Lin Jintian said. The struggle between the big clans is very serious. Our Lin family has a genius disciple like you. In the future, our Lin family will definitely become a big clan. A mere Lin family, father really doesn't fancy it. Wow, what a big heart. Lin Fei really couldn't see through his father. Previously, his father had a calm mind. Now, it seemed like his father's dream was very big. It sounded very reasonable. With the leveling system, it seemed like becoming an expert was not a problem. Then, the clan would naturally become a big clan. All in all, his father's words were very reasonable. No matter how strong the Lin family was, they might not be able to win against him. Lin Fei, it seems like you have another mission. Lin Fei was a little more interested in the Lin family that his father spoke of. If he had the time, he would go and take a look. Just like what his father said, he had no interest in the Lin family. In a place like the Lin family, the rules were even stricter. With his personality, he wouldn't be able to sit still. He would definitely cause some trouble. Chapter 171. That night, Lin Fei had been learning the Lin family's unique skill, Green Dragon Capture. Although this was only one of the moves, it was not easy to cultivate an upper-grade yellow-level mystical skill. If not for Lin Fei's recent good performance, he might not be able to learn this unique skill for the rest of his life. Lin Jintian's father, of course, wanted to pass down the unique skill. Otherwise, he would not have taught it to Lin Fei in the middle of the night, and the unique skill would have been passed down. As for Lin Fei, although this unique skill was powerful, he did not care much about it. He had learned a few combat skills and used them with amazing power. Therefore, he did not care much about the Green Dragon Capture. Unexpectedly, after learning for a while, Lin Fei liked this attack. The Green Dragon Capture required profound Xian Qi to be used, and its power would naturally increase. This was a long-range attack palm technique. Lin Fei did not know many palm techniques, but he knew fist techniques. Currently, he only had the 8 Desolation fist technique. Lin Fei was very happy to have an additional palm technique. Long-range attacks were very suitable for him. The next morning, Lin Fei woke up early and continued to practice this palm technique. Striving for practice makes perfect. This was also the reason why the system could not help him. Otherwise, he would not have to practice so hard. Fortunately, this unique skill was not too difficult to comprehend now. In one night, he used it and reached about 60 to 70% of it. Green dragon capture. 100 feet away, a large blue hand appeared out of thin air. It was as if there was a trace of a dragon's aura. The palm slammed down, creating a loud rumbling sound. The stone table and chairs were instantly turned to dust, no longer existing. It is indeed powerful. As expected of an upper-grade yellow-level unique skill. The 30% of power that Lin Fei had used just now shattered the blue stone on the ground. Black cracks spread out, and it was very frightening. If it weren't for the prior instructions, the people outside would have already come in. 30% of my strength is already so powerful. If it's less than 100%, then wouldn't I be able to kill it with a single slap? Lin Fei thought, it doesn't consume much profound qi either. It can be called a unique skill. Xiao Qin had learned from his father that when he mastered the azure dragon capturing technique to great perfection, he would turn into an azure dragon. His might would increase by several dozen times. That would be the true attack of an azure dragon. Right now, the attack that Lin Fei made was merely an afterimage. It was not the azure dragon capturing technique at all. Its might was only 1%. His father's azure dragon capturing grasp was able to recognize both body and spirit, and its might was extraordinary. He was indeed worthy of being the #1 expert in Guiyuan Yuan City, suppressing both the Li and Zhang families. Outside Guiyuan Yuan City. Dong, dong, dong. An earthquake-like sound came from afar. There were many horses and demonic beast mounts on the official road leading to the city gates. They started to get agitated, making people wonder what was going on. When a few figures appeared on the official road, the horses and demonic beasts all crouched on the ground and shivered, as if they had encountered some terrifying existences. No matter how hard those people kicked the horses and demonic beasts, it was of no use. Heavens, isn't that the Class 7 Black Flame Horse? Demonic beast pressure, it must be the demonic beast pressure. Who are they? They are all Class 7 demonic beasts. Why would they appear in our Guiyuan Yuan City? Could it be that something big is going to happen in Guiyuan Yuan City? Everyone looked at the few strangers that appeared. They were all dressed in black and wore a bamboo hat on their heads, making it impossible to see their faces. They were emitting a murderous aura without any intention of concealing it. Hee, so this is Guiyuan Yuan City. It's too backward. The Li family can only be a local tyrant in this place. They are indeed useless. No wonder they were eliminated. They are simply a disgrace to the Black Tortoise Gate. Wang Kai, who was on the left, sneered. Who cares where the Li family settle down? Let's complete the mission first, lest the people above say that we are incompetent. A guy with a big head said with a trace of killing intent in his eyes. Big Brother Wu, what do you think we should do? Should we kill our way over or what? Sitting at the front was a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He had a solemn expression on his face. He was the Big Brother Wu they were talking about, the leader of this mission. Hee, it seems like we are making a big fuss over a small matter to eliminate the Lin family. If it wasn't for the Black Tortoise Gate helping us a lot, we wouldn't have to go through so much trouble, causing us to eat dust along the way. Wuxia Xianxia said coldly, it's just a mere Lin family. Let's eliminate their patriarch, kill a few elders, and leave the rest to Li Yun. If we still can't succeed, then the Li family will have to continue its legacy. Big Brother Wu is right. This time, the Lin family is really lucky. The Lin family is right in front. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the Lin family. The appearance of all Class 7 demonic beasts in front of the Lin family immediately attracted the attention of many people. It was impossible not to attract attention. Especially since these people were emitting a murderous aura, they were obviously not people to be trifled with. Wang Kai, go and challenge them. Wang Kai was a young man, and his strength had reached the 9th level of the martial path. His talent was pretty good, and it was indeed a waste of his talent to deal with a small Lin family. Xiao. Without any hesitation, a black bow appeared in Wang Kai's hand, and he shot out 8 arrows in a single breath. Rumble. Before the guards at the entrance could even react, their bodies had already exploded. A loud rumbling sound came from the entrance, and the entire gate collapsed, turning into ruins in the blink of an eye. 8 arrows killed all the guards, and the gate was in ruins. Here comes the trouble. The people who were watching the show unknowingly retreated. They couldn't imagine what kind of enemy they had provoked to the point of killing the guards in front of everyone and destroying the gate of the Lin family. If the Lin family didn't retaliate, they would never be able to raise their heads again. Many of them were just watching the show. Didn't the Li family exterminate the Lin family? Now, someone came to the door. It turned out that the Lin family also had such a day. They couldn't help but gloat. Ever since the Li family was exterminated, the Zhang family closed their doors. In Guiyuan City, the Lin family was not in the limelight for a while. No one dared to offend the Lin family for fear of being exterminated. Now that someone came to cause trouble for the Lin family, they liked to see it the most. Not bad, the soul-chasing arrow is about to reach the great success stage. When it reaches the great success stage, even the 9th level won't be able to block 3 of your arrows. Wuxia Xianxia showed approval in his eyes. Wang Kai was proud. Just a mere Lin family, no matter how many soul-chasing arrows there are, they will all die. There is no need for Big Brother to do anything, this little brother can exterminate them. They didn't belong to the Xuanwu sect, but they had a close relationship with the Xuanwu sect. They were from the same gang, and they didn't violate the sect's agreement. Bringing 4 experts at the 9th level of the martial path and 1 at the middle stage of the profound realm was indeed like using an anti-aircraft cannon to kill mosquitoes. If they could complete this matter, their days in the gang would be much better. There was a commotion at the gate, and countless members of the Lin family immediately rushed out. Kill! Kill! Wang Kai drew his bow again, and the soul-chasing arrows transformed into streaks of light that pierced through the air. He didn't hold back at all. The Lin clan's guards were either shot in the head or in the body. Wang Kai's brutal methods caused everyone to feel as if they had been viciously slapped. These people were too savage. They were the ones who were really here to cause trouble, and from the looks of it, they clearly didn't care about the Lin family. Inform the patriarch, there's a strong enemy invading. The people behind hurriedly arranged for people to inform the patriarch. At the same time, Lin Fei was practicing the Azure Dragon Great Capture in the courtyard. Suddenly, someone ran in from outside. It was the maid, Qing Wan. Young master, it's not good, there are people outside killing their way to the door. The green Wan was obviously quite frightened. Her face was filled with panic, and her face was somewhat pale. Lin Fei was startled. He supported the green Wan, wanting to use the profound qi to recuperate the green Wan's body, but in the end, there was a small accident. The profound qi was actually frozen by a ball of cold yin qi. Strange, why would there be cold energy in the green Wan's body? Another energy fluctuation came from outside, but Lin Fei didn't have the mood to think about it. Stay here obediently, don't come out. Grabbing the dragon salure behind him, Lin Fei ran as if he was flying, rushing to the door. He wanted to see who dared to cause trouble in the Lin family, especially at this time. On the way, he met Wang Fei. Senior brother, someone's here to cause trouble? Lin Fei nodded his head. I don't know who it is, but it seems like he has some ability. However, it's fine, junior brother, rest well. When senior brother returns, we can drink together. Wang Fei still followed him, and took out something from his pocket. Senior brother, this is the inner disciple token that the sect specially placed down. If any sect dares to make a move, it can deter them. Lin Fei was startled, but he accepted it. Thank you very much. The entrance of the Lin family had long since been turned into ruins. Corpse qi was scattered all over the ruins, filling the air with a strong smell of blood. Within 100 meters, almost no one dared to appear. No one knew who these people were or why they wanted to attack the Lin family, but they knew that these people were very powerful. Almost no one could block an arrow from just a bow and arrow. Several of the Lin family's experts at the 7th and 8th stage of the martial Dao had died under the other party's arrows. Big brother, do you think they'll be afraid? Wang Kai turned around and smiled. It's best if they're afraid. If they really don't come out, then let's go in together and kill them all. A one-eyed old man said sinisterly. One-eyed man, you only know how to kill and kill all day, don't forget this mission. Got it, isn't it just killing a few people? What's so troublesome about it? Wuxia Xianxia said, everyone, get ready. If the Lin family's patriarch doesn't come out, we will personally kill our way in. A small Lin family can be destroyed in an instant. Lin Fei's pace was fast, but before he reached the entrance, he saw the collapsed ruins and his face sank. Third young master, you're finally here. Far away from the entrance, a group of disciples who were guarding had pale faces. Although they hadn't arrived yet, Lin Fei could feel the tyrannical power. There were several of them, not just one. Who are they? Their strength is so tyrannical. If his father was here, Lin Fei wouldn't have a problem, but his father took the elixir last night and wouldn't come out so quickly. Wu Wenning was guarding in the dark, just in case. In this way, the Lin family's strength was empty, and he seemed to have become the strongest expert. Swish, swish. Chapter 172. Damn, what a sharp archery skill. Lin Fei frowned. Who were these people? They were so fierce and wanted to kill him. Could it be the Li family? The Li family appeared in his mind. It seemed that no one dared to attack the Lin family except for them. He had just come out and they immediately attacked him. The target was too obvious and it was impossible for them to attack at will. 3 sharp arrows flew over in a triangular formation. At this time, if Lin Fei dodged, then the people behind him would definitely suffer. This attack was powerful, forcing Lin Fei to fight. Young master, danger. A group of guards wanted to block in front of him. Back off. Lin Fei shouted and took a step out, instantly pulling a distance of a few feet, blocking in front of the crowd. Kill. If it was before, facing these 3 attacks, Lin Fei definitely wouldn't be able to dodge. From the opponent's attack, he knew that except for himself, anyone would die without a doubt. This was an attack of the 9th heaven of the martial path, and the archery skill was a middle-grade yellow-rank archery skill. Its lethality was amazing, and anyone could be killed in one shot. Such a long-range attack was indeed very powerful. Anyone who was locked on would definitely be in danger. Lin Fei took a step out and raised his hand to shoot 3 saber lights, bringing along a long saber light. The momentum was no weaker than the opponent's. Let's see if your archery is better or my saber light is better. After advancing to the 9th heaven of the martial path, his Xian Qi was more than several times stronger than before. The saber light reached a distance of 10 feet, and if he used combat skills, it would be even longer. Rumble. The 3 soul-chasing arrows were fast, but at the same time, Lin Fei's saber light was faster. The space seemed to explode at this moment, and a powerful wave of air blew in all directions like the wind. Xiu xiu xiu. The people on the other side did not stop. It was clear that they wanted to kill Lin Fei in front of everyone. Let's see how many arrows you can block. Wang Kai kept shooting, the soul-chasing arrows locked on the opponent. From the beginning, he recognized the identity of this person. It was said that this person led the team to kill the 3 9th heaven experts of the Li family. Therefore, Wang Kai wanted to kill him in front of everyone. A mere kid who had just advanced to the 9th celestial layer would definitely die under his hands. Third brother, let me help you. Lin Xiao shouted. Lin Fei stopped them. Go back. This person is not someone you can deal with. The person in front of them was skilled in archery. Lin Fei could use his movement techniques to avoid the arrows, but if his big brother came up, he might die on the spot in the face of such dangerous archery. That was why he hurriedly tried to stop them. Lin Xiao wasn't a person who liked to show off. When he saw the arrow flying towards him again, his heart tightened. Third brother, be careful. As the big brother, he didn't know how strong his third brother was. However, there was one thing that he understood. If he were to go up, he would only be a hindrance. He might even implicate his third brother. The gate had been reduced to ruins. Even though the two sides were separated by the ruins, they could still feel the strong murderous aura from the gate. What a powerful archery skill. This person's ranged attacks are very powerful. Fortunately, I have the flowing wind movement technique. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to deal with him. Lin Fei was clear in his heart that he had to deal with this long-range archer first. Now, he was even more certain that these people were sent by the Li family. If not, they were from the Black Tortoise sect. However, the strong murderous aura coming from them indicated that they weren't from the Black Tortoise sect. Lin Fei wasn't in the mood to deal with this. Facing such a powerful archer, he didn't dare to lower his guard. Pretty gutsy. You still dare to come over? You must be tired of living. Wang Kai's archery skills had been improving ever since he started practicing archery. Almost everyone under the 9th layer could block 3 of his arrows. He had also killed many 9th layer experts. More than 10 arrows were shot out, but the other party dodged all of them. Wang Kai couldn't help but feel surprised. He didn't think that the other party was a threat. If the other party didn't come over, Wang Kai wouldn't have much of a chance. Once the other party got within range, it would be hard for him not to die. Wang Kai pulled out another 3 arrows. In one breath, he shot out 3 arrows at the same time. Once again, his eyes turned cold. He pulled the bowstring and with a ding-dang sound, an invisible arrow was shot out. Invisible arrow. This Lin fellow is dead for sure. The one-eyed man was obviously very familiar with this scene. He laughed sinisterly. What a pity. If this old man were to make a move and kill him, it would have been more exciting. The rest of them were confident in Wang Kai's archery skills. Elementary combat technique, invisible arrow. If one didn't know the other party's background, he would definitely die when facing Wang Kai's archery skills. No one would be able to block this arrow. Wang Kai revealed a smile. It's your fortune to be able to die under my invisible arrow. Wang Kai rarely used this move. Initially, he wanted to use the soul-chasing arrow to kill the other party. Who knew that the other party was strong enough to break through the soul-chasing arrow? Drifting wind movement art was executed. Lin Fei was like a bird flying through the forest. Facing the 3 arrows, he couldn't help but sneer. With a wave of his hand, 3 rays of light shot out and slashed at the soul-chasing arrow. The distance between them shortened. Xiao! The 3 rays of light broke through the arrow. Lin Fei suddenly felt an indescribable sense of danger. Boom! Lin Fei's entire body was like a kite with a broken string, crashing into the nearby buildings with a loud rumble. Third brother. No one had expected that Lin Fei would be so inexplicably injured and defeated so quickly. Don't come over. Lin Xiao was shocked. Just as he was about to rush over, he heard Lin Fei's voice. He heaved a sigh of relief. He's not dead. Wang Kai was surprised. The other party didn't die under the invisible arrow. Kill. 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 Wang Kai didn't believe that the other party could dodge the invisible arrow. Even if he didn't die, he would be heavily injured. Xiao xiao xiao. In the rubble, Lin Fei slammed his palm on the ground and dashed out once more. It's all thanks to the astral energy and diamond protection. Otherwise, I would have been heavily injured even if I didn't die. This was the first time Lin Fei suffered a loss at the other party's hands. If not for the double protection, he would have been embarrassed today. He did not dare to underestimate the other party. This was only the first. What about the other 4? Lin Fei was very clear that he had to buy time for his father. Once he refined the medicinal pill, he would be able to turn the situation around. Time. I need time. So. Lin Fei soared into the air and executed flowing wind movement technique. However, he did not use the wind wings. Danger. Danger. After experiencing it once, Lin Fei did not dare to underestimate the 3 arrows. The saber light turned into beams of white light and flew out. Instantly, a dazzling white light blocked everyone's vision. Brat! You want to hide from me? Dream on. Wang Kai slammed his palm on the ground and soared into the sky. He looked down from above and drew his bow, wanting to kill the other party. Unexpectedly, the person behind the white light seemed to vanish. Wang Kai lost his target. How can this be? Where did he go? Wang Kai was distracted. Instantly, a beam of white light shot out. He drew his bow and fired 3 spirit-seeking arrows. You fell for it. A cold sneer suddenly appeared behind Wang Kai. You. Why are you behind me? The saber light behind Wang Kai slashed down like a long saber. Wang Kai's body was split into 2 and he fell from the sky. When he landed on the street, blood splattered everywhere. Little Kai. Wuxia Xianxia and the rest were stunned. They were enraged. They did not expect Wang Kai to die in the hands of someone like this. They finally understood. Under the dense white light, that brat surnamed Lin was able to deceive their eyes with his speed. Then, he took advantage of Wang Kai's mistake to kill him. What a good move. When the spectators saw third young master Lin being sent flying, they thought that the Lin family was doomed. However, after a few rounds, Lin Fei killed the powerful archer. It was a slap to their faces. Another expert in the 9th heaven of the martial path. Lin Fei landed on the ruins. Apart from his clothes being a little messy, he did not seem to be injured. Who are you? Who sent you here? How dare you make a move against an inner disciple of the divine martial sect? Lin Fei berated loudly, directly putting a big label on them. He was surprised that this powerful archer had 8,000 sin points. If an archer had 8,000 sin points, then what about the rest of them? He then checked the sin point system and was shocked. Someone in front of him had 20,000 sin points. His sin value was only 13,000, and this person's sin value was 20,000. Lin Fei immediately took out a big hat and threw it at him. If these people were to attack him together, it would not be a good thing, so he had to stabilize the other party first. I will kill you. The one-eyed man sneered and was about to attack. Unexpectedly, Wuxia Xianxia blocked his attack. He frowned and felt fear. Inner disciple of the divine martial sect. These words were like a sharp sword hanging above his head. They were doing well in the Shanha county. If they attacked an inner disciple of the divine martial sect, it would be a big crime. Once the divine martial sect knew about it, they would definitely send their inner disciples to kill them. Even the higher-ups of the gangs might not be able to protect them. Wuxia Xianxia had a belly full of anger. He wished he could go back and slap Li Yun to death. If he had known that Li Yun was an inner disciple of the divine martial sect, he would have definitely joined hands and killed him. At that time, even if they knew Li Yun's identity, they would still have a chance to turn things around. After all, if Li Yun was dead, everything would be easier. Everyone on the street knew what Lin Fei had said. Wuxia Xianxia couldn't kill them all. If he did, not only would he be finished, the gangs in the Shanha county would also be finished. Wuxia Xianxia regretted it. Not only did he kill Wang Kai, he was also tricked. Now, there was a sharp sword hanging above his head. He was in a dilemma. He lost the best chance to kill Wang Kai when he opened his mouth. Wuxia Xianxia was confident about Wang Kai's archery skills. Even his protective aura couldn't block this attack. Killing the third young master of the Lin family would undoubtedly provoke Lin Jintian, who was in the middle stage of the profound practitioner realm. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This brat was really cunning. Did he think that he wouldn't be able to kill him today? Wuxia Xianxia was furious. Wang Kai's archery skills were great. Nothing had ever happened to him when he challenged him. He had to take revenge. Even if he brought out an inner disciple of the divine martial sect, so what? Even if they couldn't kill him, they could still cripple him. The divine martial sect wouldn't dare to do anything. After all, there were many inner disciples in the divine martial sect. They couldn't just stand up for one. On the ruins, Lin Fei let out a sigh of relief. This person really had a background. He was actually a profound practitioner. Could it be that he was really from the divine martial sect? Chapter 173. P.S. Thanks to Smiling at a Lifetime, Yao Yao 7225, Resident Evil Terminator, Peach Blossom 1 Brother, Little Happy Brother, and above readers for their tips. Both sides were temporarily silent. But everyone knew that today's matter would not end peacefully. In the end, a fierce battle was inevitable. The Lin family lost a few experts, and the opponent lost a 9th heaven archer. It was a huge loss. In comparison, they were the ones who lost. After all, a 9th heaven archer was not easy to come by. A family could only produce a few 9th celestial layer experts. Archers were even rarer in an unpopular profession. The Lin family had killed an archer. They had a huge advantage. If before, everyone had doubts about 3rd young Master Lin being able to kill a 9th heaven expert, then from today onwards, they no longer dared to have any doubts. Other than looking up to him, they were deeply afraid. The playboy of the past had leaped up and became a genius, easily killing a 9th heaven expert. A 9th heaven archer died in the hands of 3rd young Master Lin. This blood feud was huge. I really can't believe the words of the past. Who said that 3rd young Master Lin was useless? A 9th heaven archer died just like that. I said that 3rd young Master Lin is not trash. He is already so powerful in the 9th heaven. Once he breaks through, his strength will probably increase by leaps and bounds. Ordinary profound realm experts may not be his match. The Li family is gone, and the Zhang family seems to be scared. In the future, the Lin family is going to be strong. Guiyuan City is going to change. This is hard to say. There are still 4 experts who have not appeared. If they do, no matter how powerful 3rd young Master Lin is, he may not be their match. You are a fool. Don't forget that 3rd young Master Lin has become an inner disciple. The divine martial sect is one of the 3 big sections. Who would dare to make a move in public? 3rd young Master Lin is not stupid at all. He is smart. Everyone was dumbfounded. They sucked in a cold breath. 3rd young Master Lin, whom they had always called a playboy, had shown off his prowess and easily killed a Firmament 9 expert. Who knew where they would be at this age? 3rd young Master Lin wasn't even 20 yet. He had a bright future ahead of him. From today onwards, the people of Guiyuan City would no longer dare to look down on 3rd young Master Lin, because 3rd young Master Lin's future was bound to be limitless, and the Lin family was destined to flourish. What 4 princes? What young master? None of them could be compared to 3rd young Master Lin. The 2 of them were on completely different levels. On the other side, Lin Xiao wasn't surprised at all. At that time, he'd been able to kill an initial stage profounder. Even if profounder had been heavily injured, he wasn't envious at all. Conversely, he was proud of his younger brother. Wang Fei and the others from the divine martial sect looked at each other in dismay. They did not expect their young master to be so strong. He killed them just like that, and the other party did not even manage to block a single move. Among them, Wang Fei was the most surprised. Senior brother Zhang Wudi really has a good eye. It hasn't been long since he broke through, but he's already killed an expert of the same level. The task of protecting the Shanhe County shouldn't be a problem anymore. Previously, Wang Fei's impression of Lin Fei had always been limited to the sex information. Back then, Lin Fei had soared to the sky and obtained the number 1 position in the divine martial sect's outer sect. That would be the 7th layer of the martial path. In such a short period of time, he was already at the 9th layer of the martial path. How did senior brother Lin Fei cultivate to such a level? If this speed was in the sect, everyone would probably be dumbfounded. From not paying too much attention to him, to now, he was completely impressed. If there weren't others present, Wang Fei would have shouted, "Lin Fei is mighty." Senior brother Lin Fei was too mighty. With such a fast cultivation speed, he might even become a profounder expert soon. At the same time, in a private room on the street, one could see the ruins of the Lin family from a high vantage point. Miss, this is bad. Third young Master Lin killed an expert at the 9th layer of the martial path. A maid dressed in red hurriedly ran up from below. In front of the window, a person dressed in white, clean and tidy, exuding the aura of an icy mountain. One couldn't help but think that she could only be seen from afar and not be defiled. If Lin Fei was here, he would definitely be able to recognize her. This person was none other than his fiancée, the daughter of the city lord, Su Shuiyan. Oh. It was a plain word, and no emotions could be heard from it. If one observed carefully, they would see a flash of surprise. Miss, what's so good about that pervert, why did you? Feitsue said with dissatisfaction. She felt sorry for her miss. There were countless young masters in Guiyuan City, why did she take a fancy to this playboy? Feitsue, you are talking nonsense again. Feitsue lowered her head, Feitsue is wrong. Miss is angry? Su Shuyan's eyes were calm, let's go back. Feitsue was startled, go back now? Not going to watch anymore? Those people are very powerful. I heard that they are experts at the 9th layer of the martial path. They said that this time, the Lin family will suffer a big loss. The third young master of the Lin family will also suffer a big loss. 5 years ago, he was a playboy. 5 years later, he is a genius. If he can't even overcome this difficulty, then he is not Lin Fei. Feitsue didn't understand what she meant. Lin Fei, this pervert, was considered a genius? Miss was giving him too much face. Lin Fei didn't know that someone was talking about him behind his back. He had to deal with this matter first. This is the Lin family. No matter who you are, if you dare to kill people in the Lin family, he will end up like this. Lin Fei said coldly. In his heart, he was constantly guessing the identity of these people. Wuxia Xianxia said, this is the end? No wonder the Li family was defeated so quickly. Don't you want to know who we are? Then listen carefully, we are the people of Xianxia County, Xianxia. Xianxia County, Xianxia. The people who were talking incessantly suddenly quieted down. It was as if they had heard something unbelievable. Xianxia. It was no less than a heavy bomb. Everyone was unable to recover from it. After a long time, someone asked in a low voice, is Xianxia very powerful? This person was immediately ridiculed, boy, you don't even know Xianxia. Don't tell me you came from the mountains. The World Gang is the #1 gang in Xianxia County. Even if all of the clans in Guiyuan City were to join forces, we still wouldn't be a match for the World Gang. If the World Gang wants to kill someone, no one has ever escaped. In the past, a first-class family offended Xianxia. In the end, they were killed by Xianxia. They only sent a protector. No way, Xianxia is so powerful. Doesn't that mean that the Lin family is finished? This Li family is very powerful. I don't know how much they spent to get this Xianxia to act. Xianxia is as powerful as the clouds. It is known as the #1 gang in Xianxia County. It is said that there are 100,000 gang members. If I'm not wrong, there should be a deacon among them. Is the deacon very powerful? Of course, the deacon has a lot of power. Even if our city lord is powerful, he wouldn't dare to kill the deacon of Xianxia. Whoever becomes a disciple of the World Gang will have a comfortable life. They will be able to eat well and drink well. With such an explanation, the power of Xianxia made everyone look at each other in dismay. Xianxia's strength was too powerful. A 9th layer expert made a move. A second or third-rate family could be destroyed with just a few of them. No wonder they became the #1 gang in Xianxia County. Lin Fei's ears twitched. His heart sank as he felt the pressure. Damn it, why is it not the Black Tortoise sect but Xianxia? What should I do? Could it be that the Li family didn't inform the Black Tortoise sect and used a price to get Xianxia to act? Lin Fei's brain kept turning. He was thinking about what to do. The background of the other party was beyond his imagination. If the Black Tortoise sect made a move, Lin Fei wouldn't be worried. No one would dare to break the agreement between sections. However, gangs were different. They weren't bound by the agreement. When he returned to Xianxia County, he heard a group of people talking about Xianxia. At that time, he took note of it and found out more about it. The World Gang, just like what those people said, was the biggest gang in Xianxia County. 100,000 gang members was not a small number. As for whether or not there were any, it was definitely not a groundless rumor. There was an 80 to 90% chance that it was true. Xianxia County wasn't an ordinary place. With 100,000 members, Xianxia indeed had the power to do so. Since the other party came with the intention of the Li family, it was equivalent to a vendetta. Xianxia wouldn't feel any pressure. What a ruthless method. Lin Fei engraved Xianxia and the Li family's remnant in his mind. As for whether Xianxia had anything to do with the Black Tortoise sect, he would have a chance to find out after today's incident. Lin Fei took a deep breath. Lin Fei shook his head. What bullsh*t Xianxia? I've never heard of it. Could it be that you're just bragging? As for the Li family, they asked for it. We, the Lin family, are just following the trend. Divine Martial Sect's inner sect disciples. This protective token was temporarily useful. Especially since they dared to mention Xianxia, it meant that they weren't afraid of the Divine Martial Sect. Why weren't they afraid of the Divine Martial Sect? They must have their own reasons. Brother Wu, there's no point in talking. Let old dragon kill this kid. The one-eyed man sneered and acted like he was about to rush out. A kid who hadn't even grown his hair was nothing more than this. Now that he had fallen into his hands, he would definitely take revenge for Wang Kai. Old dragon, he's a disciple of the Divine Martial Sect. It's not comfortable to fight and kill. Why don't you go up and exchange pointers? I heard that the inner sect disciples of the Divine Martial Sect have powerful means. Old dragon, don't you like to exchange pointers with other sect disciples? Today is a good opportunity. Wuxia Xianxia looked at Lin Fei and said indifferently. This was a good move. Since Xianxia didn't dare to kill him, he could completely cripple the other party. He was so powerful at such a young age. Once he was crippled, the patriarch would make a move and then kill him. Everything would be perfect. He could avoid death, but he couldn't escape punishment. This was what Wuxia Xianxia meant. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the one-eyed man. Brother Wu, this is a good idea. Since you're not an inner sect disciple of the Divine Martial Sect, I'll cripple your dantian and turn you into a cripple. It'll be worse than killing you, and I won't have to worry about anything after that. It's killing two birds with one stone. What a good idea. Don't you think that it's very cruel for you to create trouble here? Chapter 174. P.S. Thank you 0000001G. 2 readers of Smiling for Life gave a tip. Something happened recently, sorry about that. The few people who were about to attack subconsciously stopped. Especially Wuxia Xianxia, his face darkened. From the voice, he could tell that this person was not simple. He couldn't help but be surprised. Did someone want to interfere in this matter? The people of Xianxia did not need to care about others' feelings. Now that someone had appeared, did they want to go against Xianxia? They had personally promised the Xuanwu Gate that they would uproot the Lin family. The plan was perfect, but in reality, it did not go as smoothly as expected. They had just attacked and lost an expert on their side. It could be said that they had died before they could succeed. That bastard, get the hell out here. The one-eyed man said sinisterly. He didn't care about the consequences and didn't care about the other party at all. He just scolded them first. The Xianxia gang really didn't care about Guiyuan City. They didn't even need to give the city lord any face. Arrogance and dominance were written all over the one-eyed man's face. The one-eyed man was used to being arrogant in the capital of Xianxia County. Naturally, he did not care about the small Guiyuan City. Furthermore, he had just lost a good friend and was already angry. If someone came out to stop him, he would be asking for a beating. Who do you think you are to make such a big fuss? Zhong Zhang's loud voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. In front of the one-eyed man, a layer of white ice suddenly appeared and froze him in an instant. The surrounding area turned into a land of ice. The cold aura made people not dare to approach. Ice seal, runes attack. Open. Wuxia Xianxia saw that the situation was not good. He flicked his finger and pointed it at the one-eyed man. The ice that covered his body shattered like glass. The ground was filled with ice shards. So cold. The one-eyed man, who came out, couldn't help but yawn. His whole body was shivering. The Xian qi in his body was almost unable to circulate. His eyes were filled with fear. He had been attacked by the runes. The one-eyed man was apprehensive. Even his own runes could not block it. If not for Brother Wu's help, he would not have been able to escape and would have died without a doubt. Your Excellency, why make things difficult for a boor? Wuxia Xianxia asked. His subordinates had almost been frozen to death, and Wuxia Xianxia had the worst expression on his face. If one of his subordinates had been frozen to death, he would not have the face to tell them when he returned. However, he also knew that the other party was a runes master. What a boor. A man and a woman descended from the sky. No wonder you're so arrogant. Do you think this is Xianxia's territory and you can do whatever you want? Since someone had interfered, everyone couldn't help but be curious. When this person landed, some people took a deep breath. Who would have thought that such a small battle would involve the president of the Rune Guild? This is going to be a good show. Chairman Mu hates fighting and killing the most. Someone immediately recognized him. Rune Society, President of the Rune Society. These 8 words were like a mountain pressing down on Wuxia Xianxia. Wuxia Xianxia rolled his eyes. How could this be? This was different from the script. Damn the Li family, why didn't they explain things clearly? Wuxia Xianxia could not help but complain. At first, he had heard from the Li family's young master that the Lin family was an enemy in Guiyuan City. The city lord did not like them, and all the other families were secretly causing trouble, not to mention the Rune Guild. With this attitude, they had killed their way to the Lin family, wanting to teach the Lin family a lesson. In the end, one of the young masters of the Lin family killed one of his subordinates on the spot, and the Rune Guild began to interfere. This is going to be difficult. Wuxia Xianxia said to himself in his heart. If it was another family, Wuxia Xianxia would not be worried. He could use Xianxia to suppress them, but it was different for the Rune Guild. Especially since it was the president of the Rune Guild, it was much more significant. Wuxia Xianxia did not dare to act rashly. He wanted to observe the situation first. At the same time, he hated the one-eyed man in his heart. Chairman Mu's appearance also shocked the other person. Damn, why did this treacherous old man appear? Lin Fei could not help but mutter in his heart. He could not help but be a little more vigilant. Last time in the Rune Guild, he was extorted by Chairman Mu for 100,000 silver. He could not even say anything about it. He was clearly the one being taken advantage of, but in the end, he was the one taking advantage of others. What an injustice. When the president of the runes appeared, Lin Fei's first thought was that this old man was definitely up to no good. This old man was an old fox. He originally thought that it was quiet, but who would have thought that he would appear at this time? No matter what, this old man's appearance had a big influence. The people of Xianxia did not dare to move. He sealed one of their subordinates in ice, which showed how powerful he was. Seeing the girl staring at him, Lin Fei's heart sank. Sure enough, it was not something good. The people around did not know and thought that the Rune Guild had helped them. Third brother, we are really lucky. The people of the Rune Guild are here. As the big brother, Lin Xiao naturally did not notice the change in his third brother's expression. He was very happy. Yeah, it saved us a lot of trouble. Lin Fei was silent. Only then did Lin Xiao notice the change in his third brother. He asked, "Third brother, are you injured?" "No, I am fine." Lin Fei made up a lie. Let's observe the situation first. Facing so many experts of the ninth celestial layer, Lin Fei was under a lot of pressure. If it was one-on-one, there was nothing to worry about, but if they all attacked, then it would be disastrous. Although he was very strong, Lin Fei did not have the confidence to face so many experts. Especially that brother Wu, he could not see through his strength. Currently, he could not see through the experts of the Xian realm. He did not have a good impression of this old man Mu Changkong. Lin Fei had to return the favor that he stood out to help. As for how to return the favor, he did not know. He believed that they definitely came with a purpose. After this matter, he would know. Chairman Mu. Wu Shixiang repeated in his heart. He heard the discussions around him clearly, and his heart sank. Their Xianxia was a big gang with 100,000 members, but when facing the Rune Guild, they had no chance of winning. Wu Shixiang hated this Mu Changkong. I came here to exterminate a family. Why did your old man come here? Why didn't he stay in the guild to make runes? Wasn't this deliberately causing trouble for me? However, Wu Shixiang did not dare to say these words. If he did, the first unlucky one would be himself. Xianxia also did not dare to say a single word. Against a giant like the Rune Guild, how many forces on the continent could afford to offend them? Wu Shixiang was indeed a tragedy. He came here with a murderous aura, but encountered such a situation. He was simply asking for trouble. Deacon Wu Shixiang of Xianxia greets Chairman Mu. Wu Shixiang cupped his hands. He still had to give face, especially after his discourtesy just now. He did not dare to be negligent. Who asked the other party to be stronger than him? He could not resist, so he chose to lower his head. Mu Changkong coldly snorted and descended from the sky. When he landed on the street, everyone showed a respectful expression. This old man can't accept the deacon's courtesy. Mu Ning, who was at the side, almost laughed out loud. Grandpa was really good at putting on airs. After looking at the corpse on the ground, she couldn't help but be curious. Was that pervert really so powerful? Damn, not good, I'm angry. Wu Shixiang's status as a deacon was shocking. Xianxia's status as a deacon had a certain amount of power, not inferior to that of a family leader. This deacon had suffered in front of Mu Changkong today. Wu Shixiang squeezed out a smile. Chairman Mu, you must be joking. The Rune Guild has always been our role model. I am deeply honored to be able to meet the president today. Wu Shixiang was putting on an act, but the smile on his face was very ugly. Mu Changkong swept a glance and saw the corpse on the ground. His eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He thought to himself, what a good kid. With such talent, who spread the rumor that he was a cultivation trash? If this kind of strength is considered a cultivation trash, then what is a real expert? This old man's vision is not bad. Fortunately, I came today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known this guy was hiding such a talent. Dual cultivation is worth nurturing. From that day onwards, Mu Changkong had sent people to investigate Lin Fei. From the information, it could be seen that Lin Fei was not worth a single cent. He was a playboy among the trash. After seeing today's scene, no one would think that he was a trash. Mu Changkong was glad that he had come at the right time. He had long since decided to accept Lin Fei as his last disciple. Talented disciples were not easy to come by, especially those who were proficient in dual cultivation. You Xianxia people sure have guts. You even dared to attack this old man's last disciple. What are your intentions? Mu Changkong's face darkened. His anger soared to the sky, and a murderous aura pressed down. The first to bear the brunt was Wu Shixiang. His eyes flashed with a trace of uneasiness, especially the last sentence. He was so scared that he almost fainted. Last disciple, you don't have to trick me like this. As soon as the words, last disciple, came out, there was a sound of cold air being sucked in, followed by questions. What was going on? How did third young Master Lin become Chairman Mu's last disciple? They had never heard of such a thing. Beat the young one, and the old one came out. No one can go against the Lin family's position in the future. With such a master, what kind of dog's hit luck did third young Master Lin have to become the last disciple? I'm so jealous. The most surprised was Lin Fei. Lin Fei's mind was blank. A few words kept echoing in his mind. I've been tricked. Originally, he was still wondering why this old man was here. Although he knew that there was a conspiracy, now that an overt scheme had appeared, it was to trick him to death. Last disciple? You have the nerve to kick me out. Isn't it obvious that you want me to agree? Lin Fei now had another opinion of this old man. He was a wily old fox. Lin Fei could be considered shrewd. However, he failed once again when it came to this old man. At this time, the girl revealed a smug look. She seemed to be saying, "Brat, you lost again." After Chairman Mu said that, Lin Fei suddenly had an idea. He knew that the old man was here to help him. Xianxia had many people, and he might need Chairman Mu's help. Sigh, this timing was really bad. At the same time, all eyes fell on Lin Fei, as if to verify the authenticity of his words. Chapter 175. P.S. Thanks to readers Resident Evil Terminator, Oyo7225, and Autumn Maple for their tips. Mu Changkong threw out the hat of a closed-door disciple. It was like a huge thunderbolt from the clear sky, shocking everyone. The consequences of throwing out such a huge piece of news naturally made third young Master Lin the focus of attention. Some smart people even thought of the various situations that might occur in the future. A closed-door disciple was of great significance. Wuxia Xianxia couldn't back down now. If he brought his men away, Xianxia couldn't afford to lose face. If they wanted to continue going against Lin Fei, the situation would be extremely disadvantageous to them. If they incurred the wrath of this old man, Xianxia might not help them. This was difficult. Wuxia Xianxia regretted it. The Lin family had such a good foundation. As expected, they hid their strength well. With such a guild, even if they didn't make a move, it would still be a form of deterrence. The rest of the subordinates were also astonished. With the intervention of the Rune Guild, destroying the Lin family today would probably become a dream. After thinking for a while, Wuxia Xianxia gritted his teeth. If they couldn't destroy the Lin family today, they would lose their chance with the interference of the Rune Guild. Right now, they still had a chance. Whether they succeeded or not depended on this. Chairman Mu, what else can I do since you said so? Wuxia Xianxia used a move to advance by retreating. He pointed at the corpse on the ground. But this underling of mine was just sparring. It wouldn't be right for him to die here today. I need an explanation. What kind of explanation do you want? The person who came over was Mu Changkong. How could he not know what this person was thinking? He just wanted to fight with Lin Fei. Wuxia Xianxia was delighted. This was what he wanted to hear. I want Lin Fei to fight with my underling again. This isn't too much, right? This was the only way. A demonic kid killed his underling. He had to vent his anger. Mu Changkong looked at Lin Fei. Little Fei, you are my last disciple. You can decide for yourself. Putting another hat on him, he felt very pleased with himself. This time, no matter how you refuse, everyone will know that you are my last disciple. Lin Fei smiled bitterly in his heart. This old man was really cunning. He regretted casually writing that thing back then. Now, he had an extra master on top of him. Sigh, it's cold now. Lin Fei couldn't refuse anymore. He had already thought it through. If he were to leave Guiyuan City, he would need a backer. This would prevent Xianxia from playing any tricks. Isn't it just sparring? I'm not afraid. Lin Fei said seriously. I'm just worried that I won't be able to control myself and accidentally injure you. Lin Fei was prepared. This spar was not going to be easy. He knew that he had to teach the other party a lesson. If he went soft, he would be the one to suffer. Mu Changkong said, you haven't advanced for long, so you can't control your strength. They should be clear about this. Wuxia Xianxia cursed in his heart. If this is called not being able to control one's strength, then what is considered as being able to control one's strength? But in front of this old man, Wuxia Xianxia's confidence was suppressed. If he were to provoke this old man, then it wouldn't be easy for him to leave Gui Yuan City. With just a sentence from him, Xianxia had no choice but to consider it. I also have the same thoughts, Wuxia Xianxia said. The main thing is to exchange pointers. It's fine as long as there is a winner and a loser. Secretly, he transmitted his voice to the one-eyed man, when you make your move, don't hold back. Cripple that kid's dantian. Wuxia Xianxia was indeed a profound practitioner. His eyes were sharp. If he couldn't eliminate the Lin family today, as long as this old man was still alive, Xianxia could only swallow this anger. Crippling Lin Fei was a last resort. From the battle just now, it was obvious that this person had not advanced for long. If he was allowed to continue, he might pose a threat to Xianxia. For a budding danger, it was necessary to eliminate it as soon as possible. Crippling his dantian was equivalent to becoming a cripple. This was the most suitable method. Deacon Wu, rest assured. This old dragon will definitely complete the task. When a disciple's skills were inferior to others and accidentally injure his dantian during a spar, no one could say anything. Even the president of runes could only swallow his anger in this situation. The other party was in the right. The one-eyed man patted his mount and pointed his sword at the other party. Abrupt brat, take this. So. The one-eyed man pointed his sword forward. Sword Chi went straight for the yellow dragon. He left his mount and instantly appeared in front of Lin Fei. This sword technique was very sharp. One could vaguely hear the sound of air breaking. On Lin Fei's chest, 3 white marks were left. If he hadn't dodged quickly, he wouldn't have ended up like this. What a fast sword. It's even faster than the swift sword of my fellow disciples. Coupled with this swift sword technique, it's simply a killing weapon. Fortunately, my earth energy is strong and I have the protection of Vajra. In just the first round, Lin Fei had experienced the power of a true expert in the underworld. Third young Master Lin, you can't even dodge my swift sword. You're only a so-so. The one-eyed man laughed. Under the swift sword attack, his opponent wasn't as strong as he had imagined. He pointed his sword forward and stabbed out a total of 10 times. Instantly, sword flowers flew over. Everyone could see that third young Master Lin was at a disadvantage. In the eyes of ordinary people, they couldn't see the attacks because the movement technique and speed were too fast. Afterimages were left everywhere. Those who were weaker would immediately feel dizzy and uncomfortable. Unparalleled speed. Third young Master Lin is doomed. There were strong and weak experts in the 9th heaven. One swift sword, the other perfect and flawless movement technique. Chairman Mu, it seems that my underling is going to win today's competition. Wuxia Xianxia squinted his eyes. He was in a good mood. Just now, he saw that Lin Fei was fast. If he wanted to deal with this guy, he had to use speed to defeat speed. The one-eyed man's swift sword and movement technique was enough to suppress Lin Fei. How could Wuxia Xianxia let go of this opportunity to attack the Rune Guild? In fact, he wanted to say, your last disciple is only a so-so. Serves you right for slapping your face. The competition has just begun. The outcome is not yet decided. Why are you so anxious? Mu Changkong's words were light. Wuxia Xianxia felt that his fist had missed. It was as if he had punched cotton. He couldn't see any effect. Grandpa, is he going to lose? Mu Ning didn't know why, but her face showed worry. The one-eyed man's sword technique was too fast. Every time he attacked, he would be seriously injured. It didn't look like a competition. Instead, it looked like he was risking his life. My good granddaughter, when did you start to worry about others? Mu Ning pouted and said nonsense. Grandpa is so bad. I'm doing this for your own good. If that brat loses, Grandpa will definitely lose face. I don't want to lose face with him. Who said that brat is going to lose? Do you see him injured? Mu Changkong's eyes shone. I really don't know how this brat trained. His movement technique has reached the limit. This brat wants to break through his current realm. Amazing, amazing. Once he breaks through his realm, even a profound practitioner will have to admit defeat in terms of speed. Mu Ning's cherry mouth turned into an O shape. Since she was born, her grandpa rarely evaluated others. But now, he started to evaluate someone. This is, honestly, Mu Ning didn't want to believe it. Mu Changkong was happy in his heart. He had really found a genius this time. One sword after another. Each sword was faster than the previous one. They were perfectly linked. There were many bloody holes on Lin Fei's body. He looked very embarrassed. In the eyes of outsiders, he seemed to be doomed. Apart from the two of them, no one else knew what was going on. The one-eyed man was filled with anger. His sword technique was extremely ruthless. With this kind of speed, anyone would die under his sword. But unfortunately, he met a freak. He could only injure his opponent, but he couldn't seriously injure him. Damn it. If this goes on, it won't be good. This brat isn't fighting back. What is he thinking? I have to use my ultimate move. Otherwise, I won't be able to deal with this brat. The one-eyed man was actually very depressed. The experts he had met before were not as good as him in terms of speed and sword technique. It was too easy for them to kill people. They could barely use 10 moves. In the world of martial arts, only speed was unbeatable. Therefore, the one-eyed man had been working hard on his speed. That was why he was able to practice fast sword technique and movement technique. But today, he couldn't get any advantage from Lin Fei. Every time he was about to seriously injure his opponent, he could dodge it. Every time he dodged, it was as if he was laughing at himself. Your fast sword technique is only so-so. Lin Fei laughed out loud. He stretched out his little finger to show his disdain. Humph, don't be happy too early. Today, I will let you see what a real fast sword technique is. The one-eyed man threw caution to the wind and used his ultimate move. Residual Shadow Sword. 2 fast swords appeared in the left and right hands of the one-eyed man. They attacked Lin Fei from the left and right, leaving behind a series of afterimages that were dazzling. Fast sword, two-handed sword. This was the real ultimate move of the one-eyed man. When combined with this sword technique, the two-handed sword wouldn't be able to block a single sword. Swish swish swish. Lin Fei's scalp went numb. He had experienced this feeling when he used the 10,000-mile saber. It was a very dangerous sword technique. Soon, Lin Fei calmed down. Damn it, you are so cowardly. If you want to break through, you must dodge this sword. Only by dodging this sword can I have the chance to raise Suifeng's status to the second realm. Lin Fei's eyes revealed a touch of determination. Originally, he planned to kill the opponent. A level 9 expert, there was really nothing to worry about. However, when the opponent's fast sword landed on him, he suddenly realized something. His breakthrough seemed to be on the opponent. Suifeng's movement technique had always been his right-hand man. However, as his strength increased, his movement technique was constantly limited. If he wanted to improve, he had to break through. Hence, the previous scene happened. Faster. A little faster. No, it is still too slow. I need to be faster. Lin Fei raised his speed to the limit, but his scalp still felt numb. He hadn't come into contact with the danger yet. Brat, go to hell. The one-eyed man seemed to be able to see Lin Fei's miserable appearance. Residual Shadow Sword, a two-handed sword, stabbed out a fatal attack. Under a sneak attack, even profound practitioners would be injured, let alone a brat. It was extremely difficult to dodge the attack. Hence, this brat would lose without a doubt. Faster, faster, faster. When the sharpness sword technique was so close, Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. Originally, it was extremely difficult to merge into the air, but now, it was like a fish returning to the sea. Chapter 176. Missed? Under the afterimage sword, Lin Fei had actually dodged the attack. The one-eyed man's complexion was extremely unsightly. He had thought that he would be able to severely injure Lin Fei, and he might even be able to cripple the latter's strength. Yet, his attack had actually missed. It was hard to believe that his killing move had been dodged. Wasn't this too easy? The one-eyed man was more confident in his speed and attacks than anyone else. Even though his opponent had a huge advantage in terms of speed, his earlier attack should have been able to pose a threat to him. But now, the one-eyed man truly had no idea what was going on. His earlier attack had been a foot away from the other party, and just as it was about to land on the other party, it had been dodged, as if someone had forcefully pulled it away. How could the one-eyed man not feel terrible? Afterimage sword. How could the one-eyed man let this matter rest? It must have been an accident that the other party was able to dodge the first attack. He didn't believe that the other party would be able to dodge the second attack. The afterimage sword flashed and pierced toward Lin Fei once more. This time, its speed surpassed the previous attack, reaching its true limits. Even the air was sliced into two, resembling a stream of water. Damn, did I activate another side system? The leveling system had many side systems, and Lin Fei wasn't very confident. When he heard that he would be rewarded with 1,000 points, he immediately realized that these points would be of great use to him. Right now, he had to deal with this fellow first. It's all thanks to this fellow. Otherwise, my movement technique would still be stuck at the first realm. Now that I've entered the second realm, my speed is clearly much faster. It feels as if I've merged with the wind, giving me a strange feeling. Could this be the legendary intent realm? Just a moment ago, when he was just a step away from death, Lin Fei felt fortunate for himself. The other party was very powerful. If he hadn't forcefully broken through, he would have suffered greatly from that earlier attack. Even if he didn't die, he would have been severely injured. On account of the fact that he has helped me greatly, I'll spare his life. However, this fellow is vicious. It's a pity to keep his strength. I might as well cripple him. Lin Fei thought to himself, now that my drifting wind movement technique has entered the second realm, I wonder what level my speed will reach. Seeing the one-eyed man's attack coming, that untraceable two-handed sword suddenly slowed down in Lin Fei's eyes, as if it had been stopped by the air. Scram! This time, Lin Fei didn't use the wings of the wind to help him. His whole body shot through the sky like a cannonball. Everyone saw a shadow flash by and immediately heard a bang sound. The one-eyed man of the ninth heavens flew out like a kite with a broken string, leaving a long blood-red trail behind him. Anyone could see that Lin Fei was surrounded by perils just now and was almost heavily injured. But how long had it been? Lin Fei had reversed the situation and defeated the one-eyed man? So fast. He's too fast. I can't even see his shadow. What kind of movement skill is this? Did he make another breakthrough? The people below were all dumbfounded. At such a speed, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. With such a fast speed, they couldn't even catch a trace of his movements. Meeting such a fast person, there was no need to continue fighting. No matter how they fought, they would lose. If they couldn't even see his movements, it was equivalent to losing the initiative and everything. In the scene just now, many people of the 8th and 9th heavens couldn't even see the route. It was so fast that the naked eye couldn't catch it, and they were shocked. In the ruins, the one-eyed man crawled out, looking battered and exhausted. How could you dodge my attack? Poochie. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face instantly turned pale. With that trash speed of yours, you can injure me. Lin Fei laughed. Didn't you want to injure me just now? Now, I'll let you have a taste of my move. I'm going to kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. With a "pa" sound, he felt a burning pain and was sent flying, crashing into a large building and turning it into ruins. The taste isn't bad, right? Lin Fei kicked out again, and the one-eyed man flew out like a ball again. His face was full of shock. You comprehended the concept, the one-eyed man pointed at Lin Fei, and his face became even paler. He didn't want to see this scene even if he was beaten to death. Recalling everything that happened just now, he suddenly realized, you hit it well, using danger to force you to break through the realm and comprehend the concept. I'm done for. As soon as he said this, the scene burst into an uproar. A 17-year-old comprehended the concept of the wind. What a genius. The Lin family really produced a genius this time. The concept of the wind. A 17-year-old comprehending the concept of the wind. Comprehending the concept of the wind, unless someone also comprehended the concept of the wind, no one is a match for Lin Fei. He comes and goes like the wind, the concept of the wind. After so many years, our Gue Yuan city finally produced a genius with the concept of the wind. Even if it's a profound practitioner, it will be very difficult to kill someone who has grasped the concept of the wind. Unless he kills with a single strike, no one can catch a genius who has grasped the concept of the wind. There were too many firsts today, and their strong hearts seemed to have adapted to it. In the entire Shanha province, only a few people could comprehend the concept of a 17-year-old. Concept was an existence that was extremely difficult to comprehend. However, any genius who comprehended the concept of the concept would, without exception, become an influential figure. Generally, geniuses who could comprehend the concept of the wind would need to be in their 20s. Furthermore, they would need to come from a large clan with a large amount of resources to produce such a person. Once one mastered the concept of the wind, it was equivalent to mastering a powerful killing technique. The concept of the wind would give one an absolute advantage in terms of speed. The concept of the wind would be of great help as one could utilize all the attributes of the wind. Although the one-eyed man's speed was very fast and could cause damage to Lin Fei, who had comprehended the concept of the wind, was actually very slow. He couldn't dodge Lin Fei's attack because his speed was too fast. In the world of martial arts, speed was unbreakable. Since Lin Fei's speed was unbreakable, he would be in a situation where he would be beaten. The one-eyed man deserved to be unlucky. Speaking of which, Lin Fei being able to comprehend the concept of the wind was also a kind of luck. The system had already integrated the drifting wind body art into his mind. The only thing he lacked was the ability to use it. You helped me comprehend the concept of the wind. I will not kill you. Without seeing any movement from Lin Fei, the one-eyed man let out an sound of pain. He fell to the ground with a dispirited expression. His eyes were lifeless. My Dantian. You destroyed my Dantian. This move of his once again caused people to feel fearful. Killing someone was just a matter of nodding one's head to the ground. However, destroying one's Dantian was the same as losing one's strength. At their level, which one of them didn't have any enemies? This was even worse than death. Lin Fei didn't care. Not killing the one-eyed man was already giving him face. As for Xianxia, who would be angry out of humiliation? There was no need to worry. From the start of the counterattack to the end, it was unbelievably fast. Lin Fei's mood wasn't just good. It turned out that after comprehending the concept of the wind, every time he moved, his body would become like the wind. There were no longer any restrictions. Of course, when Lin Fei comprehended the concept of the wind, the one who felt the most uncomfortable was Wuxia Xianxia. His eyeballs were about to fall out, and his heart was filled with hatred. If looks could kill, it was unknown how many times Lin Fei would have been killed. Originally, Jianghu thought that the one-eyed man would definitely succeed. However, the result was like this. It was really hard to imagine. Not only did this guy not die, but he also comprehended the concept of the wind in danger. Wuxia Xianxia couldn't wait to slap this kid to death. A kid at the 9th heaven layer could at most be considered to have decent talent and could become a profound practitioner in the future. However, after comprehending the concept of the wind, it was a completely different story. At least, it would be very difficult for Wuxia Xianxia to kill the other party unless he killed him in one strike. Even though the speed of a profound practitioner was very fast, against this kind of abnormal kid, the gap was too obvious. I brought trouble to Master again. I'm really sorry. Lin Fei acted obediently and threw all the trouble to Mu Changkong. Previously, Mu Changkong could tell that this kid wanted to make a breakthrough. However, he didn't expect that it would be to comprehend the concept of the wind. A 17-year-old comprehending the concept of the wind made Mu Changkong so happy that his teeth almost fell off. Fortunately, he acted quickly and became his disciple. If he was snatched away by those old farts, it would be a big loss for him. Crippling a martial artist's dantian, Mu Changkong didn't think much of it. Killing a kid who comprehended the concept of the wind was a very easy thing to do. Right now, this method was very suitable to his taste. He was a peace-loving person. Fighting and killing were good, and he hated it the most. Little Wu, are you satisfied now? Mu Changkong's light words were no less than a big slap on Wuxia Xianxia's face. At this time, what else could Wuxia Xianxia say? The one-eyed man had become a cripple, and he had lost 2 of his subordinates. It was not easy to find them, and he had suffered a great loss. These were not the main points. The main point was Lin Fei. A genius who comprehended the concept of the wind at the age of 17, he was simply a monster. Once this kind of person became a master, he would definitely bear a grudge and harm Tianxia. This matter must be reported back. Wuxia Xianxia made up his mind to immediately bring his people back to the capital of the Shanha County. He must not give Lin Fei the chance to grow. Congratulations, Chairman Mu. You have accepted such a genius disciple. I hope we will have the chance to spar again next time. Wuxia Xianxia squeezed out a smile and turned to his subordinates. Bring the one-eyed man, let's go. The other 3 subordinates were filled with fear. The one-eyed man could not even block a single move, let alone them. After losing their confidence, they could not wait to leave this place. When the people of Tianxia wanted to leave, no one dared to stop them. Watching them leave Guiyuan Yuan City in a sorry state, a large number of sighs could be heard. The entrance of the Lin family's ruins, blood, corpses, mounts, formed an unforgettable scene. The Lin family was really going to rise. An expert who comprehended the concept of the wind, they could not find another genius in Guiyuan Yuan City. It could be said that they were invincible in the 9 heavens, unless the other party also comprehended the concept of the wind. Therefore, those who wanted to mess with the Lin family were all disheartened. The rise of the Lin family was inevitable. Moreover, the other party had the president of the Rune Guild. Who would dare to offend such a huge mountain? Even more people were secretly thinking that when they returned, they would immediately make a trip to the Lin family to familiarize themselves with them. Who knows, they might be able to get close to them. Chapter 177. The rise of a 17-year-old master of the concept realm in the Lin family caused everyone to faint. After waking up, they did not dare to stay any longer and immediately returned to the family to report what they had seen. If they did not handle it well, it would have a great impact on the family in the future. They could not stop the rise of the Lin family, so they might as well change their method and curry favor with them. Becoming a peripheral force is also not bad, this is also a way to survive. Lin Fei, the playboy that they called him, had become a genius young master in one leap. He was a 17-year-old expert in the state of mind, leaving others in the dust. Even if they were jealous and envious, they could only keep it in their hearts and did not dare to show it. As soon as the enemy left, the Lin family immediately arranged for people to deal with the aftermath. Lin family's living room. Mu Changkong and Mu Ning are sitting together, and opposite of them is Lin Fei. Between them is a cup of fragrant tea. Thank you, Chairman Mu, for your help today. This junior thanks you on behalf of my father. Lin Fei picked up a cup of fragrant tea and took a sip. He was speechless. Today, he was cheated and inexplicably became the last disciple. This really made Lin Fei very unhappy. If someone else cheated him, Lin Fei would definitely retaliate. But against Mu Changkong, this old fox, he really has no chance of winning. Therefore, Lin Fei did not plan to ask anything. He thanked him and then took the opportunity to slip away. However, what kind of person was Mu Changkong? He was the president of the Runes Guild. His foresight and experience were much better than others. Otherwise, he would not have been able to sit in this position. After observing Yi Futian's expression, he immediately understood what Yi Futian was thinking. You are my last disciple, your every action represents the face of your master, and also represents the Rune Guild. Tianxia's strength is tyrannical, but they cannot behave atrociously in Guiyuan Yuan City, let alone against my last disciple. Mu Changkong laughed. You must remember, your master's disciple is not someone anyone can bully, even if it is Tianxia. His intentions were clear when he used the term last disciple. Lin Fei wanted to say something, but he held it back in the end. He thought to himself, what an old fox. He's too cunning. Isn't he putting the title of last disciple on my head? No matter what, if it wasn't for Mu Changkong's appearance today, the Lin family would have faced a calamity. Even though Lin Fei's strength was great, he had almost no chance of winning against these experts. Instead, he would have exposed his own strength. Since Mu Changkong had helped them, they needed to thank him. This was a necessary thing to do. However, Lin Fei didn't think it was appropriate for him to become his last disciple. If it was in the past, he would definitely think so, but after intimidating Tianxia, Lin Fei naturally did not think so. The surviving members of the Li family were involved in Tianxia. Today, a person with the status of a deacon had the strength of a cultivator, and all of his subordinates were at the 9th heaven of martial Dao. He could not be underestimated. If Tianxia were to make a move again, what would it be like? Lin Fei had to think about it and plan for the next step. Offending Tianxia was a fact that couldn't be changed, so he had to find a backer. The Rune Guild was just right. Mu Changkong's intention was indeed to wear the hat of a closed-door disciple. Outstanding runes technique, strong combat attack, and easily dealt with by the 9th heaven of martial Dao. He could be called a genius disciple. Mu Changkong naturally wouldn't miss it. Seeing Lin Fei's calm look, his impression of him improved once again. He was not arrogant nor stubborn, and he was very satisfied. Little Lin, since you have become the last disciple, then the Lin family behind you will be the responsibility of our Rune Guild. Even Tianxia will have to consider whether it's worth it to make a move. The underlying meaning was to say, boy, become my last disciple, there are great benefits. Tianxia is powerful, but they dare not offend the Rune Guild. How could Lin Fei not hear it? An old fox was indeed an old fox, specifically looking for his weakness. Lin family, it was a very simple word. In a short period of time, Lin Fei had feelings, and he couldn't give them up. If he became a peerless master, he wouldn't be afraid of Tianxia. But now he couldn't. He was just a deacon, and almost suppressed the Lin family. A backer was necessary. Although Lin Fei already had an idea, since Mu Changkong took the initiative to ask, he had to answer. If I become your last disciple, what do I have to do? Lin Fei asked carefully. Mu Ning, who was next to him, glared at him. Smelly boy, look at you, it seems that you don't want to be my last disciple. You should know how many people want to be my last disciple. Don't be ungrateful. Ugh, this girl was so hot. Lin Fei cursed in his heart, didn't you just refuse to admit it? Now you are using your old man to show off your power. If you anger me, I will directly beat you up. Big sister, what you said is wrong. Lin Fei said seriously, you also know that I am a disciple of the God Force sect. I also want to learn under my master and improve every day. But the sect has given me an order, I am afraid I can't follow my master to learn. Humph, what did you say just now? Big sister, you did it on purpose. Mu Ning's big eyes revealed a murderous look. Since when did she become a big sister? This boy was really a bastard. Mu Changkong laughed, little Ning, you are a girl, you should be virtuous. I was just joking. Lin Fei added, President is right, I was just joking. Mu Ning gritted her teeth, snorted, and no longer said anything. You are my last disciple, naturally you don't have that many restrictions. You learning martial arts and learning runes are two different things, there is no connection between them. Mu Changkong said again, you have grasped the concept at such a young age, and you also have a powerful rune skill. Calculating it, you are not any worse than a rank 3 runes master. I am very satisfied. It just so happens that there is a matter that I need you to deal with. Lin Fei's heart thumped. It finally came. Could it be that this old fox had specially prepared it for me? I wonder what it is. Lin Fei planned well. If it was something dangerous, then he would politely refuse. It just so happened that there was a disciple of the God Force sect here, so he could make up a reason and it should be successful. Mu Changkong said, the task is actually very simple. You will represent the Gue Yuan City Rune Guild and participate in the Shanha County Runes Tower Contest. I believe that you will succeed. Tower of Runes Tower Contest? Lin Fei was confused. This Tower of Runes Tower Contest, I don't seem to know anything about it. Are you not afraid that I will fail? Just like that, you are putting such a heavy burden on me? Mu Ning chuckled and snorted in her heart, brat, no matter how powerful you are, you will not be able to escape from this grandfather's palm. At that time, this lady will teach you a lesson. Lin Fei did not know that he had offended a woman. Lin Fei frowned and righteously said, I think master, why don't you arrange someone else? I like to be lazy, and I don't have much experience. I am afraid that I will make you lose face. I think it is better to give up this position and let other disciples take action. The opportunity should be given to those who are prepared. I feel that I still need to temper myself. Mu Changkong sneered in his heart, sure enough, you are a cunning brat. Your mouth is indeed powerful. Saying such righteous words, if it was someone else, they would have been deceived. Letting Lin Fei participate in the Tower of Runes Tower Contest, Mu Changkong had no other choice. If he did not encounter such a talented person like Lin Fei, with his powerful divine soul, this year's Tower of Runes Tower Contest would probably have no hope. Mu Changkong knew that this brat was cunning. What he said just now was reasonable, it was just that he did not want to participate. He would not be fooled. Do you know the benefits of the Tower of Runes Tower Contest? Mu Changkong did not say anything about participating or not, but instead talked about the benefits. I don't know. The Tower of Runes Tower Contest is held once every 5 years. The previous Runes Tower fell in our Gue Yuan City. This Runes Tower is held once every 5 years. Whoever wins can use it for 5 years. Let's not talk about the benefits of the Runes Tower for now. If you participate in the Runes Tower Contest and obtain first place, Xianxia will not dare to touch you or your family. Mu Changkong continued, the Runes Tower has a special function. It can nurture Runes Masters. If you obtain first place, I can promise you 3 places. After 5 years of nurturing, becoming a level 3 Runes Master is not a problem at all. Also, if you obtain first place, you can obtain a reward from the Rune Guild with a sacred art of runes. Furthermore, it is related to the divine soul. It was useless to move him with emotion, but it was different to gain benefits. First of all, obtaining first place was equivalent to registering. Even if it was Xianxia, they could only stare and not dare to do anything. The Tower of Runes Tower Contest was a gathering of all the cities in Shanha County to compete for the Tower of Runes. Obtaining first place was proof of one's strength. No matter how strong Xianxia was, they would not dare to make a move. Once they made a move, they would be attacked by the Rune Guild. Then, the Tower of Runes was a special cultivation holy land. It was the holy land in the hearts of Runes Masters. 3 places could nurture a minimum of level 3 Runes Master. If a level 4 Runes Master was nurtured, it would be a powerful help. 3 places, if it was spread out, it was estimated that everyone would break their heads. There was only 1 Runes Tower in a county. It consumed a lot of resources to successfully cultivate it. It was the holy land for Runes Masters in the hearts of Runes Masters. Every time the Tower of Runes opened, countless Runes Masters would spread the news. It was nothing more than a qualification, a position, 3 qualifications. It could be said that Mu Changkong was very polite. The Runes Masters cultivated by the Lin family would definitely be loyal. The combat power of the Lin family would also be greatly enhanced, and their status would be more stable. Then, the reward for the first place was a mystical technique for spiritual attack. This could be described as invaluable. At present, Lin Fei had only mastered a spiritual attack, a fatal blow at a critical moment. Spiritual techniques were more important than mystical techniques. Naturally, he would not be polite. These three benefits, Lin Fei was tempted. This old fox wanted him to participate, so he must have the confidence to win. Although he did not know what the process of the Tower of Runes was, it would not be simple. Therefore, he asked tentatively, "What if I lose?" Mu Changkong naturally knew the little plan in Lin Fei's heart. Master's judgment has never been that bad. I believe you will not let me down. Chapter 178. Half an hour later. Lin Fei watched as the two of them left. Before he left, Mu Ning glared at him again and waved her fist in the air with an angry look on her face. The reason why Mu Ning was angry was actually very simple. It was because Lin Fei had asked Mu Ning to call him senior brother. He had taken advantage of her with his glib tongue. "Humph, you're still too young to fight with me. Although I can't beat that old fox of yours, it's still a piece of cake for me to deal with you." After the conversation, the previous disgust disappeared a lot. There were both good and bad things for him to join the Rune Guild. After weighing the pros and cons, it was a good thing. "Shaolin, don't forget that the Rune Guild is your strong support." Mu Changkong was about to step out, but he stopped and left such a sentence. Lin Fei, who was about to study the point system, suddenly frowned. His eyes flashed with surprise. Could it be that this old fox knows what I'm going to do? At the same time, the Lin family's guard hurriedly came up and said in a low voice, "Young master, the head of the family is asking for you." Lin Fei's eyes showed a hint of joy. Could it be that his father succeeded in his closed-door training? In this way, the big thing was in sight. He left the guard and hurriedly ran to the inner house. "Grandpa, you're so bad. That brat bullied me and you didn't even help." After leaving the Lin family, Mu Ning shook her arms and began to act coquettishly. That brat wanted to be her senior brother. "Humph, he dared to take advantage of me. I'll definitely teach him a lesson." Regarding Lin Fei becoming her senior brother, Mu Ning was extremely unhappy. She could not wait to slap that brat away with her claws. She looked at him pitifully with a wronged expression. Mu Changkong laughed and said, "Yo, our baby is angry." Mu Ning was dissatisfied. "Grandpa, how can you let him be my senior brother? Your granddaughter was bullied to death by him." Mu Changkong naturally understood that his granddaughter had never put genius disciples in her eyes. But now that she was so resentful towards the third young master of the Lin family, she seemed to understand something. The reason why she arranged for Lin Fei to be her granddaughter's senior brother was because she thought that he had the ability. "Don't mess around." Mu Changkong scolded. "I think it's very suitable for him to be your senior brother. Grandpa still needs his help to win this year's Tower of Runes championship." Mu Ning was only acting like a spoiled child. She just wanted her grandpa to teach Lin Fei a lesson. She wanted to break that brat's spirit so that he wouldn't dare to mess around when it came to important matters. That brat, can he really get first place? Many people are fighting to go to our Rune Guild. Will there be any problems? Mu Ning asked. Mu Changkong smiled knowingly. "Little Lin, if that kid can't even overcome this little problem, how can he get first place this year?" Mu Ning immediately smiled. "Grandpa is so good to me." "Humph, stinking brat, the position of senior brother is not that easy to be. When the time comes, you will suffer." Ha! In the secret room, Lin Fei couldn't help but yawn. He cursed in his heart. Could it be that someone is cursing me? In his mind, a little girl suddenly appeared. Wasn't it that little girl Mu Ning? He turned around and shook his head. I don't have any enmity with her, why would she curse me? It must be someone else who is cursing me. Little Lin, I think it's good that you become the last disciple. Lin Jintian's tone was firm. Our Lin family has always been in a weak position in the runes competition. If we can form a relationship with the Tower of Runes and obtain a quota, our Lin family's position will be even more stable. I also agree with father's opinion. Mu Changkong has never interfered with the matters of the outside world. Today, he interfered with our Lin family. This has never happened in decades. Today, thanks to Mu Changkong's action, he deterred the people of Xianxia. Otherwise, our Lin family would have suffered a lot of casualties. In the end, our strength would have been greatly damaged. Big brother Lin Xiao said. When Lin Xiao and Lin Jintian knew that their third brother had become President Mu Changkong's last disciple, they immediately agreed to become the last disciple. Mu Changkong had personally spoken. No one in Guiyuan Yuan City had received such an honor. Lin Fei was the first. Naturally, the significance was not ordinary, especially the last disciple. Seeing the expectant eyes of his father, big brother, and second brother, Lin Fei nodded. I have thought about it for a long time. There is actually no harm in becoming the last disciple. There are many benefits for our Lin family. As for what the benefits were, there was no need to say it. Everyone understood. Good, good. Little Fei, this time you are the biggest hero of the Lin family. Lin Jintian laughed. He had never been so happy. As soon as he came out, he learned that his third son had comprehended the concept and became a genius. Later, he became the last disciple of the Rune Guild President Mu Changkong. No matter which one it was a supreme honor. It could be said to be double happiness. Since the return of his third son, Lin Jintian was somewhat numb to the surprises. This is what a son should do. Lin Fei was very modest. The most important thing right now is to kill those 3 people. From the mouth of Lin Fei, who was at the 9th level of the martial path, to say that they were going to kill the people of Xianxia, this courage was not ordinary. In Shanhe County, there were not many people like this. Third brother, do you want to hone your concept? As the big brother, Lin Xiao was not stupid. In fact, he was also envious. Why could the playboy's third brother comprehend the concept? Could it be that he was free and easy? Lin Jintian's eyes were also filled with joy. He was not in the realm of the martial path, but he dared to fight against the martial path. This was a real martial artist. Lin Fei did not hide it. His eyes revealed a hint of killing intent. There is training, but more importantly, we need to let the people of Xianxia know that those who dare to behave atrociously in front of the Lin family must pay the price. The intense killing intent startled both Lin Xiao and Lin Feng. This third brother of theirs had a very fierce temperament. His delicate appearance was completely deceptive. Do you want me to arrange someone to help you? Lin Jintian was also a decisive person. Previously, the Li family and Zhang family patriarchs had been killed. Killing the people of Xianxia was done well. Who would dare to say that the Lin family did it? No need. Lin Fei shook his head. Father only needs to give me their route. One is dead, one is crippled. The remaining 3 are enough to deal with. Lin Jintian felt gratified. Their Lin family might really have an expert. Outside of Guiyuan Yuan City, in the forest, a few black shadows flashed. Deacon Wu, why did we give up the official road and go through the forest? We are all people of Xianxia. If this were to spread, we would probably be laughed at. The few people that appeared were none other than Wuxia Xianxia and the others who came out of Guiyuan Yuan City in a sorry state. One-eyed dragon was being carried by someone. As for the corpse, it had already been disposed of so that it would not become a burden. The one who asked this question was Zhao Zhen, who was an expert in using a whip. His face was gloomy. Since when had the people of Xianxia been forced to this extent? Wuxia Xianxia's complexion was very ugly. He coldly snorted and said, I suspect that Mu Changkong will arrange people to kill us. We have offended his closed-door disciple. That Lin Fei is a vicious person. He will definitely encourage Mu Changkong to deal with us. If we don't go through the forest and go through the official road, are we just going to wait for Mu Changkong to kill us? Speaking of which, Wuxia Xianxia had never been in such a difficult situation. In a small Guiyuan Yuan city, they actually failed miserably. Not only did they lose 2 of their men, they were even threatened to flee into the forest, not daring to walk on the official road. This was simply a great humiliation. If it was just the Lin family, he would not have anything to worry about. After all, if the Lin family were to be destroyed, the other families would benefit from it. However, the heavens had played a joke on them. The Lin family had produced a genius. At such a young age, he had comprehended a concept, especially the concept of wind. Wuxia Xianxia's strength was in the middle stage of profound realm. Compared to that illusory concept, it was like snowflakes in the winter, untouchable. However, a kid who had not advanced to profound realm not only had terrifying combat strength, but also comprehended a concept. This made it difficult to deal with him. If it was just this, Wuxia Xianxia still had the confidence to kill the other party. However, after Mu Changkong made his move, his confidence completely collapsed. The words closed-door disciple had too much power. It was so powerful that Wuxia Xianxia did not dare to do anything disadvantageous to him. If he did, he would be the one to die. Moreover, he would die for nothing. No one would stand up for him. As soon as they left Guiyuan City, Wuxia Xianxia left with his men. He did not take the official road, but walked through the mountain forest for the sake of shaking off his pursuers. Our Xianxia cannot afford to offend the Rune Guild. However, a tiny Lin family like you actually dares to behave atrociously in front of Xianxia. Once we return and report the situation, the headquarters will definitely take action. Unless that Mu Changkong protects you 24/7, otherwise, the slightest negligence will be the time of your death. Wuxia Xianxia's eyes revealed a venomous expression. He hated that kid, Lin Fei. Since Mu Changkong could not afford to offend him, then he would shift all the blame onto Lin Fei. Wuxia Xianxia believed that the headquarters would definitely take action. The reason was very simple. A genius who was not even 20 years old yet had terrifying combat strength and had comprehended a concept. Once he matured, it would be equivalent to establishing a powerful enemy. Xianxia was not willing to see this happen. Therefore, the only way was to nip the danger in the bud. If Lin Fei had concealed it, then everything would have been fine. However, now that he was exposed, then he could not blame Xianxia for taking action. Even if Mu Changkong found out, it would be useless. A dead person had no value. Only the living person had value. Deep in his heart, Wuxia Xianxia was deeply regretful. If he knew this would happen, he would have killed that kid at the first moment. At that time, what closed-door disciple, what genius who comprehended a concept? They were just like the moon in the water. Once broken, they would cease to exist. Regret. When the others heard Wuxia Xianxia's words, their eyes revealed a horrified expression. In their eyes, Deacon Wu was decisive in killing. When had he ever been chased by someone? Rune Guild, Mu Changkong, a rank 5 runes master. At this moment, he had become a huge mountain, pressuring them to the point that they were unable to breathe. Wuxia Xianxia's strength was in the middle stage of mystic realm. However, he could not withstand the attacks of Mu Changkong, a rank 5 runes master. Therefore, he put down his dignity and chose to escape in a sorry state. Motherf *Ker, when we return to Xianxia, we will definitely teach that kid a lesson. Too arrogant. Sooner or later, we will annihilate the Lin family. Those people's faces were filled with anger. They moved even faster, as if they were afraid that Mu Changkong would appear at any time and kill them all. At night, the night was dark like water. It was a standard night where the wind was strong and the night was dark. Wuxia Xianxia and the others, who had been fleeing for a day, left the boundary of Guiyuan City. They were in a sorry state. They gathered together, lit a fire and sat together. Chapter 179. Bad luck, really bad luck. The journey during the day was tiring. Except for Wuxia Xianxia, the rest were very dissatisfied and had nowhere to vent their anger. The people of Xianxia were forced to this extent. No one would believe it, but the fact was that it happened, and they couldn't say anything. Therefore, they could only curse Lin Fei in their hearts. When we go back, we must tell the gang to teach Lin Fei a lesson. Another man stirred the firewood, and the flame rushed up, shooting out an angry face. 5 people came, 1 dead, 1 crippled, and fled in embarrassment. It was a great shame. Soon, it was midnight. There was no moonlight tonight, and the whole forest seemed very dark. From time to time, the roar of monsters echoed in the forest. After chasing all the way, everyone was very tired. They were not afraid of the Lin family. Mu Changkong, a level 5 runes master, they did not have the thought of fighting against him. When his runes formation was set up, they would be the first to die. Before becoming a level 5 runes master, they could at most use runes to attack. After becoming a level 5 runes master, they could set up runes formation and develop more powerful attacks. A level 5 runes master was invincible. There was a saying in the mainland that proved the power of a level 5 runes master. It was far from what ordinary people could fight against. They had offended the last disciple of a level 5 runes master. It was normal for them to be worried about being hunted down. A big shot had a big shot's mind, and it was hard to say when he would want to kill them. Xianxia was one of the top 10 gangs in the Fallen Dynasty. They had a strong background, but against the Rune Guild, victory or defeat was a one-sided situation. Therefore, they stayed behind to keep watch in the middle of the night. At this time, they actually felt like frightened birds. Mu Changkong was like a mountain on top of their heads, making them unable to breathe. It seemed that they would be crushed to death at any time if they were not careful. In the night, the roar of monsters was endless. A cool breeze blew past. The branches swayed and the grass swayed, showing the laws of nature. In the darkness of the night, a black shadow flashed past. It was so fast that no one could catch its movements. It was as if it was part of the wind, moving with the wind. The concept of wind is indeed a good thing. Lin Fei stood on top of the towering tree. Not far away, the bright fire was extremely conspicuous, like a lamp in the dark, guiding the way. After comprehending the concept of wind, dealing with Wuxia Xianxia and the others had long since become something that Lin Fei had to do. Before he left, Mu Changkong's words seemed to be secretly supporting him. Therefore, Lin Fei volunteered to kill Xianxia and the others. Lin Fei didn't want them to go back. To comprehend the concept of wind at the age of 17, he was definitely a terrifying existence. The people of Xianxia would definitely make a move on him to strangle a genius. Lin Fei was very clear about the melodramatic stories in novels. It was definitely not wrong to strike first. Killing them would prevent the news from spreading. Guiyuan City was so far away from Shanhe County, so there was more than enough time. If Xianxia wanted to know, they would need at least a month later. 1 month later, he would definitely become a profound practitioner. Lin Fei was very relieved. This was to buy time for him. This was the first reason, to prevent the news from leaking and to buy some time. After all, everyone knew what happened today. It would be difficult to hide it. It would happen sooner or later. Now, it was enough to buy time. Secondly, to adapt to combat. After comprehending the concept of wind, be it in terms of attack or speed, there was a huge increase. Previously, when he defeated the one-eyed man, he relied on his advantage in speed. Previously, the opponent's speed was very fast, which was why he was in danger. Later on, as his strength increased, the speed that the one-eyed man excelled in became extremely slow in his eyes, full of flaws. Thus, there was the scene of Lin Fei defeating the one-eyed man. After comprehending the concept of wind, experts in the 9th layer of the martial Dao were no longer a match for him. Lin Fei's target was the intermediate stage profound practitioner, Wuxia Xianxia. Lin Fei retracted his gaze. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as he licked the corner of his mouth in excitement. Great experience points. Since when did you guys have the chance to escape? All of it belongs to me, Lin Fei. Just as he was about to sneak into the night, Lin Fei couldn't help but reveal a trace of astonishment in his eyes. His face was filled with confusion and surprise. Damn, could it be that another branch has been opened? Ding, points mission activated. Within 1 day, kill Wuxia Xianxia and prevent them from reporting back. 1,000 points will be awarded if the mission is completed. If the mission is failed, 1 realm of strength will be deducted. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Fei felt depressed. What are these points for? Could it be something similar to reputation? Wasn't deducting a realm's worth of strength a little too disrespectful? How unlucky, how unlucky. In the open space beside the bonfire, a man poked at it and cursed, as if the bonfire was an enemy. Wang Jun was one of Wuxia Xianxia's subordinates. He was at the 9th layer of the martial Dao and was naturally skilled in assassination. He was a rather powerful assassin in the dark. He originally wanted to make a contribution, but in the end, he came back in a sorry state. With a wave of his left hand, a black knife appeared in his hand. Under the light of the bonfire, it released a cold white light, exuding a dangerous aura. If I make a move today, that kid will definitely die under my knife. He probably won't even be able to block a single strike from me. At that time, he won't be in such a sorry state. Wang Jun caressed the knife with a gentle look in his eyes as if he had become his wife. Suddenly, his ears twitched. He turned around and couldn't help but frown, revealing a puzzled expression. It felt like a gust of wind just now, but why do I feel uneasy? Could it be that I'm overthinking things? Right, that must be it. That old fellow Mu Changkong really brings a lot of pressure. Just as he turned around, a white light flashed before his eyes. Someone's here. His throat was slit. Wang Jun grabbed his throat with both hands as blood flowed down, dyeing his clothes red. Shortly after, he fell to the ground and his vision went black. Before he lost consciousness, he still couldn't figure out how he appeared. Merging myself into the wind can actually fool the eyes and ears of a 9th layer of the martial Dao. It's indeed a remarkable ability. Why don't I call it the stealth ability from now on? Beside the bonfire, Lin Fei's figure appeared. Looking at the corpse on the ground, he couldn't help but think. It was the first time that a stealthy assassination went so smoothly. Because it was the first time, Lin Fei's movements were very fast, but he still made some noise. Xiao Wang. Martial Dao practitioners were very sensitive. Not good, Wang Jun was killed. He just died. Immediately, someone rushed over. Seeing the still warm corpse on the ground, his face was full of anger. He didn't think that someone would dare to make a move on them. This person was also one of Wuxia Xianxia's subordinates. He was an expert in using a whip. At this moment, he was holding a black whip. The whip was like a poisonous snake, as if it wanted to bite. Wuxia Xianxia was also furious. Someone really dared to kill them. With Wang Jun's superb assassination ability, he died inexplicably. He didn't even have time to inform them. It must be Mu Changkong. Wuxia Xianxia took a look, and his face immediately sank. He revealed a deep vigilance, and his pupils contracted. That was a kind of fear, a fear that came from the depths of his soul. Mu Changkong, you assassinated our people from Tianxia. Despicable and shameless. If you have the guts, come out and let's fight for 300 rounds. Wuxia Xianxia's deep voice echoed in the vicinity. Assassinating Wang Jun, Wuxia Xianxia believed that other than Mu Changkong, there was no other person who could do this. The Rune Guild had too many runes. Runes masters had always been known for their mysteriousness. Low-level runes masters could ignore it, but middle-level runes masters had to be careful. The methods of runes masters were ever-changing and unimaginable. While Wuxia Xianxia was busy being vigilant. Suddenly, the subordinate behind him clutched his throat and fell to the ground. Blood flowed out of his mouth. His eyes were filled with unwillingness, as if he was saying something. Come out. You come out. Wuxia Xianxia's face was gloomy and scary. He kept roaring like a frightened wolf. Don't kill me, I don't want to die. Not far away, the crippled one-eyed man waved his hands and let out a scream. He followed the footsteps of his opponent and also had his throat slit. Even if the gods were here, they wouldn't be able to save him. 5 of his subordinates died in the blink of an eye. Wuxia Xianxia's pupils shrank and fear appeared in his heart. As a middle-level profound practitioner, he shouldn't be so flustered. Perhaps it was because of the 3 words, Mu Changkong, that he was scared out of his wits. In addition, his subordinate's throat was slit. As a middle-level profound practitioner, he actually couldn't grasp the opponent's movements. This was enough to prove that the opponent was stronger than him. Moreover, he couldn't find the opponent at such a close distance. 10,000-mile saber. Terrified, Wuxia Xianxia lost his calmness. Suddenly, a saber light rushed over. The sharp aura made his scalp go numb. He quickly retreated a few meters. Fast, too fast. Rip. The saber light slashed on Wuxia Xianxia's body. Instantly, countless wounds appeared and blood flowed out. Boom! Wuxia Xianxia, who was struck by the saber, smashed into a huge boulder. The boulder instantly shattered, but he didn't have it easy either. He vomited a large mouthful of blood. You're not Mu Changkong. Mu Changkong doesn't have such sharp attacks. Wuxia Xianxia stared ahead. As expected of the deacon of Tianxia. Your eyes are sharp. You can tell that I'm not Mu Changkong with a single glance. A certain person walked out from the darkness. It's you. This, it's you, was filled with endless anger. It was as if the person was his mortal enemy. It's you. You killed them. Wuxia Xianxia's eyes were filled with shock. He stared at Lin Fei, who came out. His expression was as painful as if he had lost his mother. He didn't expect that the mysterious person who killed his subordinates was actually Lin Fei, the Lin Fei who made them suffer. Chapter 180. After mastering the stealth divine ability, Lin Fei's use of the state of wind was extremely impressive. Combined with his tyrannical saber techniques, he managed to kill 2 of Wuxia Xianxia's subordinates, successfully completing his plan. The strength of the middle stage of the profound realm was not comparable to the early stage of the profound realm. Lin Fei did not dare to deal with Wuxia Xianxia right away. Once he was entangled, it would not be a good thing. Instead, he killed his subordinates first to shake his heart and attack his momentum, which would also avoid the trouble of reporting. As expected, Wuxia Xianxia's strength was outstanding. When he saw his subordinates being killed, he immediately thought that it was Mu Changkong's doing. His momentum was disrupted, and he fell into panic. In this way, Lin Fei naturally used it to kill another one. Under the stealth divine ability, he did it mysteriously, scaring Wuxia Xianxia once again. After observing the situation and seeing that Wuxia Xianxia had collapsed, he attacked quickly and fiercely, not giving Wuxia Xianxia a chance to resist. Unfortunately, under the intermediate battle skill, Wuxia Xianxia did not die. He was only injured. This guy was more difficult to deal with than he had expected. While you're sick, I'll take your life. Lin Fei flipped the dragon salure in his hand. Under the stealth divine ability, he instantly closed the distance and slashed down, taking Wuxia Xianxia's life. That's right, I killed them all. You can go down now. Wuxia Xianxia was at least at the middle stage of the profound realm. Even though he was caught off guard, he still had a certain amount of fighting strength. He was shocked in his heart, this guy can't be left alive, he hid too well. Clang clang. 2 blades immediately shot out from his sleeves, transforming into 2 white lights that rushed towards Lin Fei's face. He took the opportunity to dodge and escape from the attack, while a huge crack was split open on the ground. It was pitch black and emitted a cold aura. After making his move, Lin Fei was on guard at all times. The other party was injured, so he definitely would not give Wuxia Xianxia a chance to recover. Every move was fatal, not giving his opponent a chance to catch his breath. If it was in the past, Lin Fei would definitely not have been a match for him. In the eyes of the other party, his movements were full of flaws and could be easily broken through. But now, he had grasped the concept of wind. His might had surpassed before, and his control of speed had entered a whole new level. Even though Wuxia Xianxia had the strength of an intermediate profound practitioner, it was still extremely difficult for him to deal with Lin Fei, who had comprehended a concept. Moreover, his opponent's saber techniques were ferocious and swift, and they were constantly besieging him. Moments later, Wuxia Xianxia's body was covered with wounds. Blood dripped from them, and his face turned pale. Old dog, let's see how much blood you can shed. Lin Fei snorted coldly. With a flash of his saber light, he attacked Wuxia Xianxia again. Originally, the saber technique could not match his speed. Now that he had used it, it actually felt like they were fusing. This was also Wuxia Xianxia's bad luck. If he had encountered other concept geniuses, this situation would definitely not have happened. After all, Lin Fei had grasped the concept of wind. This was a concept that outsiders could only look up to in terms of speed. How fast was the wind? Even martial artists would find it difficult to reach this level. Comprehending the concept of wind was equivalent to being the wind, a person of the wind. When it came to attack speed, others could only execute 3 saber attacks in one breath. A genius who had comprehended a concept could execute 10 saber attacks in one breath. Gap, this was the gap. No wonder. Wuxia Xianxia was in a sorry state. He had dodged this saber attack, but he could not block the following one. Moreover, his opponent's saber techniques were fierce and vicious, and they could kill. Damned stinking brat, just how did he cultivate? Comprehending the concept of wind is one thing, but that saber technique is simply too deadly. Especially that saber technique, even my protective aura couldn't block it. Right now, I have less than 40% of my combat strength left. If I don't heal myself soon, I will be exhausted to death. Wuxia Xianxia panicked and tried to leave the battlefield. However, facing the unrelenting Lin Fei, he could not find an opportunity. Moreover, he had to be on guard at all times to avoid this brat's strange moves. Brat, you killed my Tianxia's people and even ambushed me. When I return, I will definitely teach you a lesson. After Wuxia Xianxia dodged another attack, his face was full of anger. However, there was a trace of pride in his eyes. Doppelganger battle technique, second revolution doppelganger. Wuxia Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood. His face suddenly paled like a dead man's face. On his left and right, 2 figures that looked exactly like Wuxia Xianxia appeared. Next time, I will definitely exterminate your Lin family. The 3 figures split into 3 and fled in 3 different directions. Not good. Lin Fei's face darkened. He had finally found an opportunity to split up and attack, which led to the current situation. However, Wuxia Xianxia had unexpectedly used an auxiliary battle technique. If Wuxia Xianxia escaped, he would definitely be in big trouble. He could not let him escape. Lin Fei immediately had a plan in his mind. However, Lin Fei felt a headache coming on in 3 different directions. He had comprehended the state of wind, and his speed had greatly increased. However, if he kept going back and forth, that old dog might actually succeed and escape from this forest. If that happened, he would have gained more than he lost. In the forest. Wuxia Xianxia's pale face. If he suddenly appeared, he would probably scare many people to death. This was because his face was too pale, without a trace of blood. A rank 7 monstrous beast leapt out from the darkness. It bit at Wuxia Xianxia's neck, seemingly wanting to kill him in one move. Unexpectedly, that pale man pointed out a finger and a bloody hole suddenly appeared in the monstrous beast's head. It fell down with a boom, smashing through many trees. Cough, cough, cough. Wuxia Xianxia vomited blood again. He leaned against a tree and gasped for breath. Looking back, he did not see that stinking brat chasing after him. He could not help but put down a rock. Little brat, no matter how good your methods are, you still have to suffer under me. I reckon that your expression will be very good after killing a doppelganger. In order to escape from the opponent, Wuxia Xianxia had no choice but to use an auxiliary battle technique. Using his blood and qi, he created 2 doppelgangers, one on the left and one on the right. Including the original body, there were 3 in total. This auxiliary battle technique consumed a lot of blood and qi. Every time it was used, it would consume blood and qi. It would take 3 months to recover, and within these 3 months, he would not be able to use martial arts. Wuxia Xianxia hated himself for accidentally falling into the trap. Otherwise, he would have been ambushed and become a stray dog. He had to use a battle technique to create doppelgangers before he could leave proudly. Stinking brat, you have displayed such a strong innate ability. You are also the enemy of Xianxia. Xianxia is destined to kill you. The better you perform, the faster you will die. After cursing in his heart, Wuxia Xianxia did not dare to stay any longer. He continued to run forward. Wuxia Xianxia did not dare to underestimate Lin Fei, who had comprehended the concept of wind. In his injured state, Lin Fei might really be able to catch up. Taking advantage of the doppelganger attracting the opponent's attention, he first pulled away. Old dog, you ran really far. You can take a rest now. Wuxia Xianxia, who was running, had his mind completely focused. He was clearly very tired. He subconsciously replied, yes, I do need to rest. That little brat is probably still busy chasing after the doppelganger. However, just as he finished speaking, Wuxia Xianxia suddenly stopped. His eyes revealed a terrified expression as he looked at Lin Fei, who was standing not far away. How did you catch up? The one in front of him was Lin Fei. Wuxia Xianxia's heart suffered a blow again. He muttered to himself, my battle technique doppelganger is unique. How did you see through it? What is going on? His battle technique doppelganger had an extremely strong deceptive ability. Because the doppelganger was mixed with his own aura, it looked like the real thing. It was a battle technique awarded by Xianxia. Ever since he started cultivating it, even though he had only cultivated 2 doppelganger, he had avoided many attacks and survived until now. But now, the battle technique doppelganger that he was so proud of had been seen through by a brat who was still wet behind his ears. Looking at the other's appearance, it seemed that the other had been tailing him all along. He did not know anything about it and was instead feeling complacent. Silent slaps kept falling on his own face. Your battle technique is only good for deceiving people. In my eyes, it is useless. Do you really think that those 2 doppelganger can deceive me? Although that was what he said, Lin Fei was still very surprised. If it was not for the system, he might have really been fooled this time. Those doppelganger had a certain aura and even a certain level of strength. They were the best at deceiving people. Unfortunately, in front of the system, they were like a naked woman with nowhere to hide. The doppelganger had an aura and strength, but unfortunately, it was missing one thing, sin points. That's right, sin points. In this area, Wuxia Xianxia was the only one who carried so many sin points. He was like a moving monster. If Lin Fei was so stupid that he did not know this, then he should really bang his head against the wall. Even if Wuxia Xianxia was beaten to death, he would never know that what had exposed him was none other than something called sin value. Wuxia Xianxia probably did not know that killing people would give sin points. Hearing that, Wuxia Xianxia was even more terrified. The battle technique doppelganger that he was so proud of was not effective. Did that mean that he was going to die? Plop. Wuxia Xianxia knelt on the ground and kowtowed, begging for mercy. Uncle Lin, don't kill me, I'm just an errand boy. The Li family asked me to do this. Lin Fei landed on the ground and stood a few feet away. Wuxia Xianxia lowered his head, a light flashed in his eyes. Uncle Lin, as long as you let me go, I can pretend that I don't know anything. I promise that no one will disturb you, and I can even help you catch the remaining members of the Li family. Lin Fei frowned and seemed to be thinking. Wuxia Xianxia, who was kneeling, suddenly raised his head and revealed a sinister smile. Kid, go to hell. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 rays of white light formed a triangle and rushed over, wanting to kill Lin Fei. However, the 3 rays of white light missed. The figure was just an afterimage. At that moment, Wuxia Xianxia's sinister smile froze. I knew that someone like you would not be so kind. I knew that you would make a move. A ray of light flashed in Wuxia Xianxia's eyes. Then, he saw his headless corpse fall to the ground. Chapter 181. Whoosh. Lin Fei breathed a sigh of relief. He's finally dead. Killing a mid-stage profound practitioner had consumed a lot of Lin Fei's energy. As someone who had transmigrated from Earth, he was not the kind of fool who would fight to the death with a knife. That would definitely be foolish. Lin Fei had learned nothing else in college, but he had learned how to calculate in battle. Tonight, he had personally experienced it. From the beginning to the end, nothing went wrong, and he had killed Wuxia Xianxia perfectly. Although he had almost fallen into a trap at the last moment, it was overall a good result. Another 1 million experience points. Am I going to level up soon? Lin Fei grinned, and his laughter echoed in the forest, startling many birds. After he advanced into the 9th level of the martial Dao, Lin Fei had killed a few more experts, and there was even an expert at the intermediate stage of the profounder realm amongst them. First of all, he did not calculate how much reputation points he would get after exchanging them for sin points. If he exchanged them for experience points, it would definitely be a lot. After all, advancing from the 9th heavenly layer to the profound practitioner only required a few million experience points. After a moment of excitement, Lin Fei went to clean up the corpses. The people of Xianxia had died outside. If their corpses were exposed, they might be discovered by others, and they would immediately associate it with Gue Yuan City. This was not what Lin Fei wanted to see. After finding a place, Lin Fei raised his knife and instantly dug a pit of several feet in size and a depth of 4 to 5 meters. I hope you will be good people in your next life. While Lin Fei said that, his hands were not idle. He was collecting the spoils of war. After killing a lot of people, he gradually liked to plunder the spoils of war. First was the silver, and then the gold. There should be more than 100,000 taels of silver. As for the silver, Lin Fei did not care about it. He still had a lot of silver and gold in his space, at least a few million taels of silver. 9 stars chain arrow skill. They found a secret manual of a mysterious technique on each of the 5 of them. In the Xiantian continent, secret manuals were generally kept in private storage. Thus, it was most likely that they were carried on their person. No wonder that fellow is so powerful. This archery secret manual is a high-grade yellow-level book. If I were to sell it, it would definitely fetch at least 500,000 silver taels. Snake-like whip technique. This is useless to me, but I can sell it for money. Lin Fei had kept the 2 secret manuals from before. He intended to find a place to sell them off. Beep, the point system has been activated. The recycling system can be activated now. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded in Lin Fei's mind. Recycling system? Lin Fei was slightly startled. Then, a look of joy appeared on his face. He couldn't help but feel excited. F***ck, this leveling system is too awesome. Killing people and robbing them of their goods was bound to be troublesome. It was hard to say when they would fail miserably. When he heard that the recycling system had appeared, Lin Fei wanted to hug it and give it a kiss. Even the heavens were helping him. Turn on the recycling system. A huge funnel appeared in front of Lin Fei. It looked the same as usual, except that this funnel was made of metal. The leveling system came with a recycling system. Lin Fei didn't know about it at all. If he hadn't been reminded tonight, he wouldn't even have known about the existence of such a recycling system. Lin Fei immediately read the instructions for the recycling system. He had to admit that this leveling system was very user-friendly. As long as one wasn't illiterate, they would understand the instructions. After a while, Lin Fei revealed a strange expression. Could it be that this leveling system is very useful for accumulating points? Ever since the point system had been activated, Lin Fei hadn't had time to check it out. After browsing through it, he understood the function of the recycling system. No matter what item it was, the system would wave its hand and exchange it for points. Silver recycling, 10,000 for only 10 points. This is too much. Low-grade yellow-level Xian skills are only worth 100 points. What recycling system? After looking at the recycling ratio, Lin Fei was also speechless. This recycling ratio, which bastard came up with it? He wanted to grab it and chop it a few times. Low-grade yellow-level Xian skills outside started at tens of thousands. The better ones could sell for hundreds of thousands without a problem. The recycling system only gave 100 points. After nagging for a while, Lin Fei pondered for a while. Since he had free time, why not open the point system and take a look? When the time came, he could decide whether to recycle it or not. Of course, Lin Fei felt like he was playing a game. Killing people gave experience points. After killing people and robbing them, there was a recycling system immediately. He opened the point system. Player Lin Fei, 1,100 points remaining. After the point system was activated, he had obtained a total of 2 points. Lin Fei remembered it very clearly. He opened the point system. On the interface, a list of 1-star to 10-star missions immediately appeared, just like the missions on the taskbar. The missions here were represented by asterisks, ranging from 1 star to 10 star. After 10 stars, the interface was gray. Obviously, it couldn't be opened. Could it be that I can purchase missions with points in exchange for experience points? Isn't that the same as the daily missions? The points system. Seeing such a function, Lin Fei's face showed an incredulous expression. Since he had the upgrade system, Lin Fei's upgrade speed had been very fast. But after seeing the upgrade system now, he understood that it seemed that the ability of the upgrade system had been truly developed at this moment. Lin Fei couldn't wait to open a 1-star mission. 1-star mission, kill the flower thief Wang Yang, time limit of 1 month, mission completion reward 300,000 experience, 500 points, 600,000 experience points deducted if not completed within the time limit. 1-star mission, kill the bandit leader, time limit of 1 month, mission completion reward 200,000 experience, 300 points, 400,000 experience points deducted if not completed within the time limit. Hiss. Lin Fei secretly took a breath of cold air. Well, with this point mission system, it will be much more convenient to upgrade. After a brief look at the rules, the number of points needed to be paid according to the mission accepted. 1-star mission, each mission required 100 points. Lin Fei went to look at the 2-star assignments, and after he glanced through them, he realized that only those in the profounder realm would have the confidence to complete the 2-star assignments. For example, killing someone could earn millions of experience points and thousands of points. If the mission was not completed, the system's punishment was also very severe. It could be said that it was a high-risk, high-reward mission. The 2-star mission was already so terrifying, so Lin Fei decisively did not look at the following missions. In addition, Lin Fei also found that in addition to the single mission, there were missions actively issued by the system. In game terms, this was a random mission, and if you were lucky enough to complete it, you could get an unexpected reward. Could it be that only points can be exchanged for this mission? It had to be said that the online otaku had a different way of thinking. After searching in the points interface, he found what he wanted. Oh, there really is a point store. There was a store for online games. If the upgrade system did not have a store, Lin Fei would feel abnormal. At first, he did not pay much attention to it. But as the points interface opened, Lin Fei realized that he had neglected the points store. After opening the interface, a store interface appeared before him. The store interface was divided into 7 categories: lifestyle, pills, weapons, mystic arts, armor, pets, and special items. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. But soon, he found that the items in the point store were ridiculously expensive. A supreme grade chi gathering pill actually cost 10,000 points. Lin Fei almost vomited blood. What a black-hearted system. The other pills easily cost tens of thousands or even 100,000 points. It was almost a death sentence. Life and death pill, 10 million points. Heaven-breaking pill, 50 million points. Lin Fei changed the content dispiritedly. On the Mystic Arts interface. Wind God's Leg, yellow grade, 30,000 points. Invincible Vajra Body, yellow grade, 10,000 points. Lin Fei was dealt a heavy blow, and his face was expressionless. He finally understood why the recycling rate was so low. What a profiteer, what a profiteer. A yellow grade item was only worth 100 points. Lin Fei almost cursed out loud. What the heck? This was too much of a scam. He had wanted to buy a mystic art manual, but when he saw the price, Lin Fei became a coward. He could not afford it, and he could not afford it. How many people did he have to kill to accumulate enough points? He exited the point system. Recycled. Whip techniques and archery techniques were both unpopular. Lin Fei directly recycled them. Successfully recycled 100,000 taels of silver. 100 points awarded. Successfully recycled 9 stars rapid archery technique. 1,000 points awarded. A yellow grade superior grade item gave out 1,000 points. Lin Fei was quite surprised. Compared to yellow grade superior grade mystic arts, which could easily cost tens of thousands of points, 1,000 points was not worth mentioning. After clearing 4 corpses, only Wuxia Xianxia's corpse was left. A large number of items emerged from Wuxia Xianxia's corpse. From his cheap father, Lin Fei knew that anyone who became a mystic cultivator would have 100 treasures bag. This 100 treasures bag was bound to the owner. Once the owner died, the items in the bag would immediately drop. Hence, the scene of the boss dropping items appeared. First, he recycled the silver. He actually recycled 500 points. After that, there were many mystic arts manuals on the ground, which surprised Lin Fei. This Wuxia Xianxia had collected quite a lot of things, but it was a pity that they had all dropped in one go. Lin Fei was delighted. Recycled 13 devil cloud hands, yellow grade, 100 points. Recycled. Wuxia Xianxia had quite a number of secret manuals. Without guessing, Lin Fei knew that these secret manuals must have been obtained by killing people and then given to him. Not bad, not bad. I have 7,400 points in one go. Although it had not exceeded 10,000 points, his harvest tonight was quite good. He had not even exchanged the sin points for reputation points yet. The battle technique, doppelganger technique, is quite useful to me. Lin Fei recycled almost all the secret manuals in Wuxia Xianxia's hands, leaving only this one in his hands. Battle technique, doppelganger technique. This was a support battle technique. Wuxia Xianxia's strength was not high. He split himself into 2 and almost fell for Wuxia Xianxia's trick. Lin Fei slightly furrowed his brows as he consumed his qi and blood to use this doppelganger technique. He did not like it very much. This doppelganger technique was quite useful, but it had too many flaws. It would be great if I could modify this doppelganger technique. Chapter 182. What's going on? Lin Fei's originally relaxed eyebrows furrowed again, almost forming the character, Chuan. In fact, he was also curious about what the leveling system was up to this time. It was understandable that the point system and the recycling system popped up tonight. However, Lin Fei was very surprised that a branch of Xian art had popped up. Open it. Lin Fei was not that kind of fool. After pondering for a moment, he immediately opened the system. He had an idea. Maybe the opening of the branch had something to do with the mysterious art manual in hand. As soon as the interface appeared, an 8 trigrams furnace appeared on it. The center was empty and seemed to be able to store things. The first thing Lin Fei did was to check the manual, wanting to know what the function of this branch was. When he browsed through it, a shocked expression appeared on his face. Damn, the recycling system just now was already amazing. I didn't expect another amazing branch to pop up now. Lin Fei didn't know how to explain it. This branch of Xian Qi strengthening was simply like a dream. Just as he was about to doze off, someone immediately sent him a pillow. After checking it, this branch turned out to be the upgrade system, which was added later. Using the system's heaven-defying function, it derived another cultivation technique. In layman's terms, the system used this mysterious art as a blueprint to strengthen an even more powerful mysterious art. This was the original and the foundation of the branch. Lin Fei's mouth was so wide open that a duck's egg could be stuffed inside. Unfortunately, this special function was only activated once a month. Fortunately, it was free. There was a long time between this month and the next. Lin Fei couldn't help but think about it. If the combat skill clone was strengthened by the system, what would it be like? After mastering the concept of wind, his strength improved rapidly. Soon, he would go to Xianxia County. At that time, there would be danger everywhere. Lin Fei felt that it was not enough. He had to improve his strength. If the combat skill clone was strengthened and reached his expectations, it could become another trump card of his. Soon, Lin Fei made up his mind. Once a month, it was just right for this combat skill. According to the information he had heard, auxiliary combat skills were relatively rare. Wuxia Xianxia's combat skill, Doppelganger, could be considered a unique existence. If it wasn't for the fact that it consumed too much vitality, this combat skill might have been a powerful attack. What a pity, what a pity. Activate upgrade. After storing the secret manual, Lin Fei placed it in the center of the 8 trigrams furnace and clicked to open it. Boom. The entire 8 trigrams furnace burned with raging flames, and a red progress bar appeared below. Looking at it, it needed 3 or 4 stars. God bless, you must succeed. He exited the leveling system. He kicked Wuxia Xianxia's corpse down and immediately covered it back up. He then used a rune's divine art and the ground returned to its original state. No one could tell that there was a corpse underneath. Not bad, not bad. It's a must-have item for killing. After checking the surroundings and making sure there was nothing left behind, Lin Fei used his stealth technique and melded into the night, disappearing without a trace. After traveling for 100 miles, Lin Fei found a safe place. After a busy night, his stomach was already grumbling with hunger. He caught a wild rabbit, skinned it, and cleaned its internal organs. Soon, he started a fire, and the crackling sound of it could be heard. After the wild rabbit meat was cooked, Lin Fei grabbed it and took a bite. As a cultivator, the hot air did not affect him at all. It did not burn his internal organs. After eating the rabbit, he leaped onto a towering tree and lay lazily on it. I've killed so many people and collected a lot of sin points. It's time to exchange them for reputation points. The matter of Xianxia County was approaching, and Lin Fei felt a lot of pressure, especially since he had killed the people of Xianxia tonight. It was better to be safe than sorry. His strength was still too low. Therefore, Lin Fei decided to rush to the innate realm as soon as possible. Exchange all my reputation points. Exchanging reputation points. Exchange successful. Exchange for experience points. After killing the people of Li family and Xianxia, Lin Fei's reputation points had reached over 1,000, and all of them were experience points. Lin Fei could see that the EXP bar had reached its peak, but it was stuck at the end, and the EXP bar couldn't be added. In order to level up, Lin Fei had exchanged all his reputation points for experience points. That was tens of millions of experience points. Ding, congratulations to player for reaching the 9th level of the martial path. Ding, Mystic Realm promotion mission activated. Although he had guessed it before, after reaching the martial path's perfection realm, he found that his body's essence chi had reached the peak, and the benefits were unprecedented. Could it be that there was a perfection realm in the 9 levels of the martial path? Lin Fei had not heard of such a realm, but his current state had completely surpassed the 9 levels of the martial path, and he seemed to be just a step away from the mystic realm. Strange, strange. This leveling system is the same as an online game. After reaching the perfection realm, random missions will appear, and I can only level up after completing them. Lin Fei suddenly understood. After the system's voice sounded, a large wheel appeared. It was colorful, and it was filled with missions. Do you want to start the lottery? Lin Fei was speechless when he saw such a random lottery. Lottery. The large wheel that had stopped moving instantly began to spin. As it spun, it was impossible to distinguish the color, and the content could not be seen. The speed was too fast. Lin Fei felt uneasy. He was too anxious just now. If he had known this would happen, he would have checked the specific missions. Forget it, it depends on luck. Lin Fei returned to normal, and he prayed in his heart that it was not a difficult mission. Stop. The large wheel that was originally spinning slowed down, and colors appeared. Creak. Under Lin Fei's eager gaze, the large wolf finally stopped, and the needle landed on one of the black plates. Realm promotion mission activated. Obtain first place in the runes competition within a month. Reward, 5 million experience points, 10,000 points. There is a chance to obtain additional rewards. Lin Fei was stunned for a moment. His luck seemed to be very good to be able to get such a mission. 5 million experience points, 10,000 points, and additional random rewards. Lin Fei was indeed tempted. Not to mention the experience points, just the additional experience points alone might give him a divine weapon. His heart started to daydream. After daydreaming, Lin Fei felt a lot of pressure again. This year's runes competition would not be so easy to obtain. Lin Fei could not help but think of that old fox. There were geniuses in the Rune Guild. Why did he have to make him participate and give him such a big hat? From this, it seemed that the runes competition would definitely be filled with difficulties. Perhaps there were many geniuses in the other big cities. With the gathering of geniuses, the difficulty would naturally increase. As he continued thinking, Lin Fei felt that the situation was as such. It seemed that he had been tricked by that old fox again. Dawn was approaching. Lin Fei sat cross-legged on a tree. His essence, qi, and spirit were at their peak. He did not feel tired at all. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and stood up. It's time. Strengthening mystic art completed. Opening the branch interface, the 8 trigrams furnace stopped burning. A secret manual appeared in his bag. With a thought, it appeared in his hand. It still looked the same, but it had changed a lot. Lin Fei could not wait to open it and read it. The strengthened doppelganger combat technique was extremely profound. Lin Fei felt like he had obtained a great treasure. He was extremely excited, as if he was afraid that someone would snatch it from him. An hour later, Lin Fei rubbed his forehead. His eyes were filled with excitement. Amazing. Truly amazing. After the 8 trigrams furnace was modified, the doppelganger combat technique had undergone great changes. First of all, it no longer consumed qi and blood. It had become a cultivation technique and did not require any special means. After the strengthening, the doppelganger combat technique would drop by 2 realms. In other words, it would be the 7th heavenly layer of the martial path. Once the doppelganger was killed, it would affect the original body. The 7th heavenly layer of the martial path is enough. Lin Fei thought that the strength of the doppelganger would be around the 5th heavenly layer of the martial path. He did not expect it to be the 7th heavenly layer of the martial path. Learning the doppelganger combat technique. A system notification immediately appeared. A warm current rose and turned into essence, entering Lin Fei's body. This was equivalent to learning the doppelganger combat technique. If Wuxia Xianxia knew that in order to learn this battle skill, he had spent a full 10 years, while the other party had only spent a moment, he would probably die with regrets. Doppelganger combat technique. Lin Fei called out in a low voice. Then, a mysterious feeling rose in Lin Fei's heart, as if something was about to break out of the ground. This feeling came and went quickly. What a magical doppelganger combat technique. In just a moment, Lin Fei found that there was a black doppelganger beside him, expressionless, like a puppet. Lin Fei looked at himself, looked up and down, and found that it was exactly the same as himself. Attack that tree. Under the command, the doppelganger used the stealth divine ability, and the hand knife hit the towering tree. Walala, the towering tree was blasted open a huge hole. What a strong attack. Lin Fei immediately stopped the doppelganger. A doppelganger was so powerful. The attack just now was clearly his own saber attack. It seemed that the doppelganger knew his own Xian art, especially the stealth divine ability. When it was used, it was like an assassin in the dark. Good, it will be much more convenient to have this doppelganger in the future. Lin Fei wanted to summon another one, but he did not succeed. After reading the secret manual, he knew that his current strength was only 1. He needed to wait until he was a Xian realm expert before he could summon the second one, and this doppelganger combat technique could summon 9 of him. Just one was so powerful, wouldn't it be even more terrifying if there were 9 of him? He didn't dare to continue thinking about it. After the upgrade system strengthened the doppelganger combat technique, it would be so powerful. Lin Fei had never heard of this doppelganger combat technique that could have such a powerful attack. Once he was split, he would only drop 2 realms. It was too magical. Come back. Chapter 183. What? They were all taken care of by you? In the secret chamber of the Lin family. When Lin Jintian heard Lin Fei's words, he was in a state of shock. His gaze was as if he was looking at a strange person. Just how strong was his son? Big brother Lin Xiao and second brother Lin Feng were also dumbfounded. Was this still their third brother? Unknowingly, they had a feeling of looking up to him. 2 cultivators at the 9th level of the martial Dao and 1 at the middle stage of the profound realm were killed just like that? Genius, a monstrous genius. Lin Fei shrugged his shoulders. If he had known this would happen, he would have only killed a few people. This was too exaggerated. Yes. I killed the deacon's subordinates first. Lin Fei gave a simple account of what happened. Lin Jintian kept nodding his head, revealing a look of approval. A person's strength did not lie in his strength, but in his schemes. His son had surpassed his master. Good job. Lin Jintian laughed. Looks like I don't have to worry about you anymore. Previously, when Lin Fei suggested to fight alone, Lin Jintian had been worried that something might happen. The strength of a middle-stage profound realm expert was not easy to deal with. He thought that it would be a draw, but who would have thought, these are the secret manuals that will be brought back. When the time comes, I will arrange for the disciples of the family to cultivate them. Lin Fei took out the secret manuals again. Even if they were all taken back, don't forget that the system recorded everything and quickly wrote it down after returning. There was no loss. Lin Jintian naturally accepted it with a smile. You guys go out first. Father has something to say to your third brother. After Lin Jintian gave some instructions, he let Lin Xiao and Lin Feng go out first. After they left, Lin Jintian suddenly looked at Lin Fei and said, You went out to kill the people of Xianxia and had a lot of opportunities. Looking at you, you should have entered the Great Perfection realm, right? Lin Fei was shocked. He could even see that. I heard that after the 9 heavens of the martial path is the profound practitioner realm. Could there really be a complete realm? Lin Fei voiced out his doubts. Lin Jintian chuckled as he said, There's something you're unaware of. The perfection of the 9th level of the martial Dao is a realm that's extremely difficult to enter, and it requires special fortuitous encounters. Once one enters the perfection, then one's control of profound energy would attain a miraculous state, and one's strength would surpass the 9th level of the martial Dao and be barely able to go against initial stage profounders. Could it be that very few people can enter the Great Perfection realm? Indeed, very few. In our Gue Yuan city, the number of people who have entered the perfection realm can be counted with one's fingers. Your father, I, have never entered. Lin Jintian looked at his son with envy and jealousy. Entering the martial Dao 9th level Great Perfection, Lin Fei could feel that his control of qi had reached a new level. He could control it freely and move it with his heart. Father, why did you ask me to stay? Lin Fei changed the topic. He asked. Lin Jintian's face revealed a complicated look. You can choose whether to go or not. Father will not make things difficult for you. City Lord Su Cheng has sent an invitation and asked you to go in person. What banquet? Lin Fei asked. Lin Jintian praised. Hearing the invitation from the city lord, the first thing he wanted to do was not to know why, but to first ask about the nature of the banquet. He was as calm as a cucumber, his brain turned quickly. City Lord's daughter, Su Xiaoxiao's 18th birthday. Oh. Lin Fei said, so it's a birthday banquet. I wonder if father has any inside information. Lin Jintian shook his head. Our Lin family and the city lord's relationship is ordinary. If I'm not wrong, it should be because of Su Xiaoxiao. As for why you are invited, I'm afraid that your recent performance is beyond the imagination of the city lord. Lin Fei was surprised. This city lord looking for me, is he trying to test me? Do I have the guts to be his son-in-law? Or is he trying to rope me in? 5 years ago, the previous Lin Fei caused a huge disaster. As a result, the Lin family and the city lord's family had quite a bit of conflict. Later on, the Lin family was attacked by the other families. This is the invitation, you can decide for yourself. Lin Jintian put down the invitation. Okay. Young master, you're back. After returning from the secret room, Lin Fei was still pondering about the invitation. After clarifying a little, the city lord showed his goodwill. The Zhang family was controlled, the Li family was destroyed, and the other families were not worth mentioning. The Lin family once again stood at the peak of Gui Yuan City. Maybe they would have to fight against the city lord. The city lord sending out an invitation became very normal. As for the specific reason, Lin Fei could not think of a reason. Thus, he was thinking along the way. When he heard Qing Luan's voice, he came back to his senses. Come here, let young master hug you. Lin Fei stretched out his hands and teased. Qing Luan's face turned red. She moved lightly and dodged. Young master, you're so bad. When he was free, Lin Fei liked to tease Qing Luan. He liked Qing Luan's shyness, that kind of hazy beauty, very happy, very cheerful. While playing, Lin Fei inadvertently discovered that on Qing Luan's face, there was a trace of cold air, and her complexion became a lot worse. Since the last time when he came back from the Rune Guild, Lin Fei found out that there was a problem. At first, he did not care much about it, thinking that it was scared out of her. But looking at it again today, that cold air revealed a sense of danger. Lin Fei grabbed Qing Luan's small hand, and a cold air hit him. His whole body felt like it was in a cold winter. The profound qi in his body revolved, only then could he break this cold. Young master, are you okay? Qing Luan exclaimed. Lin Fei waved his hand, and his palm was covered with a layer of profound qi. He frowned and thought to himself, what a sharp cold air, it can actually freeze people. This is too strange. Fortunately, my 9 revolutions mental cultivation method is better than ordinary mental cultivation methods, otherwise I would be in trouble. That cold air just now seemed to want to freeze people's internal organs. If it was someone else, under the cold air, they would definitely be injured, seriously injured. I'm fine. Lin Fei spat out a white breath. Don't move, let me take a good look. Qing Luan did not dare to say anything. She was worried in her heart. This cold air came out without her knowing. Every night at midnight, her whole body would be cold and painful, afraid that something would happen to young master. This time, Lin Fei was much smarter. He activated the Heavenly Dipper Dragon Tiger body to prevent the cold air from wreaking havoc. Once the profound qi entered Qing Luan's body, Lin Fei immediately frowned. He was shocked. What was going on? Why was Qing Luan's body like an ice house, as if it wanted to freeze everything? Your cold yin qi, when did it appear? Lin Fei did not dare to check again, because his profound qi had agitated the cold yin qi. Qing Luan's face turned pale, and her body trembled. She hurriedly stopped and cut off the profound qi. She was quickly disintegrated by the cold yin qi and turned into nothingness. All along, the 9 revolutions mental cultivation method could devour profound qi, which was considered terrifying. He did not expect that the cold yin qi in Qing Luan's body was not inferior to his. This was just the beginning. What about in the future? Lin Fei did not dare to imagine. Ever since Qing Luan became his personal maid, Lin Fei treated her as his own woman, and a cute Lolita at that. Qing Luan explained the situation. Indeed, it was accidentally opened during the last assassination. Every midnight, the cold yin qi would increase sharply. Lin Fei was not considered knowledgeable, but at least he understood that this cold yin qi would definitely not appear for no reason. If he did not gather the cold yin qi and turn it into a force in his body, the impact would be great. Young master, am I going to die? Qing Luan said pitifully. No, you won't die. With young master here, no one can take your life. You are my maid. Lin Fei said firmly. No matter what, young master will get rid of your cold yin qi. After killing Xianxia, Lin Fei was in a good mood. However, the matter with Qing Luan made Lin Fei's mood irritable. It was not easy for him to have such a Lolita girl, and she was so likable. It was really unpleasant for such a thing to happen. The next day, Lin Fei immersed himself in the family's library, flipping through the information, wanting to find out the problem and find a way to deal with it. After a day, almost all the secret books in the library were flipped through, causing the guards of the library to be confused, not understanding what was going on. Found it, finally found it. Hard work paid off. Just as Lin Fei was about to give up, he finally found the information. Pure yin body, pure yin qi. Lin Fei was dumbfounded. Where did such a rare body come from? The information simply stated that the pure yin body was a rare body. It was no different from when one was young, but once one reached a certain age, the pure yin body would be activated and the body would produce pure yin qi. Once a person with such a body appeared, they would become a cultivation genius. A special body would create a special genius. In the Xiantian continent, as long as a person with the pure yin body appeared, the big sects would fight over it and nurture it into a super expert. People with the pure yin body could be said to be a treasure. They were the future pillars of the big sections. F***CK, this is the ancestral grave emitting green smoke. Lin Fei was surprised. I only have my current strength because of the upgrade system, but people with the pure yin body cultivate like a rocket. This is too much. According to the information, people with the pure yin body were blessed by the heavens. Cultivating was as easy as eating. Some people could break through a realm in a year, while others could break through in 2 or 3 months. Gap, a real gap. It wasn't that Lin Fei had never been defeated before. After reading the information about the pure yin body, his face was filled with depression. This continent wasn't as simple as he thought. It says that once the pure yin body produces pure yin qi, one must cultivate a yin attribute Xian technique to condense the pure yin qi. Otherwise, if the pure yin qi spreads throughout the body, one will die from the pure yin qi. Lin Fei hurriedly searched. In the library, there were countless Xian techniques, but there was a lack of yin attribute Xian techniques. He couldn't even find a first-rate Xian technique. Damn it, why is it like this? Lin Fei was annoyed. This was the sorrow of a small family. He couldn't even find a single yin attribute Xian technique. Chapter 184. Lin Fei, who was in a dilemma, suddenly heard the news and immediately flew into a rage. His hand moved like lightning and grabbed the collar of the guard. What did you say? The guard's forehead was full of cold sweat as he stuttered. Blue Wan was kidnapped, our men couldn't stop it. Lin Fei was still worried about the pure yin body a moment ago, but he didn't expect that someone would kidnap Blue Wan. Wasn't this just to teach him a lesson? Tell me, what the hell is going on? The guard didn't dare to breathe loudly and quickly explained everything. It turned out that after Lin Fei left, Blue Wan went out to buy things. Since there was a personal maid, many things needed to be bought from outside. Therefore, when she went out to buy things, she often saw her. When she came back, she met an old woman who saw Blue Wan and made a move. The guards couldn't stop the old woman. Expert. Lin Fei came to a conclusion in his heart. Since she dared to be in Guiyuan City, she was definitely not an ordinary person. An expert like the old woman couldn't be found in Guiyuan City. The guards arranged by Lin Fei weren't weak. They were at the 8th layer of the martial path, but they couldn't even last one move against the old woman. This was because the old woman was lenient, otherwise the guards wouldn't have been able to return. Blue Wan was kidnapped. Everyone was surprised. Ever since Lin Fei displayed his prowess, no one in the clan dared to underestimate Lin Fei. As his personal maidservant, Qing Wan, her status also rose with the tide. Everyone wanted to curry favor with her. After hearing the news, Lin Zhentian rushed over immediately. The current Lin family was the #1 family in Guiyuan City. After the news that Lin Fei had comprehended a concept, the family gave up on the idea of contending. With such a genius, the future Lin family wasn't something they could contend with. What are you doing? You can't even protect a little girl. When Lin Jintian came, he scolded them and then asked them to seal off Guiyuan City and investigate the whereabouts of the old woman. The Lin family had lost a member and was kidnapped. The city gate was sealed, and no one could say anything. If they were suspected, it would be like the fish in the moat caught in the fire. They could not bear the Lin family's wrath. They knew that this method was useless. Everyone still ran out to execute the order. You said that the lass has a purine body? In the study. Lin Jintian was stunned when he heard the news, as if he was shocked. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. I had just found it in the library when the Cyan Yuan was stolen. Lin Jintian was silent for a while before he said, this lass has met her benefactor. How is this possible? Lin Fei was surprised that his father would say that. Lin Jintian had finally found something to be proud of. Even if Lin Jintian possessed a cultivation at the intermediate stage of the profounder realm, Lin Jintian wouldn't have the slightest chance of winning against his son. Now that he had finally found something to be better than his son, Lin Jintian couldn't help but feel proud. You said that the Cyan Yuan has a purine body, then it is a first-class treasure body. Although our Guiyuan city is remote, it is not that there are no experts, especially those experts who like to travel the continent. It is hard to guarantee that they won't see through it. That old woman might have kidnapped the Cyan Yuan for the good of the Cyan Yuan. This is also her fortune. From the old woman's actions, she did not harm our guards, so she should be a passing expert. Lin Fei listened quietly. He felt that his father's words made sense. If she did not meet an expert, why would she let go of the guards? From this, it seemed that she had good intentions. Treasure body? Could it be a special physique? Lin Jintian explained, treasure body, how do I put it? It is considered a special physique. The purine body is one of them. It cultivates at lightning speed. If combined with a peerless mysterious technique, the cultivation would be beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Their strength would also surpass ordinary experts. Hiss. Lin Fei thought that he was already terrifying. Now that he thought about it, he knew that he was just a frog in a well. The rest of the treasure bodies are like this? In the library, Lin Fei did not find any information about the treasure body, so he was not clear about it. It's hard to say. There are many treasure bodies, and the purine body is one of the top 10 physiques. It is difficult to find one in 100 million people, and that person can see that Blue One has a purine body, so his strength is definitely above mine. Lin Jintian's eyes revealed a dignified look. Maybe he is an expert of the profound spirit realm. Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air again. He remembered that after the profound practitioner was the profound master, and after the profound master was the profound spirit realm. There was a gap of 2 whole realms. No wonder that person could recognize the Blue Wan's physique at a glance. At noon, Lin Fei also relied on the profound qi to detect the purine qi. Profound spirit. Lin Fei was stuck at the top. Lin Jintian's eyes revealed a trace of helplessness. Profound spirit, we can't afford to offend them. Just a move is enough to flatten our Lin family. Lin Fei sighed, I understand. Coming out of the study. His heart, which was originally at the great perfection stage of the martial Tao, suddenly turned cold. A profound spirit realm expert, what a huge gap. If it was a late-stage profound practitioner, Lin Fei did not mind fighting. Even if he could not suppress the other party, he would make the other party suffer the consequences. Facing a profound spirit realm expert, there was no hope. Returning to his own house. The guard at the door immediately ran up, young master, someone left a letter just now. What letter? The guard quickly handed over a letter. Lin Fei took it and couldn't wait to open it. There was a delicate handwriting on it. It was Blue Wan's handwriting. Young master, I'm leaving. Don't worry about me, I will be back. It was a very simple handwriting, but it revealed a sense of parting. Who sent it? Just now, that person flashed, left a letter, and then disappeared. He seemed to have gone towards the east. The guard pointed in a direction. Lin Fei did not blame them. It was not easy for a profound spirit realm expert to barely see the direction. Keeping the letter, Lin Fei turned around, opened his wings of the wind, and chased outside. The great perfection stage of the martial Tao, coupled with the wings of the wind, and the comprehension of the wind intent, his speed was so shocking that it could not be seen with the naked eye. Outside the city, in the east. Over there was a continuous forest. Lin Fei landed on a tree, but did not find any clues. He came out of the city to try his luck. Maybe he could see the other party, but he did not. An hour later, Lin Fei turned around and went back. After Lin Fei left, an old woman and a green-clothed young lady appeared on a hill 1,000 feet away. The green-clothed young lady's eyes were red. Little Blue, your young master is destined to be immortal. You have a purine body, and are destined to be a peerless genius in the continent. When the time comes, there will be all kinds of good men. The old woman's voice was very hoarse, with a hint of coldness. She looked at Blue Wan with a gentle gaze, as if she was looking at her own daughter. My young master is the best. Blue Wan bit her lips, no one can compare to him. The old woman revealed a look of disapproval and thought to herself, Lass, you don't know how powerful a purine body is. Once you cultivate it, there will be no bottlenecks. That young man's strength is not bad, and he has entered the great perfection stage. However, in front of a treasure body, he is destined to be left in the dust. That lass is too soft-hearted. When she enters the sect, she will sooner or later forget about this young master. The two of them are worlds apart, and there will be no chance. I've seen him. Let's go. Back at the house. Lin Fei locked himself up for a night. When he came out the next day, he had already returned to normal, and there were no visible changes. Third brother, are you all right? Lin Xiao asked. Lin Fei chuckled, I'm fine. I've thought it through. This is a good thing for the lass. Lin Xiao sighed, I've never thought that lass Blue Wan would have a purine body. We've all been deceived. If only we had known that there was such a genius, we would have dug him out. Lin Fei didn't want to deal a blow to his confidence. I'm going to the Rune Guild. Do you need me to accompany you? No need. After leaving the Lin family, Lin Fei went straight to the Rune Guild. After killing the people from Xianxia, Lin Fei's reputation was like the sun in the sky, and everyone looked at him with fear. In their eyes, Lin Fei was a ruthless person, and they couldn't afford to offend him. You're looking for our Chairman Mu? Lin Fei was stopped by someone. That's right. The guard was exceptionally dutiful. I'm sorry, but our Chairman Mu usually doesn't see anyone. If you have an appointment, it's an exception. Lin Fei was originally in a bad mood, but his face immediately sank. You will tell Chairman Mu that his closed-door disciple is outside. Closed-door disciple. The guard's heart skipped a beat, and he felt guilty. You're really his closed-door disciple? That Lin Fei? Recently, other than Lin Fei, the most lively thing in Gue Yuan City was Lin Fei. Lin Fei frowned. Why? You don't believe me? The guard hurriedly made a please gesture. This way, please. Our Chairman Mu is inside. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony. If not for the fact that his family needed a backer, he wouldn't have come even if he was beaten to death. The guard's face turned ugly as he cursed in his heart. Damn it, you could have just said that you're Lin Fei. Why did you deliberately not say it? Aren't you just making a fool of yourself? When he heard that Lin Fei had arrived, Mu Changkong personally came out to greet him. This was a very rare thing. The guard's forehead kept dripping with cold sweat. This was too exaggerated. It seemed like the rumors were true. Lin Fei was highly regarded by Chairman Mu. You can leave now. Mu Changkong waved his hand, sending the guard out. When are we leaving? Lin Fei went straight to the point. Mu Changkong laughed. 5 days later. Since you're here, you should get to know your fellow apprentices. Originally, I wanted to personally take you there, but unfortunately, something came up. So, I'll let Xiao Ning take you there. Mu Ning came out of nowhere. Grandpa, don't worry. I promise to complete the task. Mu Ning chuckled, but her eyes flashed. Lin Fei looked at Mu Ning, especially that smile, and thought, this girl, did she take some medicine today? Otherwise, why would she be so polite? Could it be that she has some conspiracy against me? It was no wonder that Lin Fei had such a thought. They had met twice, and each time they parted on bad terms. Lin Fei didn't believe that this girl would be so kind. Chapter 185. In front of us is the Runes Tower. Inside the Rune Guild stood a huge black tower. This black tower had a resounding name, Holy Tower of Runes. After the two of them exchanged greetings in the office, Mu Changkong let her granddaughter bring Lin Fei around the Rune Guild to understand it well. Mu Ning became the guide, explaining all the way until they finally arrived at the Holy Tower of Runes. Lin Fei gained a lot of knowledge along the way. Although, in the virtual space, he could make runes, learn the magical powers of runes, and learn the theory of runes. It was Lin Fei's first time visiting the Rune Guild outside. Although he had been here twice, he was in a hurry and didn't understand the Rune Guild in detail. Today, he got what he wanted. Could it be that I was thinking too much? At first, Lin Fei thought that Mu Ning, this girl, wanted to make things difficult for him. But now, it seemed that it was not possible. It seemed that she was very kind. In his heart, he wondered if he was wrong. Lin Fei shook his head and threw his emotions to the back of his mind. Holy Tower of Runes? Not far away, a huge black tower rose from the ground, piercing through the clouds. It was a unique building in Guiyuan Yuan City. It was also Lin Fei's first time seeing the Holy Tower of Runes. He felt a vast aura, as if he was in the vast ocean, drifting with the waves. It was very shocking. Although he had learned about it in the virtual space, this was the first time seeing it in person. Holy Tower of Runes is not something that anyone wants to see. Mu Ning snorted in her heart. Originally, she thought that she could give him a blow, but the other party's expression was very calm. Just a moment ago, his face showed a trace of surprise, and then it returned to normal. Keep pretending. Who would believe you? Mu Ning gazed at the rune's sacred tower, her face especially proud. This is the sacred tower of the runes that our guild defeated all the rune guilds in the Mountain River County 5 years ago. Let me tell you, if you cultivate inside the sacred tower of the runes, 1 day of cultivation is equivalent to 3 days of time, and 1 year of cultivation is equivalent to 3 years of time. It is also beneficial to the cultivation of the soul. Actually, even without Mu Ning's explanation, Lin Fei also understood the use of the rune's sanctum. It was said that after a rune's master reached level 7, they could build their own sacred runes tower. The power of this sacred runes tower was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. It could defend and attack at the same time, and was terrifyingly strong. After a rune's master reached level 7, their strength would be earth-shattering, and they were known as the holy objects of rune's masters. As for the Holy Tower of Runes, a single rune's master would not be able to succeed, as it would consume too many materials. He learned from Mu Ning. If the rune's sanctum wanted to display its nature-defying effect, it needed a special energy supply. Without the energy supply, the sacred rune's tower would lose its effect. The sacred rune's tower in front of them could be moved. In order to build it, a large amount of resources had been consumed. All the runes masters in the Xianxia County treated it as a treasure. Every time the sacred runes tower ended up in someone's hands, that rune guild would become the focal point of the Xianxia County. When they walked outside the sacred runes tower, there were many people sitting cross-legged. What are they doing? Lin Fei asked curiously. Mu Ning rolled her eyes, and snorted in her heart, at least there's something you don't know. They're training. Mu Ning smiled and said, a person can only enter the interior of the runes tower 3 times a month. The rest of the time, they're not allowed to enter. However, the Sacred Runes Tower has energy leakage, so it's not bad to train here. Lin Fei used his soul power, and indeed felt a slight energy fluctuation. What kind of energy is this? Why is it helpful for my soul power? Ever since he became a level 3 runes master, he had just broken through recently. Since then, his soul power had stagnated. Sensing this energy, Lin Fei was naturally surprised. I'll bring you to meet them. Suddenly, one of Lin Fei's hands was pulled, and they went straight to the open space in front of the Sacred Runes Tower. F***CK, am I being teased? Lin Fei was in a passive position. What is this girl playing at? Then, the corner of his mouth rose into a smile. What kind of person was Mu Ning? She was a petty woman who held a grudge. Now that she had finally found an opportunity, she would definitely not let it go. For the first time, she held a man's hand, and her cheeks flushed red. Let's see if you still dare to be arrogant next time. Mu Ning pulling a young man over naturally attracted the attention of everyone outside the Sacred Runes altar. They were originally training, but they were all awakened by the noise. Of course, the open space in the Sacred Runes Tower was used for training. You can train your soul power here, and you can also make runes here, increasing the success rate by a lot. Seeing Mu Ning pulling a young man over, it immediately attracted their attention. F***CK, who is that brat? He's so awesome, flirting with our senior Mu. Oh no, that brat is going to be out of luck. Oh no, I don't know where that brat came from, but he even dared to flirt with our senior Mu. Look over there, Senior Yunfei's face has turned green. Yeah, everyone in our rune guild knows that Senior Yunfei has always been pursuing Senior Mu. Moreover, Senior Yunfei is already a level 3 runes master. Those who were training all stood up, those who were making runes all stopped what they were doing, and as for the others, they all gave up. What a deep hostility. Lin Fei had reached the great perfection realm of the martial Dao realm, and was especially sensitive to auras, especially those murderous gazes. He had suddenly become a public enemy. And at this time, Lin Fei saw Mu Ning's eyes were filled with pride. That expression seemed to be saying, "Brat, you're in trouble this time." A woman's mind was really hard to understand. Previously, Lin Fei thought that this girl would easily forget the past, but he didn't expect that she had dug a big hole, waiting for him to jump into it. Old fox, is this your test for me? Lin Fei was not an idiot. In a flash, he thought of another aspect. Since his strength was constantly increasing, his brain's reaction was especially fast. In a moment, he thought of the whole story. That old fox didn't bring him, but Mu Ning brought him. Wasn't it to let him show off his skills? If so, he wouldn't be polite. Hello, Senior Mu. Hello, Senior Mu. After Mu Ning came down, everyone greeted her warmly. It seems that this girl has a good relationship with others. After Lin Fei glanced at her, he also understood why she pulled him just now. This move was really ruthless. Everyone, quiet down. Mu Ning suddenly stopped. The originally noisy people all quieted down. Mu Ning was the granddaughter of President Mu Changkong, a famous little witch. They didn't dare to offend her. Mu Ning was very satisfied. Today, all the senior and junior brothers are here. I will announce a good news to everyone. Everyone pricked up their ears. They could easily guess one thing. This is definitely related to that handsome young man. They didn't know what the other party's background was. After Mu Ning attracted everyone's attention, she solemnly pulled out and looked at Lin Fei. From now on, everyone has one more junior brother. This is Master's recently accepted last disciple, Lin Fei. Everyone, let's welcome him together. Hua, a group of runes disciples suddenly realized. He's Lin Fei. He's so young. I heard that he killed a martial Dao realm expert, an amazing guy. How could he become a last disciple? What is Master thinking? Everyone was surprised. After all, everyone knew about Lin Fei's prestige, the expert who killed Xianxia in the past few days. Because the people of Rune Guild were mostly cultivators, they didn't know the full information. At most they knew a vague situation. Mu Ning's last sentence caused a big reaction. Master has decided, this time in the Shanha County Holy Tower competition, Junior Lin Fei will be one of the members. I hope everyone can be united, don't let Master down. Lin Fei watched from the side. He had to admit that this girl was very eloquent. First she made him the public enemy, then she threw out the last disciple. All the disciples' rage points went up, in a state of eruption, and then she participated in the Shanha County Runes Holy Tower competition. This time they couldn't hold back their anger. No wonder when we were up there, this girl had such a good expression, so that's why. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This girl was really not easy to provoke. At this moment, the surrounding gazes were all filled with hostility. In the Runes Holy Tower competition, each guild only had 10 places. Originally the positions were fixed, but one of them was occupied by one person. At that time everyone was confused, not knowing who occupied the position. When Mu Ning announced it, they finally understood. It turned out to be Lin Fei, the last disciple of the president. This made them very angry. The Runes Holy Tower competition, once every 5 years, gathered all the branches of the Shanha County Rune Guild. To participate, there was also an age limit. For example, before the age of 20, after the age of 20, one would lose the qualification. This time, after the position was occupied, it could be said that they had lost the qualification. The Rune Guild was a whole. They had their own common circle. Lin Fei was an outsider. Once he came in, not only did he flirt with Senior Mu, but he also occupied a place in the competition. This kid is very arrogant. I must teach him a lesson. Mu Ning secretly glanced at Lin Fei, thinking, Grandpa's idea is really good. Let's see how you deal with it today. Lin Fei's face was very calm from beginning to end, like a pool of clear water, without any ripples. Soon, Mu Ning became unhappy. Lin Fei's calm look was not what she wanted to see. What's wrong with this kid? Is he scared? Or does he not put them in his heart? Mu Ning guessed. This time in the Rune Guild, the disciples who participated in the competition were very strong. How could this kid not be afraid? Little did she know, in Lin Fei's eyes, these runes masters were all fake runes masters. They were of the same level. They should all be reduced by 1 level. After being reborn, Lin Fei's mentality was much more stable. If it was in the past, Lin Fei might have stood out immediately and taught them a lesson. But now, he was as steady as Mount Tai. It didn't matter if this idea came from Mu Ning or that old fox. It wasn't surprising. It wasn't difficult to solve it either. It all depended on how they did it. Chapter 186. At the top of the Runes Holy Tower. No one knew when Mu Changkong had arrived at the top, and in front of his table was a water screen. This was the Hawkeye runes of the magical ability runes. The eyes of an eagle could see the situation several kilometers away. The Hawkeye runes came from this. After being strengthened, it could detect the situation hundreds of kilometers away, as if it was happening right in front of them. This reconnaissance Hawkeye runes were just level 1 runes. In the hands of Mu Changkong, who was a level 5 runes master, it was like a super big screen. Hee, brat, don't you usually hide yourself very well? Let's see what you can do this time. This idea did come from Mu Changkong. Ever since he accepted him as his last disciple, Mu Changkong had investigated the information. Unfortunately, there was nothing about runes. Apart from the wind-type runes, he could not find a second one. Today, he secretly used his divine soul power to check, but it was to no avail. Hence, this scene. Judging from his heart, Lin Fei, this brat, had a high level as a runes master. Maybe he had reached level 2 or 3. It was really rare for someone to cultivate both runes and martial arts. Mu Changkong had cultivated Lin Fei very well. The Rune Guild had always been lacking true geniuses. Those with good talent could reach level 4, which was already considered good. Only true geniuses could become advanced runes masters. After each level of runes master, it would be very difficult to advance. Mu Changkong himself had stepped into level 5 runes master by chance. Otherwise, he would have been a level 4 runes master by now. I knew senior brother Chen Dong would be the first to come out. Damn, who didn't know that? Senior brother Qindong could have participated in the Shanha County Runes Holy Tower competition. Once he got a good ranking, he would have stood out. Lin Fei is too overbearing. He even dared to take over Qindong's position. This time, he will suffer. Senior brother Qindong is an Earth Runes master, known as Earth Defense. In comparison, his strength is also at the 9th level of the martial path. No matter how strong that brat Lin Fei is, he can forget about breaking through senior brother Qindong's Earth defense. When a tall young man walked out from the crowd, it immediately caused a commotion. Qindong. Position. Lin Fei was speechless. Wasn't it just a position? Was it worth it for you to make a move personally? When the time came, you would be the one who would lose face. Qindong's eyebrows were very thick, and he was very burly. He looked like he was in his 30s. He had cultivated the earth element runes, and the earth aged people easily. That was why he looked a little old. Everyone looked at Lin Fei, wondering if he would agree. Senior brother Qindong, what are you doing? Are you questioning the president's decision? Mu Ning said to Qindong with a cold face. Qindong's skin was yellow, and he was full of energy. He said with a smile, Senior Sister Mu, you're mistaken. How could a disciple doubt master's arrangements? I'm just sparring with junior brother Lin to gain experience in fighting. What he said was reasonable, and there were no loopholes in it. In fact, Mu Ning was just mentioning it. She didn't really want to stop him. In her heart, she also wanted to know the extent of Lin Fei's strength. Junior brother Lin Fei, don't be impulsive. Lin Fei found it funny. This girl doesn't know how to be shy at all. Is she trying to provoke me? Isn't her words too shallow? Sparring, I love it the most. Since she wanted to spar, how could Lin Fei miss it? Ever since he started learning in the virtual space, he really didn't have the chance to spar with a real runes master. Today was a rare opportunity, so how could Lin Fei miss it? Mu Ning smiled, brat, you deserve to be unlucky. Initially, she thought she could provoke him a little. If it didn't work, she would use other methods to complete her grandfather's arrangement. She didn't expect this brat to be so impulsive. Qindong's eyes flashed a touch of surprise. Originally, Qindong was in a good mood after participating in the Mountain River County contest. In the end, his position was replaced by someone else a few days later. If it was someone stronger than him, he would be convinced. However, Qindong really couldn't be convinced by Lin Fei. Lin Fei agreed without hesitation. He was decisive, and it was worth a fight. Senior brother Yun, who do you think will win today? Yun Feng, who was surrounded by a group of people, was elegant, handsome, and confident. Within the Rune Association, he could be considered a handsome and talented man. He had always liked Mu Ning, and that scene just now was like a small knife stabbing into his heart. It was painful. Junior brother Qindong is currently a level 3 runes master. He also learned earth runes. Everyone knows that. Earth runes are known as earth defense. It won't be easy for Lin Fei to break them. Although his martial arts cultivation is strong, he definitely can't use martial arts cultivation here. He must use runes methods. In summary, Qindong has a high chance of winning. Yun Fei said lightly. Lin Fei, that brat, it's fine if he's arrogant outside, but he still dares to come in. It's best if Qindong teaches him a good lesson and gives up his position in the competition. A playboy is not qualified to participate in the Sacred Rune Tower contest. Soon, everyone gave up an empty space. The sparring of runes was usually the same as martial arts. It stopped when it was appropriate. The innate abilities used in runes were all long-range attacks. No one dared to get too close. Lin Fei, just because your martial arts cultivation is good doesn't mean that you have runes methods. If I were you, I would choose to admit defeat. I won't lose face. As long as you say that your skills are inferior, my request won't be difficult, right? Qindong said coldly when he was 100 feet away from Lin Fei. Qindong knew that Lin Fei's martial arts cultivation was very strong. He was far from being a match for him. Therefore, he spoke to stop Lin Fei from using martial arts cultivation. If he relied on Rune's methods, Lin Fei would lose without a doubt. Don't think that Rune's masters were all otakus. They were also very smart. Unfortunately, Chen Dong didn't know that Lin Fei had never thought of using martial arts cultivation. If he used martial arts cultivation, none of them would be a match for him. After mastering the state of wind, his advantage in speed made others unable to catch up. Once he made a move, they couldn't even defend and would lose miserably. Lin Fei didn't want to do that. The old fox had laid such a trap. No matter what, Lin Fei had to hand in the answer sheet. If he injured them, the relationship between the two would be strained. After all, it wouldn't look good. Hee, don't worry. I know my limits. I won't use martial arts cultivation to deal with you. If I use martial arts cultivation, I will admit defeat immediately, Lin Fei said indifferently. Chen Dong was slightly stunned. He was gauging the heart of a gentleman with his own mean measure. He couldn't help but feel ashamed. He cupped his hands and said, "Junior brother Lin Fei, since you said so, let's begin. Seeing that you are my junior brother, I will let you make the first move." Lin Fei couldn't help but smile. "Are you sure you want me to make the first move? You won't regret it?" That strange smile startled Chen Dong. Why would I feel a sense of fear? Could it be that I am going to lose to the other party? Impossible. He must be scaring me and disrupting my battle of wits. How despicable. I don't regret letting you make the first move. Chapter 187. When everyone saw Chen Dong's action, they were also slightly surprised. But after thinking about Lin Fei's recent reputation, they did not show any surprise. If Lin Fei purely used martial arts cultivation, then Chen Dong would definitely not be his opponent. He was an expert who could kill a martial Dao 9th level expert. There was no other person in the same age group as him. By doing so, Lin Fei left a good impression on them. If he used martial arts cultivation, they would feel ashamed. Even if he became a closed disciple, they would not think much of it because he was older than them. The Rune Guild focused on unity. If Lin Fei could not convince them, there would inevitably be trouble in the future. Technical runes masters were not easy to deal with. Mu Ning also saw everything in her heart. Who would win between the two, Mu Ning was not very clear. She knew the strength of Chen Dong. His earth runes had a great chance of winning against Lin Fei. In Mu Ning's eyes, Lin Fei was extremely mysterious. Therefore, Mu Ning had no idea what the result would be. Anyway, let's wait and see. Go. Lin Fei did not use martial arts cultivation. In addition to sparring, the most important thing was to convince them. In the future, the Lin family temporarily needed to rely on the Rune Guild. Therefore, it was necessary to convince the disciples of the Rune Guild. Lin Fei was very clear that the disciples of the Rune Guild all focused on unity. Once he convinced them, it would save a lot of effort in the future. Seeing that the other party added an earth shield for him, Lin Fei could not help but show a different smile. Although this was the first time he fought with a runes master, Lin Fei had already learned the fighting style in the virtual time. Generally, pure runes masters did not focus on martial arts cultivation. Therefore, they would add a shield on themselves as one of the most basic defensive preparations of the runes master. Chen Dong's earth shield was a level 3 runes. Fireball runes. The fist-sized fireball runes brought a red light. Everyone was stunned. Level 1 runes? Using fireball to break the earth shield? Was that even possible? Runes masters usually trained in the same element. When they saw Lin Fei use the fire element runes, they all looked at him with disapproval. Looking at him, his runes were not powerful at all. Junior brother Lin Fei, is this your attack? Why do I feel so fragile? Chen Dong had taught Lin Fei a lesson just to vent his anger. He wanted to let Lin Fei know that not everyone could enter the Rune Guild. He wanted to prove that Lin Fei was not as good as him. When he saw the fist-sized fireball, Chen Dong did not think much of it. If it was a level 3 fireball, he would definitely be careful. A fist-sized fireball was just like a level 1 runes, which did not have much lethality. At most, it could kill a level 1 demonic beast, and it might not even be able to kill it. It could only deal with small wild beasts. Brat, are you testing me? Mu Ning was also startled. In her heart, Lin Fei was very mysterious. However, he had thrown out a fireball the size of a fist. She couldn't tell how powerful it was. She reckoned that the opponent's shield of earth couldn't even break through it. She was very puzzled. Similarly, Yunfei was in a good mood. This Lin Fei initially thought that he was very powerful. Now, it seemed that he was just a so-so. Facing the shield of earth, he was still careful. It could only be said that the opponent had not grasped the attacking style of a rune's master. Yunfei was very clear that once Qindong counterattacked, Lin Fei would be defeated. Weird. On the sacred tower of runes. Mu Changkong was surprised at first. He squinted his eyes and stared at the fireball that was attacking. Attacking with a fireball? The president was the president after all. He quickly saw through it. Could it be that the fireball and the wind blade are an enhanced version? Mu Changkong suddenly realized something. He couldn't help but reveal an eager look in his eyes. If this brat could modify the low-level runes and enhance their power, then it would be a good direction to attack. The attack of low-level runes, if enhanced, could be compared to the attack of other runes. Mu Changkong was looking forward to it. The blinding ability of this fireball was too strong. If not for the fact that he had seen the enhanced version of the wind blade, Mu Changkong would have been disappointed. As for his disciple, Mu Changkong also shook his head. No matter what opponent a rune's master faced, adjusting his mentality was the first thing to do. The second thing was to never underestimate the enemy. That was because every enemy often had a secret trump card. It's not a bad idea to teach him a lesson. Let him understand that ignoring an enemy will lead to a tragic outcome. Mu Changkong revealed a proud look. His idea was not bad. He could suppress them and let them know that there was always someone better out there. Earth Pillar. Qindong did not dodge. He tore a runes and attacked Lin Fei. There was a fluctuation in the empty field. Lin Fei immediately felt a force rushing towards him. With a smile on his face, he dodged it with a sway of his body. A huge black pillar rushed out from his original spot. It was the Earth Pillar. After the first pillar appeared, the second pillar appeared. Lin Fei's movements were relaxed, as if he knew where to attack from. At the same time, the fireball was very close. Explode. A deep voice came from Lin Fei's mouth. Swoosh. 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 The fireball that was about to shatter caused a shocking scene in the eyes of the crowd. With a loud bang, it turned into 6 small fireballs that rushed towards Qindong. Everyone was stunned by this scene. An explosive fireball attack? What kind of runes were these? Why had they never seen or heard of them before? They had never seen such an attack before. After the explosion, the might of the attack made even their hearts palpitate. It was very dangerous. The proud look on Qindong's face only lasted for a moment before it froze. 6 small fireballs appeared in his eyes, and his pupils dilated. An indescribable fear rose from the bottom of his heart. Bang, 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 bang. The 6 small fireballs were like cannonballs, blocking all of Qindong's escape routes. Although Qindong dodged quickly, in the face of the 6 small fireballs, he could only dodge 2 small fireballs, but he couldn't dodge the 4 small fireballs behind. He flew 5 or 6 meters away like a kite with a broken string. Senior brother Qindong. Silence. There was a dead silence. After a while, everyone came to their senses and hurried to help Qindong up. Qindong, who was helped up, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was full of frustration. Everyone knew that Qindong had lost to the opponent's small fireballs. Even the level 3 Earth shield couldn't block the attack. Isn't this Lin Fei too powerful? Such a thought popped up in everyone's mind. Lin Fei was also calculating the attack just now. The fireball runes just now were actually level 3 runes, but the method was changed. According to the virtual space, these were letter runes. Mother runes were the runes outside. Child runes were, of course, small fireballs. As for why it was designed this way, Lin Fei also saw it from the movies. He couldn't remember which movie it was. Anyway, it was an enemy killing someone. One shot and 3 bullets burst out, killing the enemy. That person died with his eyes wide open. Therefore, when making it, Lin Fei subconsciously used this method. Sure enough, the power was extraordinary. If the opponent didn't have the Earth's shield and just relied on ordinary physical strength, Chen Dong would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. He wouldn't be able to recover in half a year. Junior brother Lin Fei, I admit my defeat wholeheartedly. Chen Dong was helped over. The expression on his face changed for a long time before he said such a sentence. I don't know what kind of runes were that attacked me just now, so that I can understand why I lost. No name. Lin Fei wanted to say that he invented it and didn't have a name for it for the time being. However, if he said that, people definitely wouldn't believe him. Lin Fei had a much better impression of Chen Dong after he admitted defeat willingly. Knowing how to win and lose could cultivate one's character and temper one's state of mind. However, if one kept brooding over it, one would not be able to show it in public. Over time, it would become a demon in one's heart, greatly affecting one's future cultivation. Level 3 runes, bursting fireball. Lin Fei thought of a name. Good name, I didn't lose unjustly. Chen Dong's tone was sincere. Bursting fireball, runes live up to their name. I didn't expect there to be such a powerful attack in the runes. With junior brother Lin Fei going to the Holy Tower of Runes, he will definitely win glory for the guild. I'm now convinced. Chen Dong was vexed before, but after seeing the power of the bursting fireball, he didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. He finally understood what the president said back then, there's always someone better. Lin Fei, who had a strong martial arts cultivation, was so proficient in runes. Even he couldn't recognize the level 3 runes. He didn't lose unjustly. After Lin Fei said that, those who practiced fire runes were all stunned. Were there such runes in the level 3 fire runes? How could they not remember that the attack just now was very cool? After the explosion, the attack was separated, and it was indeed a killer move. Some people were even thinking about how to learn the bursting fireball from Lin Fei. It was very cool, and the attack was very terrifying. Until now, they could still smell the burning smell on senior brother Chen Dong's body. He won so fast. Mu Ning was also shocked. She opened her mouth and revealed a look of disbelief. Although she had guessed that Lin Fei's strength was not bad, wasn't it too exaggerated to defeat Chen Dong in one move? The Shield of Earth was a level 3 runes, but it couldn't block 6 small fireballs. Was this fireball really that powerful? Little did they know, behind Mu Ning, there was a person who saw everything. That person was Yunfei. He didn't look good. Just now, he was confident that Chen Dong would win, but in the end, he couldn't even block one move and lost directly. Didn't this mean that his eyesight was not as good as others? Yunfei even found that the eyes of many people around him had changed. It was a kind of jealousy, a kind of envy. Yunfei liked the feeling of being surrounded by people all the time. Naturally, he was aware of their changes. He felt very uncomfortable, especially when he saw Mu Ning's expression. This had never happened before, but this expression didn't appear on him, but on a newcomer, Lin Fei. He felt very uncomfortable. Chapter 188. After a round of competition. This round of sparring was finally over. Chen Dong was a level 3 runes master, but even the Shield of Earth couldn't withstand the explosive runes. How could they dare to go up and ask for a beating? That would be suicide. They wouldn't go up even if they were beaten to death. After Lin Fei used the explosive runes, he was immediately warmly welcomed, especially by the fire runes masters. They flattered him the most. Xiantian continent, there were countless runes. No one knew how many runes there were. The more precious the runes, the more they were usually controlled by the big sects and clans. Very few of them were leaked to the outside world. When they saw Lin Fei's runes, they naturally thought about it. If they could master this rune's ability, their strength would increase by a lot. The fireball from before looked like a level 1 runes. But who would have thought that it would become a level 3 runes, and its power was beyond their imagination. Lin Fei suddenly became a genius in their eyes. Junior Mu, how was my performance just now? Heading to the top of the sacred tower of runes, Lin Fei couldn't help but tease Mu Ning. Actually, Lin Fei was also surprised that the explosive runes would help him solve all the problems, and those people were too enthusiastic, so he hurriedly left. He knew that if he continued, who knew what those runes masters would do? Just as so. Mu Ning said against her will. She wanted to give this proud guy a few slaps. Would it kill you not to be proud? Isn't it good to be humble? But Mu Ning had seen the explosive runes technique just now. Even her grandfather couldn't use such a runes technique. It seemed to contain some mysterious runes theory. Lin Fei laughed, sigh, no matter where I go, I will always be a shining gold. I really can't help it. Mu Ning rolled her eyes, so arrogant. Lin Fei was deliberately provoking Mu Ning. This chick just wanted to plot against him, but it ended up being seen through by him. She probably had a stomach full of anger right now. Grandpa, we are up. Top floor of the sacred tower of runes. Mu Changkong looked at Lin Fei again. His gaze was completely different from before. If it was love before, it was now like a treasure. In the previous spar, Mu Changkong had thought that it would be an enhanced fireball, which was quite powerful. He had never expected that it would be an explosion rune, a rune that he had never seen before. Ever since Mu Changkong had become the president, he had seen almost all kinds of runes. However, he had never seen the explosion rune before. However, it was similar to some other runes. Almost all these runes were mastered by people. If it was an enemy, the continuous use of explosive runes would definitely catch the enemy off guard and make them flee. Kid, you really hit it well. Just now, those were mother-child runes, right? Mu Changkong looked at Lin Fei and asked. Lin Fei said, those were indeed mother-child runes. What does this old fox want to do? Just now, Lin Fei heard a different meaning from this sentence. Xiao Ning, you go out first. See how Chendong's injury is. Mu Ning opened her mouth. She was very dissatisfied. She didn't understand why her grandfather wanted her to go out. Before she left, she glared at Lin Fei, making Lin Fei couldn't help but rub his nose. He was very helpless. Your grandfather wanted you to go out. It wasn't me who did it. I was careless. I was hated by this little girl again. After Mu Ning left, Lin Fei didn't say anything. He had to be calm when dealing with an old fox. Mu Changkong naturally had his own ideas for getting his granddaughter out. He was thinking about how to say it. When it was confirmed that it was mother-child runes, he was more excited than anyone else. Mother-child runes won because it was unexpected. Explosive runes. The name was very good. At the critical moment, it would explode and push the small fireball to produce a huge power. If it was performed by a level 5 runes master, Mu Changkong would suffer a big loss without knowing the situation. In the battle of runes, the timing was very important. One careless mistake and the whole game would be lost. Xiao Lin, are you interested in making a deal? In the end, it was Mu Changkong who spoke first. He was calm and even revealed a little bit of excitement. Regarding the mother-child runes, Mu Changkong was very useful. Currently, he was a level 5 runes master. If he wanted to be promoted to a level 6 runes master, he would need some other assistance. He had only heard of the alphabet runes. He had never seen it before. There were not many master runes masters who knew about the mother-child runes. Every one of them was treated like a treasure. Even if the auction house had the opportunity to auction it, it was worth a lot of gold. Ordinary people couldn't get involved. Lin Fei's brain was spinning quickly. He thought, could it be because of the runes just now? After learning in the virtual world, Lin Fei's knowledge was very rich. He also knew that there was a gap in the theory of runes in the outside world. It would definitely not be able to reach the grand achievement of the past. Master, don't joke around. What kind of deal can I make with you? Lin Fei shook his head, showing an expression of disbelief. Brat, you really know how to pretend. If you have the ability, continue pretending. For a person who had never come into contact with runes to be able to use runes that others couldn't, then this person must have obtained it by chance or there was someone behind him. Mu Changkong believed that there was someone behind Lin Fei. The playboy of the past, 5 years later, had turned the world upside down. The destruction of the Li family might really have something to do with this brat. Mu Changkong was also glad that he had accepted such a disciple. Even if there was nothing good to pass on, there was still some kinship between them. When the time came, he could also help out a little. For example, Mu Ning. When one liked a person, no matter what that person did, one would not be disgusted. This was the current impression of Mu Changkong. Mu Changkong liked Lin Fei very much. This deal of mine is useful to you. Don't you want to hear it? There are many benefits. Lin Fei already understood what Mu Changkong wanted to do. He must have taken a fancy to his mother-child runes. His eyes flashed with urgency from time to time. It was obvious that he cared about it. As for the mother-child runes, Lin Fei didn't care. Lin Fei had a lot of theoretical stuff. As for the explosive runes, he could make as many as he wanted. A mother-child runes really didn't matter to him. The only thing he cared about was how to get the benefits. Since the benefits were here, Lin Fei didn't mind completing a deal. Previously, he didn't care about the runes. However, after hearing Mu Changkong's words, he had a flash of inspiration and came up with a different idea. Explosive runes, even a level 5 runes master like Mu Changkong was tempted. What about the other runes? Lin Fei didn't dare to think about it. Then, he thought about it again. The explosive runes were so powerful. Once it was leaked, it would definitely lead to the pursuit of runes masters. Lin Fei's back was drenched in cold sweat. He realized that he had neglected some things. If he hadn't seen the change in Mu Changkong's expression today, he might really have fallen into this trap and ended up being pursued. Chapter 189. Guiyuan Yuan City. On this day, 3 people came and looked at the city gate with a disapproving expression. About a few hours later, they came out of Guiyuan Yuan City. Their faces were no longer as arrogant as before. Instead, they looked solemn. After a few people gathered together, they all came out of Guiyuan Yuan City. Half an hour later, they gathered in a forest on the official road. Deacon Wu and the others have left. A tall middle-aged man said with a solemn expression. But why haven't they returned yet? Could it be that they went somewhere else? Another middle-aged man said. Impossible. I still know Wuxia Xianxia. It's impossible for him to leave for no reason. Something must have happened to him. That's why he didn't return to the gang. A middle-aged woman said. These 3 people were none other than the people from Tianxia who came from Shanhe County. Tianxia had accepted a mission, but they hadn't returned yet. Therefore, they were all guessing what was going on. Therefore, they arranged for people to come and investigate. No matter what happened to Deacon Wu, there's something wrong with the Lin family. The tall middle-aged man was called Wang Kuan. He had another identity. He was the uncle of Wang Kai who was killed. Previously, he arranged for his nephew to help because he wanted to make a contribution. But just now, they heard a piece of bad news in Guiyuan Yuan City. They heard that Wang Kai was killed. This was a scene that Wang Kuan didn't expect. His nephew actually died. Regardless of what happened, Wang Kuan could not believe that his nephew had died just like that. Furthermore, he had died so tragically. Wang Kai, who cultivated archery, could barely fight against an early-stage profound practitioner. In order to obtain this archery skill, he spent a lot of effort. His nephew didn't let him down. But in the end, he failed miserably in Guiyuan City. If it was a profound practitioner who killed his nephew, Wang Kuan probably wouldn't be so angry. But the result was different. More importantly, the Lin family produced a genius who comprehended the wind concept at the age of 17. How could this be possible? The middle-aged man and the middle-aged woman understood what he meant. When Xianxia went out, they had never returned empty-handed. But now, in Guiyuan City, they had suffered heavy losses. One was killed, and another was crippled. They could not hold their face anymore. Brother Wang, I think this matter needs to be considered at length. The middle-aged man, Zhang Zhan, also had a bellyful of anger. The gang will definitely stand up for this matter. We can't touch that person now. Mu Changkong has always been protective of his own people, especially his own disciples. Furthermore, that person is his last disciple. Li Yan said. They were in charge of investigating the situation, but they could never have imagined such a scene. Don't worry. I, Wang Kuan, am not a person who cares about how I use my anger. Wang Kuan smiled bitterly. Regardless of whether that kid is a genius or has comprehended a concept, we have to return and report the situation. Although he said that, his expression was very ugly. Wang Kuan doted on his nephew a lot. To be promoted in Tianxia required a large number of contributions, so he arranged for Wang Kuan to be sent over. With Wu Shixiang leading a family clan in Guiyuan City, he could wipe them out easily. How powerful could they be? But this outcome, Zhang Zhan and Li Yan didn't say anything. They were only worried that Wang Kuan would seek revenge on the Lin family. If Mu Changkong were to be drawn out and they were beaten to death, the gang wouldn't help them. They couldn't afford to offend the Rune Guild, and Mu Changkong was very famous. Their Tianxia didn't dare offend them. Thankfully, Wang Kuan didn't make a move. They were happy to see this. When the time came, they wouldn't have to make a move. Then let's return first. Lin Fei didn't know that Tianxia had arranged for people to investigate. After coming out of the Rune Guild, Lin Fei was in a good mood. He had told Mu Changkong about the creation of the mother-child runes, so there were naturally many benefits. He didn't care too much about the mother-child runes. The benefits were more practical. In order to obtain the benefits, Lin Fei had fought with the sly fox, Mu Changkong, for a long time before he obtained his own benefits. Young Master Lin. On the way out, Lin Fei heard a familiar voice. When he turned his head, he saw Luo Tian. At this moment, this fatty felt fear. Ever since Lin Fei displayed his prowess, the Lin family's strength had been rising. No one dared to look down on the Lin family anymore. Furthermore, Lin Fei had also become a publicly acknowledged genius. Today, Luo Tian had specially come to look for Lin Fei. Look at you. Why aren't you coming over? Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Am I some kind of demon in your eyes? Luo Tian gulped as surprise flashed in his eyes. Ever since Lin Fei became famous, he felt emotional when he saw him again. After hearing these words, he knew that Lin Fei was still the same old Lin Fei. He didn't become unreasonable because of this. From Luo Tian's understanding, all geniuses had a certain temper. However, he didn't see any arrogance from Lin Fei. He twisted his body and ran over. No, that's not it. Lin Fei smiled. Then that's it. In my eyes, you're still the fatty who helped me in the past. You'll be the same for your entire life. After becoming a genius, Lin Fei had never thought about pulling apart the distance between him and others. Without laughter and friends, a genius would no longer be a genius. What was the point of that? Lin Fei didn't want to be such a genius. Being cold and emotionless didn't suit him. Luo Tian felt a warmth in his heart. In Lin Fei's eyes, he didn't see any pretense. He felt a warmth in his heart. I thought that you would look down on me. I was thinking too much. I'm sorry. Lin Fei put his arm around Luo Tian's shoulders. Who said that? You're my good friend. Come, I'll treat you to a drink. Luo Tian patted his head. I almost forgot. I came to tell you something. Today, a few strangers came from the outside to ask about you, especially you, Lin Fei. Lin Fei furrowed his brows and asked, do you know who they are? Luo Tian lowered his voice. Xianxia. I've arranged for an assassin to follow them outside. Because they're very strong, they didn't dare to approach, so they barely heard them mention Xianxia. I think they're here to look for you. I think you have to be more careful in the near future. The people from Xianxia aren't easy to deal with. Lin Fei smiled. It's fine. They came and left quickly, which means that they don't dare to make a move. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left. Lin Fei had expected that the people from Xianxia would come to investigate him. However, he didn't expect them to come and leave so quickly. This meant that they wouldn't dare to make a move. Hearing this, Luo Tian felt relieved. In the evening, Lin Fei returned to the Lin family. Lin Fei first went to look for his father. He told him about the benefits he had obtained from the Rune Guild and threw a token over. This is the token that Mu Changkong gave me. It can fulfill 3 conditions. 3 conditions that Mu Changkong had personally taken care of. For these 3 conditions, Lin Fei had put in a lot of effort. After all, it was something that Mu Changkong had personally agreed to, and it wasn't that easy to fulfill. Lin Jintian kept the token. He hadn't accomplished anything big after becoming the patriarch. On the other hand, his son had done many things, and each of them was earth-shattering. Right, don't let our family members go out for the time being. The people from Xianxia appeared today. Lin Fei reminded. Even though the people from Xianxia had left, there was no guarantee when they would return. For safety's sake, it was best not to go out too much. Lin Jintian replied, I'll inform them. After leaving the study, Lin Fei returned to his residence. Without Green Phoenix, the residence was much quieter, which made Lin Fei feel uncomfortable. For the next day, Lin Fei stayed in his residence. No one knew what he was busy with. Time passed in a flash, and 3 days had passed. On this night, the mayor's residence was bustling with activity. At the entrance of the city lord mansion, there were many well-dressed people coming and going. In Guiyuan City, they were all people with status and fame. You're here too. It's the birthday of the mayor's daughter, how can I not come? Let's go have a chat. I recently found an iron mine. Wow, I didn't think that I would have the opportunity to come to the mayor's residence. Outside the mayor's residence, Fatty Luo Tian squinted his eyes with excitement written all over his face. He didn't notice the expression on Lin Fei's face. The mayor's residence was high and mighty in the eyes of others. However, Lin Fei didn't think much of it. Even though the mayor represented the empire, it represented a form of authority in every major city. City Lord Su was in charge of Guiyuan City, but he didn't truly control it, which was why there were restrictions. Such things happened everywhere. After all, the existence of a family could easily restrict the control of the mayor's residence. Ordinary forces didn't dare to be arrogant in front of the mayor's residence. The mayor could destroy them with just a few words. Other than a few limited forces, almost no one dared to disrespect the mayor's residence. Thus, for the birthday of the mayor's daughter, everyone came, secretly thinking of all kinds of treasures so that they could curry favor with the mayor during the birthday banquet. When the time came, they might be able to make a comeback. The appearance of Lin Fei also attracted many reactions. Look, Lin Fei is here. I wonder why the mayor invited Lin Fei over. Could it be that he's willing to let things go peacefully? Is there even a need to guess? He's a genius now, and with his combat prowess, he can easily kill you. Furthermore, Lin Fei has comprehended a state, making him even more domineering. Let's go in. Lin Fei walked straight to the entrance. If not for his father's request, he wouldn't be willing to come here. Fatty Luo Tian was excited. His gang didn't have the qualifications to enter this place, but now that he was with Lin Fei, who would dare to say no? The reception area of the mayor's residence was located in the main hall. When Lin Fei arrived, the banquet hall was filled with people. Beauties were like clouds, and there were also many handsome men. Everyone formed a circle, with 3 or 4 people gathered together. Anyone who looked at them would know who was in the same circle. Wow, so many beauties. Damn, no wonder I can't see them normally. After entering the banquet hall, Luo Tian immediately revealed a lecherous look, almost drooling. If not for the 21st century and the bombardment of beauties on the internet, Lin Fei probably wouldn't be able to hold himself back. The beauties of the Xiantian continent all trained in mystic arts, so their temperament was especially good. It was no wonder that fatty Luo Tian would reveal a lecherous look. Lin Fei was embarrassed to stand at the side, afraid of being looked down upon. Chapter 190. Lin Fei found a place to sit down. This kind of birthday banquet was not much different from usual, except for the people. The banquet hall was filled with martial artists, mostly young martial artists, beauties, handsome men and talented women. This was also a disguised form of roping in. Big families could cooperate, and small families could attach themselves to a big family, which would allow them to develop well in the future. Therefore, no one would miss this kind of grand birthday banquet. They would use all kinds of connections to attend. This fruit wine tastes good. Lin Fei sat in the corner, holding a cup in his hand, sipping the wine while admiring the girls in the banquet hall. He felt that it was a very interesting thing. This figure is not bad. This one would look even better in black stockings. This one is suitable to wear a maid outfit. Lin Fei was having a good time looking at them. He had to admit that natural girls were all beautiful and looked especially awesome, unlike the future generations where all the beauties were made up and almost unrecognizable after removing their makeup. Just as Lin Fei was leisurely enjoying himself, fatty Luo Tian ran back in a hurry, looking mysterious. I just heard some top secret news. You have to be mentally prepared. Lin Fei put down his wine cup and asked curiously, what top secret news? What does it have to do with me? If it was not for the Lin family, Lin Fei was really not willing to come. Hearing top secret news, he did not care much about it. Today, he just came to show his sincerity. Regarding the top secret news that fatty Luo mentioned, Lin Fei actually did not care much. Just when fatty Luo was about to speak, the group of people who were originally chatting all looked in one direction. It turned out that there were a few people walking in from the entrance. The leader was a young man, handsome and very sunny. When this person came in, it immediately caused a lot of shock. Who is this person? His aura is so strong. I wonder who this person is. Is he also here for Su Xiuxiu? This person is definitely not one of us. We don't have such a person in Gue Yuan City. Young Master Wang. Those who knew him all came up. Those with knowledge began to quietly discuss. Young Master Wang from Blackrock City is here. Is Child Wang very famous? Young Master Wang's clan is a first-rate clan in Blackrock City. Not only is he young and talented, he also has a first-rate sect behind him, the Black Tortoise sect. Don't you think he's amazing? Awesome, truly awesome. That young Master Wang really liked to be surrounded by people. His every move was very pleasing to the eye and there was nothing to dislike about it. The top secret information you mentioned is this person? You look too bored. Lin Fei took a sip of wine. He said casually. Luo Tian said, I heard that Blackrock City's young Master Wang came for Su Xiuxiu. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. What does this have to do with me? Luo Tian looked at Lin Fei strangely. You don't mind? He's trying to poach you. Let's dig then. Being able to dig it up is also a skill. Lin Fei did not think much of it. He was not the previous Lin Fei. Naturally, he would not care about it. Although he said so, he did not think so in his heart. Even if it had nothing to do with him, since it was related to this body, it was related to Lin Fei. If that person did not make things difficult for him, Lin Fei would not make things difficult for him either. The banquet has begun. After those people came in, they were surrounded by people. At the same time, the banquet began. Everyone was looking forward to this scene. The city lord is here. At the gate, accompanied by a dignified voice, everyone looked at the door. At the door, a middle-aged man walked in slowly. He had a dignified face, which made people involuntarily feel fearful. Just his aura alone made people break out in cold sweat. He was too strong. Beside the city lord, there was a girl in white. She was as pure as ice and as clean as jade, like a snow lotus on Tian Shan Mountain. She immediately stole everyone's limelight. Although she was dressed in white, her charming temperament made all the beauties present feel a little depressed. Lin Fei sat in a corner and did not stand up. At the same time, no one paid attention to him. Su Wen. Lin Fei did not have a deep impression of this city lord. He only knew that the city lord's name was Su Wen. He was a scheming city lord. Unfortunately, he was still unable to control Gue Yuan City and become the true city lord. This person is very strong. Lin Fei thought in his heart. At the same time, he opened the system and threw out a detection. Su Wen, a late-stage profounder. He's not someone you can fight against for now. Hiss. Lin Fei could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. According to his father, this city lord Su Wen's strength was only at the peak of early-stage profounder. Normally, he did not manage the matters of the city. According to the guesses of others, this city lord Su's strength was around the peak of mid-stage profounder. Probably no one would have thought that he would have the strength of a late-stage profounder. A late-stage profounder could completely suppress all other profounders. This was not something that could be resisted by numbers. If it was not for Lin Fei's leveling system, he probably would not have known that this city lord Su had hidden his strength so deeply. A late-stage profounder, about to enter the profounder realm. At the same time, a sharp gaze fell on Lin Fei. In that instant, it was as if he was in a world of ice and snow. Are you trying to intimidate me? Lin Fei circulated his profound energy to the limit in an attempt to block this gaze. But in the end, the gaze disappeared as quickly as it came, as if it had never appeared in the first place. There was probably no one present who noticed this scene. Except for Lin Fei and City Lord Su Wen. After the gaze passed, Lin Fei let out a breath of turbid air. What a formidable city lord. If it wasn't for me reaching the 9th level of the martial path, I would have been injured in that instant. The pressure of an expert. That was City Lord Su Wen's pressure. It was an obscure pressure, and if an ordinary person was unable to withstand it, their soul would collapse, and their cultivation would stagnate. Thank you all for coming to my daughter's birthday banquet. City Lord Su Wen was indeed worthy of being a city lord. The moment he opened his mouth, there was a trace of charm in his pressure. Listening to his words was like bathing in the spring breeze, and it was extremely comfortable. The banquet began. The atmosphere started to become ambiguous. Su Xiaoxiao had undoubtedly become the most outstanding existence, and she attracted everyone's attention. This was because everyone started to present their gifts. This was also the most popular scene in a birthday banquet. If the gift was good and Su Xiaoxiao was satisfied, even if it was just a smile, it would stir up countless situations, especially when there were so many people present. Every birthday banquet was a competition. Everyone wanted to move Su Xiaoxiao's heart. For this birthday banquet, they had put in a lot of effort to make her smile, and they felt that it was all worth it. Big Brother Fei, what did you prepare today? Fatty Luo Tian asked with a smile. Lin Fei chuckled. What do you think? Chapter 191. Present. At this moment, everyone was already itching to make a move. They couldn't wait to make Su Xiaoxiao smile. Su Xiaoxiao was like an otherworldly fairy, quietly standing in front. Even though it was a birthday banquet, her beautiful eyes were as calm as water, without any ripples. In Su Xiaoxiao's eyes, there wasn't much difference between a birthday banquet and a normal one. The only difference was the meaning. Soon, a young man walked out from the crowd with a proud look on his face. Being the first to appear usually had a higher chance of success, as it would bring a lot of pressure to the later ones. Miss Sue, it's your birthday today. I've specially found a pair of red jade bracelets for you. I hope you like them. The young man took out a box and opened it, revealing a pair of red bracelets. The bracelets emitted a bewitching red color, flashing red from time to time. When this pair of bracelets appeared, it immediately attracted intense gazes. Girls all loved jewelry. The scarlet jade bracelet was priceless because scarlet jade was a special material that had extraordinary effects when it came to making jewelry. It was hard to find even with money. Once red jade jewelry appeared in an auction, it would normally cause a frenzy of buyers, making it hard to find. This pair of red jade bracelets was not cheap. Someone calculated that this pair of red jade bracelets was worth at least 5 million silver, or even more. This opening gift was still very exciting. Su Xiaoxiao nodded. Thank you. Even a simple thank you would make that person happy for half a day. What has City Lord Su's daughter not seen before? It was just a smile. 5 million silver, just for a familiar face. It was worth it. The young man saw the reactions of the surrounding people. Since he had achieved his goal, he naturally returned with success. Red jade bracelets, if only someone could give me a pair, would immediately throw myself into their arms. She's in heat, she's in heat. The opening gift is the red jade bracelets, I wonder what else is next. Damn, that kid is really rich. He didn't even blink his eyes and gave out millions of silver worth of red jade bracelets just like that. Luo Tian said with a face full of regret. He might as well use a few million silver to pick up girls. He would definitely be able to live like an emperor. Right now, 5 million silver was nothing to him. If you have the ability, go get yourself a pair. Lin Fei looked at Fatty Luo disdainfully. Throwing out a few million in one go, there are so many rich people in this Xiantian continent. In Earth's terms, they're all F*King rich second generation. No, they're all martial arts second generation. Fatty Luo cried out, if I had this ability, I wouldn't have ended up like this. That's a red jade, it's hard to find in our Yuan city. Maybe that kid bought it in Shanha County. Let's continue watching. Lin Fei was speechless at Fatty Luo's antics. Just as he had said, the value of the gift was constantly increasing. The second gift was a pearl, a rare moonlight pearl. It was priceless, but in Lin Fei's eyes, it was nothing more than a luminous pearl from Earth. This luminous pearl was the size of a fist, and it emitted a silvery white moonlight, exuding a gentle aura. It could be said to be a top-notch item, and if it were to be sold on Earth, it wouldn't be a problem to sell it for several $billion. Overall, the people who gave gifts tonight were either jewelry that women liked, or some strange things. All of them were rare and valuable. The girls below were almost numb from the shock. Comparisons were odious. The gap was too big. Su Xiaoxiao's birthday party had almost all the good things, but for them, it was already quite good to get one or two of them. Many girls wished they could be the one standing on the stage. No matter which one, it was difficult to choose. They were dazzled and didn't know where to start. Su Xiaoxiao's performance had been very calm. Whether it was priceless or rare, in Su Xiaoxiao's eyes, it was almost equal. She didn't like it, nor was she happy. In this way, everyone was quite satisfied. Su Xiaoxiao didn't make any choice, which meant that they were all on the same line, and there was no failure. Young Master Wang, it's your turn. The young man called Young Master Wang puffed out his chest, his face full of arrogance. Ordinary things are nothing more than this. The birthday gift in my hand is the real gift. He was very confident and full of confidence. Young Master Wang's expression, at least, made those who were relieved suddenly worried. A disciple of the Black Tortoise sect, and a first-rate family, he might really be able to suppress them. If this news spread out, they would really be laughed at. A group of people from Yuan City came to Su Xiaoxiao's birthday gift, but they were suppressed by an outsider. It was indeed difficult to raise their heads. In Shanha County, there were countless capital cities, and there were also conflicts between them. Taking advantage of such a good opportunity to make Guiyuan Yuan City eat a bellyful of dust might be a good thing. When young Master Wang came out, it caused quite a stir. Damn, this kid is too pretentious. Fatty Luo couldn't stand it anymore. He wanted to immediately go up and beat him up. His character was like this, he couldn't stand arrogant people. Why did you come to our Guiyuan Yuan City's birthday party? Aren't you courting death? Just go up and beat him up. Lin Fei laughed. Fatty Luo shrunk his neck. I am not as powerful as you. His aura is so strong, maybe he is a little genius. If you let me go up, I will be asking for a beating. This person's aura was very strong, and his strength was also not bad. 9 heavens of martial path, his identity, background, strength were all top-notch, no wonder he had the capital to be arrogant. Damn, there are people who pretentious everywhere. Lin Fei found that Xiantian continent was actually similar to Earth, rich 2nd generation, martial arts 2nd generation, city lord 2nd generation. The only difference was that everyone here worshipped powerlessness. Everyone here worshipped powerlessness. This was a country where martial prowess reigned supreme. The reason why young Master Wang could act tough was because of his strength, plus the family behind him, and the sect behind him, everyone had to give him face. Hello Miss Su, I am one of your admirers, my surname is Wang, first name Xiaopeng. When Wang Xiaopeng came up, he made a very gentlemanly gesture. Su Xiuxiu said lightly, welcome to my birthday party. This was the birthday party that spoke the most. Thank you. Wang Xiaopeng said, in my eyes, Miss Su is the most beautiful today. A beautiful person should enjoy the most glorious beauty. It just so happens that I have an item in my hands that I couldn't find a suitable person for. Now it seems that Miss Su is the most suitable person. You can definitely let the treasure release its charm again. Wang Xiaopeng clapped his hands, and immediately a subordinate came up with a big box. Under the black box, everyone's eyes gathered. The box was very big, and the carvings on the outside were very simple, making it hard to guess what was inside. They guessed that the gift inside should be big. Wang Xiaopeng saw everything and thought, a bunch of country bumpkins. Giving jewelry to a woman is just the most tasteless thing. A person with taste needs to choose from all directions. So mysterious, I wonder what it is. Fatty Luo was very unhappy. There should be a piece of clothing inside. Fatty Luo was startled. Clothing? Wang Xiaopeng opened the box with both hands and reached in. Under everyone's attention, he took out a colorful piece of clothing. Before everyone could react, someone screamed. Nikhang feather robe. It's a Nikhang feather robe. How is that possible? I can't be wrong. I saw a Nikhang feather robe being auctioned in Shanha County last time. I was wondering who bought it, but I didn't expect it to be Master Wang. Miss Su must be so happy. Wang Xiaopeng shook his hand, and the Nikhang feather robe unfolded. It was colorful and attractive, attracting countless people. You are right. I think the Nikhang feather robe is the most suitable birthday gift for Miss Su. Only the Nikhang feather robe can bring out Miss Su's beauty. Wang Xiaopeng was very proud. He had paid a lot for the Nikhang feather robe, and he didn't believe that he couldn't move Su Xiuxiu's heart. He turned to Su Xiuxiu, Miss Su, I sincerely want to see you put on this Nikhang feather robe and show your charm. Then, Wang Xiaopeng knelt on one knee and presented the Nikhang feather robe, looking at Su Xiuxiu sincerely. How romantic. If it were me, I would wear it immediately. I'm so envious. I dare say that the best gift today is this Nikhang feather robe. Put it on, put it on. Girls couldn't resist temptation. Following someone's shout, the banquet hall erupted into an uproar. Put it on, put it on. They might not be qualified to wear it, but if they could see it with their own eyes, it would be a blessing, especially with Wang Xiaopeng's charming voice. Girls really can't resist temptation. Lin Fei spat out a very disdainful sentence. Fatty Luo rolled his eyes. If you're so capable, put one on the stage. That's the Nikhang feather robe. Young Master Wang has a lot of capital, but he's too despicable. He's clearly trying to steal your girl. Fatty Luo's words were powerful. In fact, ever since Wang Xiaoping went up, Lin Fei had been very unhappy. Especially after he gave Wang Xiaoping a Nikhang feather robe, he tried to force Wang Xiaoping to abdicate. Wasn't he trying to embarrass himself? Even though he had nothing to do with Su Xiuxiu, he was still related to her ex. Lin Fei wasn't a broad-minded person. At the end of the day, he was more of a chauvinist. When he saw Wang Xiaoping do that, he felt very unhappy. It was a very strange feeling, but it seemed a little familiar. Am I jealous? Pft, pft, pft. How could I be jealous? Lin Fei hurriedly got rid of the thought and completely cut off his previous thoughts. His gaze fell on the Nikhang feather robe, and he frowned. Then, a strange look appeared on his face. Wang Xiaoping knelt down on one knee, and his eyes were particularly sincere. If he did this, it would be easy to move a little girl. Chapter 192. The voice was neither light nor heavy, but it fell into everyone's heart and they could hear it clearly. Voila! Everyone's eyes looked in one direction. As a martial artist, their reaction was top-notch and they quickly found the location. It's him? When their eyes fell on Lin Fei, everyone showed a strange expression. Some people even looked back and forth between Wang Xiaoping and Lin Fei. Those who didn't know Lin Fei were immediately warned not to offend Lin Fei. Offending Lin Fei was equivalent to offending the Lin family and offending the Rune Guild. Everyone tactfully shut their mouths. They didn't want to be implicated. As people of Guiyuan City, they all knew Lin Fei's ferocity. Lin Fei stood up and walked straight up. Wang Xiaoping, who was kneeling on one knee, also had a stomach full of anger. He couldn't help but stand up. He didn't expect that someone would ruin his good thing at such a critical moment. If he insisted a little more, maybe Su Xiuxiu would agree to him. As a result, everything was destroyed by a kid who came out of nowhere. After standing up, Wang Xiaoping saw that the atmosphere was not right. Especially when everyone looked at this person, a touch of fear flashed in their eyes. Who is this kid? Is he the young master of Guiyuan City? It was no wonder that Wang Xiaoping would have such an idea. Except for the young master, it seemed that no one else was qualified. But he would never have thought that Lin Fei was not a young master. He relied on his martial strength to kill a 9th-layer martial artist and comprehend the concept of wind. Brother, what do you mean by this? Lin Fei stopped not far away and said with a smile, nothing, I just don't like the Nikhang feather robe. It always feels weird. Wang Xiaoping almost vomited blood. He was flustered and exasperated. Are you saying that my Nikhang feather robe is fake? This kid was quite smart. Lin Fei laughed. This is what you said. I didn't say that your Nikhang feather robe is fake. Everything is what you said. Hiss. Everyone was surprised. Lin Fei stepped forward and interrupted Wang Xiaoping's offering. The crowd did not understand what he meant. When they heard this, they could not help but be surprised. The rainbow feather raiment was fake? How could this be possible? The Nikhang feather clothing was a brand of clothing that was no longer produced. Everything that had been passed down was authentic. Now that someone said that the rainbow feather robe was fake, everyone didn't believe it. Wasn't this too fake? If it was anyone else, they would definitely be drowned in the spit of the crowd. This was a shameless boasting and courting death. However, since it was Lin Fei, he had no choice but to take it seriously. They could ignore the playboy from 5 years ago. However, 5 years later, Lin Fei was someone they had no choice but to pay attention to. I thought you would change. You're still the same when it comes to being petty. I almost thought you were a different person. The eyes of Su Xiuxiu, who had not changed at all, flickered with a strange light. In fact, since Su Xiuxiu came in, she had already noticed Lin Fei in the corner. Since the day she left, it was revealed that Lin Fei had comprehended the intent realm, which shocked Su Xiuxiu when she returned home. It didn't matter who was right or wrong in the matter of that year. If Lin Fei came back and settled the score with her, Su Xiuxiu would think that Lin Fei was still a child who had not grown up. However, since Lin Fei came back, everything began to change. The playboy's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, and he was only one step away from the profound realm. He killed an expert at the 9th heaven of martial Dao and destroyed the Li family. The Lin Fei of that year had completely changed in Su Xiuxiu's eyes. The last time they met, Su Xiuxiu found that Lin Fei's temperament had changed a lot, and she almost thought that he was a different person. Today's scene made her recall Lin Fei's domineering words in the past. Wasn't it exactly the same as what she was saying now? The words were similar, and the attitude was similar. Su Xiuxiu no longer doubted that Lin Fei was still the original Lin Fei, and the details still couldn't be changed. If Lin Fei knew Su Xiuxiu's doubts, he would probably be scared into a cold sweat. Since his soul crossed over, he had gradually changed his previous way. After all, 5 years of life in the Divine Force sect could change a lot, such as character, temper, details. Su Xiuxiu didn't speak to stop it, but looked at it with interest. She was curious in her heart, what did Lin Fei want to do? She had seen a lot of Nikhang feather clothes. Was this one fake? Su Xiuxiu had a skeptical attitude. Wang Xiaoping snorted coldly. In order to win the Nikhang feather clothes, he spent a lot of money. At this time, everyone looked at him with strange eyes, and they began to waver. In order to recover the loss, he must let everyone understand that the Nikhang feather clothes was real, not fake. I don't know who you are and what you want to do. You slandered me for no reason. If you don't give me and everyone here a satisfactory explanation tonight, let's see how you get out of here. Wang Xiaoping was strong, and he also had a good grasp of people's hearts. When he spoke, he immediately pulled everyone, not only for himself, but also for everyone else. However, they did not notice this scene. When Wang Xiaoping thought he was smart and pulled everyone up together, a strange smile flashed in their eyes. There were even some people who couldn't help but leave their current seats to pull Wang Xiaoping away, lest they get into trouble. However, Wang Xiaoping didn't notice the situation at all. Lin Fei took a step forward, his eyes fell on Su Xiuxiu, and said with a smile, "Miss Su, I don't really like to interrupt your banquet. However, as we have known each other for so many years, I can't help but to remind you, lest you are deceived by others, which would make me feel sorry." When everyone saw Lin Fei's expression, they revealed a face of disbelief. Lin Fei and Su Xiuxiu knew each other? Or should it be called pestering? 5 years ago, Lin Fei kept pestering Su Xiuxiu, which led to the shocking scene later on. If it was in another place, they would probably laugh non-stop. Lin Fei's skin was really thick, almost as thick as the city wall. Su Xiuxiu also endured. How could there be such a person like Lin Fei in the world? It was obvious that he didn't like him. What kind of temper did Lin Fei have? Although he didn't know much, he still had 70 to 80% of it. If you don't give an explanation, I believe that everyone will not forgive you. Su Xiuxiu wouldn't expose him. Her face was cold, and she looked like she was 1,000 miles away. Wang Xiaoping was proud and thought, a chick is a chick. You can't say anything about my Nikhang feather coat. When the time comes, I will make you pay. Miss Su is right. This guy is deliberately causing trouble. The Nikhang feather coat was bought from the biggest auction house in Shanha County. That auction house pays attention to its reputation. How could they joke about it? Su Xiuxiu's eyes flashed with a look of disgust. This person was handsome, but had a mean heart. It was a waste of his good looks. It was best not to meet this kind of person. Just a few words sent Wang Xiaoping to hell. If he knew, he would even have the heart to die. Damn, this chick still wants to make things difficult for me? Lin Fei sneered in his heart. 5 years ago, I can mess with you. 5 years later, I can still mess with you. I agree with Miss Su's words. His eyes turned. I am afraid that when the time comes, someone's face will not look good. This guy was not simple. Wang Xiaoping thought and said seriously, what is true is true. It is impossible to become false because of one sentence. Everyone can see it. Chapter 193. At this moment, there was actually someone paying attention to Lin Fei, and that person was City Lord Su Wen. City Lord Su Wen had been paying attention to Lin Fei the entire time. From the moment he entered, he vaguely shot a glance at Lin Fei. Interesting, interesting. Su Wen was the city lord of a region. Apart from certain things, there were very few things that he cared about. The Lin family's Lin Fei was the only exception. If not for the incident 5 years ago, Su Wen wouldn't have minded killing Lin Fei. Su Xiaoxiao's mother had died young, and he had always treated his daughter as the apple of his eye, doting on her until that incident. In fact, Su Wen was the one behind the Lin family's setbacks in the past few years. The higher-ups moved their mouths, and the people below them ran errands. Su Wen only revealed his dissatisfaction with the Lin family, which led to the downfall of the Lin family. If not for the Li family's defeat, the lad who left in a sorry state 5 years ago might not have entered their sights. Lin Fei stood out to stir up trouble. Su Wen did not say anything and remained silent, allowing the situation to develop. Actually, he was also curious as to whether the playboy from 5 years ago had changed in any other aspects other than his rapid advancement in martial cultivation. The brief confrontation at the door also made Su Wen realize that Lin Fei was no longer the Lin Fei from before. Hee, remember what you said. Lin Fei was actually waiting for this sentence. If not for the detection system, he really wouldn't have paid attention to the Nikhang feather raiment. Wang Xiaoping took out the Nikhang feather raiment. Lin Fei was bored, so he used the detection system and got an unexpected result. The Nikhang feather raiment was actually a counterfeit product. Lin Fei was speechless. That was why the scene before him happened. If not for Wang Xiaoping demanding an explanation from Su Xiaoxiao, Lin Fei would have been rather displeased. In his words, Su Xiaoxiao was his fiancée, and regardless of whether it was real or fake, he would be laughed at if he didn't stand up for her. It just so happened that the Nikhang feather raiment was fake, giving Lin Fei a chance. Wang Xiaoping was destined to suffer a tragedy. Wang Xiaoping was very confident in that auction house. He had never heard of an auction house selling fake goods. This brat dared to come out and cause trouble. He must have wanted to interrupt him and make a fool of himself. If you prove that the rainbow feather raiment is real, I won't let you do anything to me. Wang Xiaoping paused for a moment. I just want you to get the hell out of the city lord mansion and shout 3 more times. You have eyes but you can't see. What a vicious mind. The fact that Lin Fei was chased out of the city lord's mansion had a huge impact. Then, there was that sentence. Subconsciously, it was that he was a country bumpkin who didn't know what was good for him. Surprisingly, Lin Fei did not object. He said lightly, "It's not a difficult request. I can agree to it." Wang Xiaoping was slightly startled and thought to himself, is there something wrong with this kid's head? Don't you know the consequences of losing? Or do you think the rainbow feather raiment is real? Subconsciously, he stole a glance at the rainbow feather robe in his hand, and only then did he calm down. Okay, then let's begin. Wait. Lin Fei stopped him. I agreed to your condition, but you haven't agreed to mine yet. You think I'll lose? Wang Xiaoping revealed an exaggerated smile. Why wouldn't I lose? Lin Fei was still as calm as ever. On second thought, he felt that it was nothing. He wouldn't lose anyway. How about this, I still have the same request. If you lose, you scram. If I lose, I scram. How about it? Lin Fei pondered. Then it's settled. Wang Xiaoping felt that this action was very unpleasant. He had already agreed to the conditions. What else did he want? Was he going to make another condition? Little Fei, there won't be a problem, right? Fatty Luo was very careful, looking worried. Why don't you believe that the clothes are fake? Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. Just a little bit. I'm worried. Wang Xiaoping would not miss an opportunity to increase his sense of existence by attacking the other party. It was indeed a very refreshing thing. City Lord Su, for the sake of fairness, I hope that you can be the notary. Su Wen smiled. Sure. This kid was quite smart. Wang Xiaopeng looked at Lin Fei proudly. By inviting Su Wen to be the notary, he wasn't worried that this kid would play any tricks. If he lost, he wouldn't have to worry that the other party would be lazy. At this moment, Wang Xiaopeng said again, you said that the rainbow feather robe is fake. You must have your reasons. Before this, I want to invite someone out. He is Master Chen Wen, who has done research on the rainbow feather robe. Lin Fei kept looking. If someone was paying attention, they would definitely notice that he was looking at a clown, allowing the other party to perform. Chen Yuan wasn't good at other things, but he was proficient in making the rainbow feather robe. Therefore, he had a lot of say here. They had invited City Lord Su Wen to be the witness, and they had also invited Grandmaster Chen Yuan. They were trying to embarrass Lin Fei. This rainbow feather robe, be it in terms of craftsmanship or other aspects, is exquisite and flawless. It isn't an imitation. Chen Yuan looked at it from top to bottom and announced the result to the crowd. What is third young Master Lin trying to do? Since Master Chen Yuan said that the rainbow feather robe is real, then it must be real. This time, third young Master Lin is going to be embarrassed. Chen Yuan's announcement immediately attracted many reactions. Lin Fei didn't think much of it. Master Chen Yuan, I don't agree with what you said. The rainbow feather robe is better than the rainbow feather robe. As for the appearance, it's indeed not bad. It's a pity that this rainbow feather robe lacks another form of expression. Chen Yuan was an old man with a white beard. His face couldn't help but darken when someone questioned his words. However, when he heard the latter part of the sentence, his expression changed again. If you want to use the final form of the rainbow feather robe to determine whether it's real or fake, you will really be disappointed. Chen Yuan shook his head. Ever since the rainbow feather robe lost its core, no one has been able to display the final form of the rainbow feather robe. Everyone was confused when they heard this. Final form? Fortunately, there was no lack of people who knew about it. Soon, everyone came to a realization. So this was the reason why the rainbow feather robe was so famous. It turned out that the rainbow feather robe had another function apart from being beautiful. At a critical moment, it could display its final form. This was the reason why it was so famous. Unfortunately, there was a gap in the Xiantian continent, causing the rainbow feather robe to transform and disappear in the ocean of history. If Lin Fei hadn't mentioned it, no one would have known that there was such a thing. That's not necessarily true. Lin Fei shook his head. It just so happens that I know the final form of the rainbow feather robe. What? You know it? Chen Yuan jumped up excitedly. His gaze was like that of a hungry wolf that had been starving for several days. Master Chen, don't be fooled. Wang Xiaopeng sneered. That's a top secret. Do you think he knows? Even though pouring cold water on him didn't work, Chen Yuan was still excited. In the past, many forging cores were lost elsewhere. Perhaps this young man really can obtain them. Hearing that Lin Fei knew the final form of the rainbow feather robe, everyone started to pay attention. The younger generation didn't know about the final form of the rainbow feather robe. Don't forget that the older ones more or less knew some inside information. They couldn't help but want to see it. Watch carefully. In order to be fair, Lin Fei found a girl to put on the rainbow feather robe. No one had any objections. Wang Xiaopeng also didn't have any objections. He had heard a bit about the final form of the rainbow feather robe, but he didn't think that this kid had the ability to do it. The girl seemed very nervous. Her face was red, nervous and excited. After putting on the rainbow feather robe, the situation changed greatly. It added a lot of charm to the girl, surprising everyone. As expected of the rainbow feather robe, it was not simple. Of course, Lin Fei also received a lot of attention from the crowd. What a light and graceful movement. It's starting. It's starting. Then, Lin Fei started to move. He circled around the girl and kept pointing with his fingers. His speed wasn't very fast, just enough for people to see. You can succeed just by pointing randomly. That's just a trick to trick people. Wang Xiaopeng was very disdainful. Only Qin Yuan frowned, as if he had seen something. Sometimes he opened his eyes, and sometimes he frowned. After Lin Fei stopped again, his hands were like butterflies, waving quickly, dazzling everyone's eyes. He shouted softly, "Open! Open!" A stream of qi fell on the rainbow feather robe. After the qi fell on it, there was immediately a huge change. It's moving, it's moving. The rainbow feather robe was surrounded by bright flowers, as if it was real, like a dream country. Then, the illusion of butterflies also began to appear quietly. When those butterflies were about to appear, an accident happened. After the illusion was roughly formed, it quietly broke and disappeared completely, as if it lacked some power. What a beautiful flower! What a beautiful butterfly! It's gone. Why is it gone? Bewildered looks appeared on their faces. After the butterfly, everyone saw that there seemed to be something in the middle. Unfortunately, they couldn't see what it looked like, or even what it looked like. Lin Fei also let out a long sigh of relief. The rainbow feather robe was just the most special kind in the forging system, and there was a detailed introduction. The rainbow feather robe is a different kind of existence in the forging system. Once the real rainbow feather robe is unfolded, it will form a flock of flowers and birds. The rainbow feather robe in front of us is just an illusion. Someone must have mastered the production method, but unfortunately, they don't know the details. In the eyes of some people, Lin Fei's words were like swallowing a fly. You can prove that this rainbow feather robe is fake with just a few words. Ridiculous. Wang Xiaopeng said coldly. What this young man said is right. Qin Yuan said, "Sir, this rainbow feather raiment is a fake." The flower and bird transformation just now was indeed the final transformation of the rainbow feather raiment. Unfortunately, the rainbow feather raiment is a complete version. This is just a high-grade imitation. I, Qin Yuan, can guarantee it on my reputation. Tick. A drop of cold sweat fell from Wang Xiaopeng's forehead. I remember, the rainbow feather robe does have this transformation. Third young Master Lin is really amazing. Chapter 194. Qin Yuan's words crushed Wang Xiaopeng's last hope. He couldn't believe that the Nikhang feather raiment was fake. He had spent a lot of money to bid for it. He was completely dumbfounded. Master Qin, do you think there's a mistake? This thing can't be fake, right? Qin Yuan had been studying the final transformation of the Nikhang feather raiment, but he hadn't found anything yet. He didn't expect to find the final transformation by accident. How could he not be excited? Are you doubting my ability? Or are you suspecting that I'm using my position for personal gain? Master Qin Yuan didn't have many other identities, but he was a true master of the Nikhang feather raiment. He was famous in the Bufalling dynasty. Wang Xiaopeng's words undoubtedly displeased Qin Yuan. No. How could I? Wang Xiaopeng felt as disgusted as if he had swallowed a fly. He wanted to argue, but his face was burning when he saw everyone's eyes. He seemed to be sure that they were laughing at him. This person is really too much. He knew that the Nikhang feather raiment was fake, but he still dared to use it as a gift. How audacious. Fortunately, Lin Fei helped. Otherwise, Miss Su would have received a fake item at this birthday party. If she wore it out one day, she would be laughed at. Wang Xiaopeng's face turned even uglier. Young Master Wang, you've lost. Fulfill your promise. Fatty Luo was a typical troublemaker. When he saw that young Master Wang had lost, he immediately jumped out and played the villain. In fact, he just wanted to see young Master Wang make a fool of himself. If it was Wang Xiaopeng who succeeded, they wouldn't have any thoughts. However, since it was someone else, they naturally didn't dare to be with Wang Xiaopeng, lest the city lord bore a grudge against them. Giving a fake gift, was purely looking for all sorts of trouble. Fortunately, Lin Fei exposed it. You must have made a mistake. How could I be wrong? Wang Xiaoping also thought that he had lifted a stone and hit his own foot. This time, it was not light. He also became flustered and hated the auction house. Who said that it was real just now? Fatty Luo grinned and said, I heard it loud and clear. If you don't have money, don't pretend to be pretentious. It's enough to give a birthday present with the thought. Giving a fake present is just asking for trouble. Fatty Luo had been very unhappy since he saw Wang Xiaoping. Now that there was finally an opportunity, they naturally wouldn't miss it. They would beat the drowning bird and teach the other party a lesson. At this moment, no one dared to come forward to help. They realized that City Lord Su Wen's expression wasn't too good. Lin Fei did not speak, waiting for the other party to make a decision. Wang Xiaoping came here with a good plan. He wanted to propose to Su Xiuxiu. At the very least, he wanted to establish a relationship with her, but the result was far beyond his expectations. The gift he had carefully prepared was a fake. Master Chen Yuan was famous for his research on the rainbow feather raiment. His words were undoubtedly a death sentence. He had lost his chance to turn things around. Kid, you're the best this time. I admit defeat. Let's wait and see next time. Wang Xiaoping understood that he had messed things up. If he didn't leave this place now, who knew if City Lord Su Wen would make a move on him? He had to leave Gui Yuan City first. Before he left, he used his Xian Qi to transmit his voice. I hope we won't meet again. This is my warning to you. Humph, dream on. I was blind. I was blind. I was blind. These three shameful words almost caused Wang Xiaoping to run out. His face was abnormally pale. This kid deserves it. It's good that he's gone. Wang Xiaoping, who was running out, didn't pay attention to his feet and fell to the ground with a putong sound. He quickly got up and his face turned even uglier. He even had the intention to kill someone. This was a great humiliation, a great humiliation. Wang Xiaoping left in a sorry state, bringing out Lin Fei's image. This playboy really made people look at him in a new light. Third young Master Lin, what gift did you prepare for our Miss Su? Let everyone take a look. Soon, the crowd started to jeer. Wang Xiaoping's rainbow feather raiment was originally in the limelight. But after it became a fake, it became disdainful. Everyone's gaze fell on Lin Fei. Su Xiuxiu's long eyelashes twitched. She was extremely shocked in her heart. How did he know the final transformation of the rainbow feather raiment? Wasn't it said to be lost? She couldn't help but be suspicious. Her mood changed quickly and she immediately shifted to the gift. For the current Lin Fei, Su Xiuxiu didn't hate him. People would grow up. The gap between 5 years ago and 5 years later could also be changed. Lin Fei, who was jeered by the crowd, looked calm and strode to Su Xiuxiu. Miss Su, are you satisfied with the gift just now? Crash. The sound of something falling could be heard. Was that a gift just now? Su Xiuxiu's face also showed a surprised expression. She didn't have time to react. Lin Fei smiled again. Actually, I was joking just now. As old friends for many years, it's necessary for us to help each other. I don't like pretentious people the most. In order to let a person know his mistakes, we have to expose him and teach him a deep lesson. I think it's very necessary. Hiss. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Fei's personality was as cruel as his killing methods. Lin Fei seemed to know what everyone was thinking. He continued to speak, but he was actually talking to Su Xiuxiu. Initially, I wanted to give you a set of jewelry, but I thought it was too tacky. Later on, I thought it would be good to give you a rare treasure. After some thought, I don't think it's possible for a rare treasure to be given to me. Everyone didn't understand what Lin Fei was trying to do. Could it be that he didn't give her any gift at all? Everyone had the same thought. Just as everyone was thinking about this, Lin Fei suddenly walked out of the door. Miss Su, my gift is outside. The gift is outside. These few words seemed to have a charm. Jewelry was not. nor was it a rare treasure. What exactly did Lin Fei give her? It was simply a mystery. Outside the hall, there was a very beautiful courtyard. Lin Fei suddenly pointed up. "Miss Su, happy birthday." Without any movement, there was a loud boom in the night sky. The originally endless night sky instantly released a myriad of colors. The sky was full of colors, like a meteor shower, like a bright smiling face. The reaction above the city lord's mansion also attracted the attention of everyone in Guiyuan City. Many people even suspected that there was a treasure in that place. But when they heard it was above the city lord's mansion, they were all dumbfounded. Too beautiful. Red clouds, it's so beautiful. What the hell is this? It looks like a treasure has been born. Everyone look, there seems to be words above. Su Xiaoxiao, happy birthday, happy every day. Damn, who is so romantic to make such a scene? It's too awesome. Chapter 195. P.S. Today is New Year's Eve. I wish everyone a happy new year. Noon of this day. On the official road leading to Shanha County, the sound of an earthquake came from afar and resounded above the official road. From afar, a group of black monsters appeared on the official road, splashing countless dust and attracting the attention of countless people. Fifth-rank monster mounts, who are these people? Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? They are all members of the Rune Guild. They must be going to participate in the Runes Tower competition. Wow, it's so good to be a Runes master. Fifth-rank monster mounts are equivalent to martial artists at the fifth heaven of the martial path. The last time I saw a fifth-rank monster, it was priced at 10 million. There are at least a dozen fifth-rank monsters here and hundreds of millions of silver taels. The Rune Guild is really rich. The group of people riding on the fifth-rank monster mounts galloped past. Fifth-rank monster mounts are really awesome. Needless to say, it's worth thousands of gold taels. In Guiyuan City, only our Rune Guild has the financial resources to tame a fifth-rank monster. When will I be able to have a real high-rank mount? From time to time, there were conversations among the group of people. Among them, there was one person who was surrounded by many people. He looked delicate, but the people around him all had a trace of fear. This person was none other than Lin Fei. Ever since the birthday banquet. That was a few days ago. On that night, the fireworks runes made by Lin Fei had undoubtedly caused a great sensation. Although it was a birthday gift, no one thought that a birthday gift could be like this. For a time, the entire Guiyuan City was looking for fireworks runes. Lin Fei did not know that his casual behavior would cause such a scene. Lin Fei decisively handed over the production of the fireworks runes to his father, and then reached an agreement with the Rune Guild. In a few days, the fireworks runes earned a lot of money. The Lin family was happy, and so was the Rune Guild. Young Master Lin, you're amazing. The fireworks runes are so beautiful. The next time you have something good, Lin Fei, don't forget about us. If Lin Fei had defeated Shandong with runes during the first time, then he had brought in a large sum of income for the Rune Guild, which was acknowledged by everyone. They were all runes trainers, and their benefits were fixed. They would not reject a good opportunity to earn extra money, especially when the fireworks runes were special runes. Other than learning them, they could earn extra money. No problem, as long as you're not afraid of hard work. As for the last sentence, everyone chose to ignore it. Lin Fei didn't expect that his casual behavior would bring income to the family. He didn't have anything good to give Su Xiaoxiao on her birthday. As a gaming otaku, he didn't lack anything else, but he had countless ways to be romantic. Setting off a firework with a name attached was the simplest way to do it. What they didn't know was that in the Xintian continent, no one had ever been able to develop fireworks or runes. In their eyes, runes were incomparably holy. Who would go tinker with something so stupid? But Lin Fei had done it, and the results were extraordinarily good. The Rune Guild needed research funds. With such an opportunity to make money and cultivate the practical ability of his disciples, Mu Changkong wouldn't say no. Lin Fei roped in his fellow apprentices. Yunfei, the senior apprentice, was not in a good mood. Before Lin Fei came, he often did some small favors and won a lot of support. In just a few days, the situation had become one-sided. Ignorant and incompetent. When we reach the capital of Shanha Prefecture, we'll teach Lin Fei a lesson. Gue Yuan City, City Lord Mansion. In the study room. Daughter, have you really thought it through and decided not to reconsider? Su Wen looked at his daughter in front of him and said in a serious tone. In fact, he knew very well that this question was tantamount to asking in vain, but he still wanted to know more. Su Xiaoxiao nodded. I have decided. Su Wen probed, is it about that kid? Su Xiaoxiao paused for a moment, it's not related to him. Su Wen saw a trace of competitiveness in his daughter's eyes. As the daughter of the city lord, Su Xiaoxiao had reached the 8th stage of the martial path at such a young age. Her talent was not bad, but compared to that monster, there was still a big gap. It was normal for his daughter to have such an idea. Whatever you decide, father will support you. Su Wen revealed a loving expression. I will write a letter for you to bring to your aunt. This is the only thing father can do for you. Thank you, father, your daughter has worried you. Su Wen laughed. You are my daughter, and I am your father. There is no need to thank me. It's just a little brat. I believe that sooner or later, my good daughter will pull him down. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes revealed a hint of determination. Father, I will not let you down. In the Xiantian continent, the fist was the strongest. His daughter was quiet and did not take martial arts seriously. If she took it seriously, she would definitely reach the 9th stage of the martial path. A few days later, a group of travel-worn people arrived outside a huge city. In the huge city, there was a sleeping giant tiger on the plains. It seemed as if it would wake up in the next moment and launch a fatal blow. That is the capital of the Shanha County. The group stood on their horses, and all the demonic beasts stopped. Across the moat, they saw their destination. The capital of the Shanha County, the political center of the Shanha County, the most authoritative place in the county. There were many experts here. There were many clans here. Although they had not entered the Shanha County, the spacious official road was filled with people. It was many times more lively than Gue Yuan City. So big. So majestic. As expected of the capital of the Shanha County. It is magnificent. The disciples of the Rune Guild did not come to the capital of the Shanha County often. After a few days of travel, their tired expressions were replaced by excitement when they saw the Shanha County's Shanha County. This Shanha County seems to be the size of a city. It is not simple. After coming down from the Gate of Divine Might, Lin Fei had not had the chance to visit the fallen dynasty. Today, he finally had the chance. Compared to Shanha County, Gue Yuan City was too small. Only Yunfei muttered, country bumpkins. Everyone, follow me. Remember, do not cause trouble in Shanha County. There are special patrols in the city. The leader was a level 4 runes, Zhang. At the city gate, everyone paid 10 taels of silver and finally entered Shanha County. Shanha County was divided into 4 regions, Shanha East Region, Shanha South Region, Shanha West Region, and Shanha North Region. When they entered Shanha County, the only thing they felt was that it was huge, very, very huge. Although Gue Yuan City was huge, compared to Shanha County, even a region was a few times bigger. If there was no one to lead the team, they would probably feel dizzy. Zhang Zhenla saw it all. Back then, he was also like them. When he saw a certain someone, he could not help but be shocked and surprised at how calm he was. Why are you not surprised? Suddenly, he heard a sweet voice. Lin Fei turned around and found out that Mu Ning had come. His eyes lit up. Why should I be surprised? Mu Ning snorted, how unromantic. Then, she turned around and left. Lin Fei was speechless. Living in the 21st century, there were concrete and high-rise buildings everywhere. Although Shanha County looked good, it was too far away and looked very shabby. When Mu Ning asked why he was not surprised, Lin Fei was really not surprised. In the end, he offended Mu Ning for no reason. Zhang Zhenle led a group of people to the Shandong region. Along the way, Zhang Zhenle kept explaining so that everyone could have a better understanding of Shanhe County. At the same time, he also warned them not to cause trouble everywhere. The Rune Guild was very domineering, but in a place like Shanhe County, they were also restricted. Excuse me. Quick, get out of the way. They are coming. Unknowingly, the originally bustling streets suddenly became empty. Zhang Zhenle frowned and immediately led them to stop on both sides of the street. At the end of the long street, orderly demonic beast mounts passed through the street. These people took advantage of the fact that when their mounts passed by, they exuded a strong and murderous aura. Those with low strength were confused and disoriented. Ordinary mounts were all scared to the point that they crawled on the ground and shivered. Bloodline pressure. All of them are rank 5 demonic beasts with the same equipment. Their background is really not small. I wonder what their identity is. Lin Fei had been observing them. From the aura they exuded, he could tell that their hands were stained with the blood of many people. They gathered such a strong murderous aura. From the looks of it, it seems that they are going to leave the city to complete another mission. When can I become a member of Xianxia? Even if I become an ordinary disciple, I am willing to reduce my lifespan by 10 years if I can become a black armor guard like them. A ray of light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. He spat out a voice that only he could hear. Xianxia. I didn't expect Xianxia to be so strong. After the encounter on the street, Lin Fei went to the Mountain River East area and stayed in the accommodation arranged by the host Rune Guild. He was still thinking about Xianxia. Everyone, have a good rest. If you need to go out, be sure to register here. Don't wander around. Before leaving, Zhang Zhenle announced a piece of news. This naturally made countless people yearn for it. From a small place to a big city, anyone would be unable to control themselves and want to experience the colorful world. After Zhang Zhenle's announcement, many people signed up immediately. Of the 10 runes, a total of a few went to register. Only one person did not. Young Master Lin, why don't you go out for a walk? Zhang Zhenle asked curiously. Lin Fei smiled and said, I have time after the competition. I am going to rest. Go ahead. I will inform you when it's time for dinner. Lin Fei turned and left. Zhang Zhenle looked at his back and revealed a look of approval. He thought, as expected of the person selected by the president. When I first came here, I also couldn't resist the temptation. Lin Fei is not bad. He is not affected by the outside world. Chapter 196. When he woke up, it was already dark outside. What a good sleep. I feel so refreshed. After stretching, Lin Fei got out of bed, opened the window, and took a deep breath. Outside the window was a garden. The fragrance of flowers wafted in, and he could vaguely hear the chattering of girls. They should be female runes trainers. From Mu Changkong, Lin Fei found out that there were a total of 12 rune guilds for the runes competition, and this was where everyone would rest. Hearing the girl's voice, Lin Fei was not surprised. It was a quiet night. The next day, it was still a rest day. The Runes Tower competition would be held 3 days later. Lin Fei took a day off from Zhang Zhenle. Before he left, Zhang Zhenle reminded him to come back tomorrow and allow Lin Fei to leave. Zhang Zhenle saw Mu Changkong's attitude towards Lin Fei, and naturally did not dare to stop him. Moreover, Mu Changkong had reminded Lin Fei to leave if he wanted to. Even if Lin Fei did not say anything, Zhang Zhenle would not care. Fortunately, Lin Fei did not rely on Mu Changkong's love to do whatever he wanted, and he respected Zhang Zhenle very much. Coming out of the Rune Guild's accommodation, Lin Fei was about to ask someone for directions when a familiar voice came from behind. It was Wang Fei, who had returned earlier than him. If it was not for that incident, Lin Fei would have come to Shanhe City with Wang Fei, and then a series of things happened, and in the end, Wang Fei came back earlier. Senior Lin, here. It turned out that Wang Fei had been standing opposite him. You must have waited for a long time. Wang Fei had seen a friendly senior before. I just arrived too. I wanted to go in and ask, but the guards outside did not allow me. I could only wait for you outside. Luckily you did not go out. Lin Fei smiled. Why did you wait so long? Wang Fei nodded. A little. Senior Zhang has been under a lot of pressure recently. Take me there first. Other than participating in the Runes Tower Challenge competition, Lin Fei still had to complete the protection mission with Zhang Wudi. Since he had some free time, he decided to go and check out the situation first. Wang Fei naturally took on the role of guide. Along the way, Lin Fei asked many questions about Xianxia. When Wang Fei had returned earlier, he had specifically instructed Lin Fei that information was very important. Wang Fei did not disappoint Lin Fei. As soon as he returned to Mountain River City, he immediately started to investigate. Xianxia was very powerful. In the eyes of the God Force sect, he was just a strong ant. Being able to serve senior brother Lin Fei was naturally what he wanted. Previously, at the entrance, with just a little bit of effort, he killed a Martial Path 9 Sky and crippled another Martial Path 9 Sky, which shocked everyone, especially what kind of state he had grasped. Wang Fei had never told anyone about this, treating it as his own secret. Sorry to trouble you this time. Lin Fei patted on Wang Fei's shoulder, feeling very grateful. Wang Fei quickly said, Senior brother's matter is my matter. Actually, there was one more sentence that he did not say. Senior brother Duo just need to take care of him in the future. Although he did not say it, his meaning was expressed. Senior brother Zhang Wudi's location was at the west of Mountain River City, right next to each other. The distance was not very far, and it would take an hour to reach. Lin Fei only knew that they were here to protect someone. As for who, he did not know for the time being. Senior brother, do you see that building? That's the target we are protecting. Wang Fei suddenly pointed to one of the big buildings. In the Mountain River City, big buildings could be found everywhere. All of them were proof that they belonged to powerful clans or forces. Where did they come from? Golden Breeze Drizzle Building, the biggest threat to Xianxia. Wang Fei lowered his voice. Ah, Xianxia's opponent. Lin Fei felt that it was very unbelievable. He actually had to protect an opponent from Xianxia. Was the heavens joking with him? Didn't you say it's an opponent? Why? Wang Fei shook his head, revealing a troubled expression. This. I really don't know. Senior brother Zhang Wudi knows best. You can ask him. Lin Fei said. Alright, let's go. This person is not allowed to enter. At the entrance, Lin Fei was stopped. 6 guards at the entrance looked at him fiercely, making him confused. How dare you? This is our divine martial sect's senior brother. Get out of my way. Wang Fei said angrily. How dare the divine martial sect's people stop them? They must be tired of living. The 6 guards apologized profusely. I'm sorry. Please don't be angry. We have no choice. Wang Fei did not want to let them go, but he was pulled back by Lin Fei. Forget it. Let's go in first. If you dare to do this again, don't blame me for being impolite. The divine martial sect's disciples, even if they were just outer disciples, were prideful. They represented the sect's face when they were outside. They were not willing to lose face so easily. Those people were so scared that they did not even dare to breathe loudly. They were afraid that they would come back to settle the score. After entering through the entrance, Lin Fei could not help but frown. The atmosphere inside was very oppressive. With the power of his divine soul, he could see everything in the dark. Why would someone who can be Xianxia's opponent be nervous? That's impossible. Could it be that something went wrong? Lin Fei remained silent. Along the way, there were countless guards in the dark and in the light. It could be described as an impregnable country. Even if a late profound cultivator barged in, there would not be anything left of him. Lin Fei had a great hatred for Xianxia. It would be best if he could figure out Xianxia's strength. Wang Fei seemed to be very familiar with this place. The guards did not make things difficult for them. They walked smoothly along the way. After a few twists and turns, they occupied a very large area. In front of us is where we will rest. Senior brother Zhang Wudi should be practicing martial arts outside. After walking through a stone path, they saw an arched door. Banging sounds came from inside. Senior brother must be practicing martial arts. Indeed, behind the arched door was a martial arts field. There was even a man-made lake not far away. Wang Fei's guess was wrong. On the martial arts field, they were not practicing martial arts, but sparring. There were two groups of people on the left and right, each forming a circle. The atmosphere was not very friendly. It's them again. They are too much. Wang Fei's eyes were almost spewing fire. Veins were popping out on his hands. Only then did he notice Lin Fei. Senior brother, you don't know this. Those people are not from our divine martial sect. They are experts from outside. They come to provoke us from time to time. How hateful. Lin Fei said. Is that so? Lin Fei also frowned. He saw the situation on the field. The divine martial sect's disciple on the left was clearly weaker than his opponent. He might lose. Chapter 197. Bang! In a split second, the divine martial sect's disciple was sent flying. Xia Chuan, what are you trying to do? Zhang Wudi turned to someone and said angrily. He couldn't take it anymore. The person called Xia Chuan revealed a proud smile. Hee, I'm watching a spar. Don't you know? I don't think my divine martial sect's disciples are that strong. A few outer disciples behind Zhang Wudi glared at him. If it wasn't for Zhang Wudi, they might have attacked him. How arrogant. Do you think the divine martial sect is a place where you guys can do whatever you want? Zhang Wudi really wanted to fight, but if he did, he wouldn't be able to defend himself. Outer sect disciples weren't a match for them, and if he fought, it would make people think otherwise. He had been tolerating it, but Xia Chuan and the others didn't care at all, and kept provoking him. Who is it? Come out. Someone behind Xia Chuan said angrily. Although they weren't from a sect, they didn't think much of people from a sect. At first, they were a bit afraid of the divine martial sect's disciples. Later on, they had some conflicts and sparred with each other. Only then did they realize that the divine martial sect's disciples weren't necessarily as strong as them. This time, they were invited to participate in the protection of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. They were from the Scattered People Alliance, so they naturally wanted to perform well. Later on, they would attack the divine martial sect's disciples from time to time. Other than Zhang Wudi from the divine martial sect, they didn't care about the others. Since they couldn't beat them, there was nothing to worry about. Luckily, they were smart. When dealing with the divine martial sect's disciples, it was just a spar. The divine martial sect was one of the three great sections. Their Scattered People Alliance wasn't weak, but they still couldn't compete with the divine martial sect. If it wasn't for the fact that the divine martial sect didn't send an elder, they naturally wouldn't have thought of sparring. It could be said that they were bullying the divine martial sect because they didn't have an elder. Using the opportunity of defeating the divine martial sect's disciples, all kinds of ridicule were blocked. Lin Fei didn't have any sense of belonging to the divine martial sect. Facing a towering tree, if he could lean on it, Lin Fei wouldn't mind. After all, everyone knew that leaning on a tree was good for shade. The divine force sect was such a big tree. When he saw that person send the divine martial sect's disciple flying, Lin Fei was enraged. If it wasn't for the divine martial sect's disciple flying towards him, he might have to recuperate on the bed for a period of time. That was why Lin Fei said those words. He didn't give them any face at all. They didn't have that kind of face at all. So what if I said it? Apart from Zhang Wudi, the rest of the disciples of the divine force sect were all confused. Who was this person who had just appeared out of nowhere? Could he be a disciple of the divine martial sect? Brat, kneel down and admit your mistake. A dark-skinned, middle-aged man beside Xia Chuan roared. His fists were like mountains as he punched towards Lin Fei's face. At the same time, he revealed a mouthful of yellow teeth and a savage look in his eyes. Little Lin, be careful of his mountain-weight fist. Lin Fei was as unmoving as a mountain. With a gentle wave of his hand, Wang Kai was thrown back. He staggered for a moment, then stopped and faced the incoming fist with a single hand. Too slow. In the eyes of the crowd, this fist was extremely fast. This middle-aged man who used the mountain-weight fist had defeated several disciples of the Divine Force sect. Fighting with force would not give them any advantage. The dark-skinned, middle-aged man instantly felt that his fist, which could kill a low-level martial artist, was actually caught by his opponent. No matter how much strength he used, his opponent's hand was like an iron hoop. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. Kicking crotch. His fist couldn't move. Just when he lifted his leg, he saw a sneer flash by. Crack. His whole body was sent flying a few meters away. Damn it. How dare you? Lin Fei snorted coldly. His eyes were like lightning. After the middle-aged man landed on the ground, he immediately let out a miserable scream. My leg is broken. It hurts so much. The battle ended quickly. The dark-skinned, middle-aged man who attacked was quickly carried away. Xia Chuan and the others were beaten until they were disoriented. Just who was this kid? Just now, when he broke He Shan's fist technique, it seemed very ordinary. On the other hand, the mountain-crushing fist was like a towering mountain. Even though he was only at the 8th celestial layer of the martial path, his chances of winning against someone at the 9th celestial layer of the martial path were not small. The gap of one realm could be made up for with his skills. It was not difficult to win against someone of the same realm. Among them, the happiest was Zhang Wudi. He was completely shocked by Lin Fei's expression. No matter what technique it was, there was a process. Zhang Wudi knew He Shan's fist technique the best. It was ferocious and not easy to defend against. But Lin Fei had crippled his opponent with just a grab and a kick. Zhang Wudi was worried that Lin Fei would not be easy to deal with. But in the end, it was easier than he had imagined. There was no sign of battle. Senior brother Zhang, I'm not late, right? Lin Fei strode forward. As soon as he spoke, the faces of Xia Chuan and the others darkened. A question appeared in their minds. Did their divine martial sect send disciples here? Zhang Wudi laughed and purposely used his gaze to provoke Xia Chuan. Junior brother Lin, you came at the right time. The 7 to 8 divine martial sect disciples smiled. They were just guessing who Lin Fei was, but after hearing Zhang Wudi's words, they couldn't help but think of something. Wasn't the outer sect's first place Lin Fei? He was Lin Fei. His strength was too terrifying. They didn't dare to take He Shan's fist technique head-on. He Shan was defeated by Lin Fei in less than 3 breaths. What kind of strength was that? No matter how they guessed, Lin Fei had easily defeated his opponent and won their admiration and acknowledgement. The first place in the outer disciple competition was indeed a solid achievement, and there was no doubt about it. Xia Chuan and the rest's faces were ugly. They thought that Lin Fei was a newcomer and wanted to teach him a lesson. But in the end, they met a dragon. More importantly, Lin Fei was from their rival divine martial sect. This news was as disgusting as eating a fly. He Shan was injured and his leg was broken. He would need to rest for at least half a month. They had lost a helper. What is the divine martial sect trying to do? Xia Chuan needed an explanation. Zhang Wudi's Xian Qi turned into sound and secretly told Lin Fei, they are from the Scattered People Alliance. You have to be careful. Lin Fei nodded. The Scattered People Alliance was an organization that he recently learned about. In the whole world, other than some sects and families, there was another huge group, which was the Scattered People. Unaffiliated cultivators, as the name implied, were solitary cultivators. They didn't rely on luck to become unaffiliated cultivators. They didn't know much about cultivation, and they were considered poor people. A single weapon or medicinal pill was extremely stressful for them. Unaffiliated cultivators belonged to a group that didn't have the love of their grandmother or the love of their uncle. In the world, scattered people didn't have a high status. Later on, someone created the Scattered People Alliance, which meant that they had a backer. Xia Chuan was one of them. His status wasn't low. "Senior brother, let me handle this." Lin Fei took the initiative to put the matter on him. Although he didn't know Zhang Wudi for long, he was the type who focused on cultivation. Otherwise, he wouldn't be bullied by them. Zhang Wudi also understood his weakness. He was happy to see Lin Fei solve it. "Do you know about the Divine Martial Sect?" Lin Fei took a step forward and faced Xia Chuan. He squinted his eyes like a tiger that was about to rise. Xia Chuan sneered, "Of course I know. The Fallen Dynasty, the three great sects. It seems like you're not deaf. You also know that the Divine Martial Sect is one of the three great sections. Then you still dare to ask me for an explanation. What are your intentions? Do you think that the Scattered People Alliance can fight against the Divine Martial Sect?" The last few sentences were like rolling thunder, suddenly ringing in their hearts like a bolt from the blue. "Senior brother, well said. The Scattered People Alliance is nothing." Only Zhang Wudi couldn't help but frown, but he didn't say anything. Lin Fei didn't give Xia Chuan a chance to speak. "Just now, we were just sparring. He wasn't as good as me, so he deserved to suffer. If you don't want to, I don't mind changing the method. Attacking an inner disciple is equivalent to provoking the Divine Martial Sect. I can kill him on the spot." What a powerful person. Xia Chuan's face was gloomy. He felt an inexplicable pressure. He knew that he had lost. Xia Chuan heard his subconscious words clearly. If he didn't come to his senses, He Shan would be labeled as a sinner. It was true that He Shan attacked without saying a word. But Lin Fei said that it was a sneak attack. They couldn't say anything else. If Lin Fei really wanted to kill He Shan, they wouldn't dare to stop him. The Divine Martial Sect's disciples seemed to be on steroids. It seemed like if he didn't lower his head, they would definitely rush up and kill He Shan. Xia Chuan didn't dare let this happen in front of him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the ability to be the leader. "Zhang Wudi, you're lucky this time. Let's wait and see." Xia Chuan snorted coldly. He left some harsh words to Zhang Wudi and turned to leave. Lin Fei's eyes were filled with anger. It was fine if Lin Fei lowered his head, but now he didn't know how to repent and even dared to say such words. Lin Fei was naturally very unhappy. He could clearly see the anger on Zhang Wudi's face. Insulting an inner disciple. "Take my fist first." Lin Fei bellowed, and his entire body dashed out. Xia Chuan sneered in his heart. His words were just to provoke Lin Fei. Young people were young people after all. They couldn't take any provocation. Sky-soaring cannon. Lin Fei attacked. Xia Chuan immediately used the sky-soaring cannon. His fists were like cannonballs. He seemed to have expected that Lin Fei would attack. "I missed." Xia Chuan's heart sank. He immediately activated his protective earth qi. He felt a huge force coming at him. It felt like the protective earth qi was about to break. Puff! Dang dang dang, Xia Chuan's eyes were filled with shock. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 198. Pfft! Xia Chuan coughed out another mouthful of blood. The exchange just now had only lasted for an instant. Xia Chuan had underestimated the other party. With a single sentence, he could no longer suppress his surging qi and blood, which directly injured his essence. The people that Xia Chuan had brought with him turned cold. They didn't dare to stay any longer and left with Xia Chuan. Xia Chuan coughed out a mouthful of blood. He wanted to leave immediately. As soon as they left, laughter could be heard from behind. Good job. I can't stand them. Senior brother Lin is amazing. Xia Chuan left in a sorry state. The disciples of the divine martial sect were the happiest. Recently, they had suffered quite a bit at Xia Chuan's hands, and today, they had finally vented their anger. If they had defeated He Shan before, they would have been impressed, but after they had fought and made Xia Chuan suffer, they felt as if they were looking at a monster. Senior brother Lin Fei was too strong. Well done, Lin Fei. No wonder you caused the entire Li family to vanish into thin air. Zhang Wudi looked at Lin Fan with admiration. Ever since he came back, he had been practicing his combat skills, and his strength had increased greatly. He thought that he was better than Lin Fei. But in such a short time, Lin Fei had improved so much. He remembered that he was only at the 7th level of the martial path before he left, and now he was at the 9th level in the blink of an eye. Zhang Wudi clicked his tongue at Lin Fan's speed. Freak, too freakish. Lin Fei knew that it must have been Wang Fei who told him. He smiled casually and said, after returning from the divine martial sect, I had a fortuitous encounter in the mountains. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for me to kill the Li clan's people. As for exterminating the Li clan, I couldn't have done it. Zhang Wudi didn't ask anymore, but his eyes were filled with envy. This kid was already freakish. Now that he was at the 9th level of the martial path, wouldn't he be even more freakish? Let's go in and talk. Pfft, outside the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. After Xia Chuan was helped out, he coughed out another mouthful of blood. His face turned pale. Big brother Xia, are you okay? Do you want me to call someone and teach them a lesson? Xia Chuan shook his head. Please don't. That brat is more mysterious. Before we understand the situation, we can't make a move. Immediately go and investigate that person's background. As for the others, don't go looking for them for the next few days. When they arrive, we'll teach them a lesson. Our scattered alliance might not be any weaker than them. No one dared to disobey this order. Xia Chuan glared hatefully in the direction of the training field and left unwillingly. You said that Xia Chuan was injured by a young man? In a pavilion of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. Looking down from above, they could see more than half of Mountain River City. At this moment, there were two people sitting across from each other. Between them was a table, and on the table was a chessboard. The two of them were equally matched. Xia Chuan was indeed injured by that person. I heard that that person is the #1 disciple of the divine martial sect's outer sect, Lin Fei. He is very strong. It turned out that the scene that had just happened had attracted the attention of others. The #1 disciple of the outer sect defeated Xia Chuan. He has some fame. The divine martial sect has produced many geniuses. No, Xia Chuan is at the 9th level of the martial path, and his strength is only a step away from the profound realm. How could he be defeated? The one who spoke was one of the people playing chess. He was dressed in white, and he was frowning. Obviously, he couldn't figure it out. He was one of the vice leaders of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building, Shen Sanbao. Just tell me what you know. The other person was also a vice leader, Yang Kai. Thus, the person briefly explained the situation. Both of them were deep in thought. Xia Chuan was not weak, and he had defeated many experts. There were even early profound realm experts among them. In their eyes, Xia Chuan was nothing, but the #1 disciple of the divine martial sect's outer sect was obviously interested. You can leave now. Soon, only the two of them were left. Besides the sound of chess pieces being placed, there was no other sound. That person should have a great advantage in terms of speed. I think so too. Xia Chuan suffered a lot this time. Shen Sanbao said, I think this is good. The people of the Scattered Alliance are competitive, not as practical as the people of the Divine Martial Sect. Yang Kai placed a chess piece. Since the newcomer of the Divine Martial Sect is here, I think our worries can be solved. Is it possible? Shen Sanbao was still doubtful. If we don't try, how will we know? Originally, I thought Xia Chuan was not bad. As for that Zhang Wudi, his strength is not bad, but the details are obviously not suitable. Yang Kai said, then that Lin Fei appeared. First, he restored morale, and then, with just a few words, he suppressed Xia Chuan, allowing him to seize the initiative. Then, in the end, that boy Lin Fei held the initiative in his hands, making it impossible for anyone to grasp the slightest flaw. What do you think? Then let's give it a try. Shen Sanbao thought for a while. I'll talk to the leader later. Lin Fei and Zhang Wudi talked about a lot of things. Among them, the most important was the matter of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. What he had learned from Wang Fei was not detailed enough. But what Zhang Wudi said was much more detailed. It turned out that the Golden Breeze Drizzle building had recently been fighting over a mining area with the World Sect. It was a gold mine with a huge capacity. The battle had been going on continuously. In the beginning, it was open and aboveboard, but later on, they attacked in the dark. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building had lost many men, so they sent a letter to the Divine Martial Sect to ask for help. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building was a subsidiary force of the Divine Martial Sect. Such a big sect needed a force to strengthen its influence, and the Golden Breeze Drizzle building was one of them. Every year, they offered various things to the sect. So, after the Golden Breeze Drizzle building was attacked, the situation was not under control, so they informed the Divine Martial Sect to solve the problem. When Zhang Wudi and the others went out, they received orders to complete the traveling missions that inner sect disciples often did. Their goal was simple, to protect some people from the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. With the protection of the Divine Martial Sect, those people had to think twice, or they would be against the Divine Martial Sect. Lin Fei also knew that this time, Zhang Wudi was just the first group, and there were a few experts behind him. A gold mine, with a huge storage, would definitely make people jealous. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building could strengthen, and the Divine Martial Sect could get more resources. The same was true for Xianxia, so they would do anything. From the side, he understood that Xianxia also had the support of a gang, or else they would not be able to run it. After knowing the goal, Lin Fei felt less pressure. Do you know how to solve the gold mine? Lin Fei asked casually. Chapter 199. P.S. I'm sorry to all the readers. Ever since the new year, I've been suffering from a cold and couldn't focus on writing. Now that I've recovered, I'm sorry for the long wait. This competition has nothing to do with us. We only need to ensure that some people are fine before the gold mine is settled. Only someone else can handle the rest. Zhang Wudi said casually, as if this gold mine had nothing to do with him. Lin Fei wasn't interested in this competition. After all, it was decided by the higher-ups. Then who do I need to protect? Zhang Wudi smiled bitterly. I'm not sure at the moment, but I should know soon. When the time comes, I'll send someone to inform you. As for junior brother Lin Fei, your strength has improved so fast that even I can't catch up. Lin Fei was startled. He didn't expect Zhang Wudi to say that. He smiled humbly. My luck is pretty good. The two of them exchanged pleasantries and talked about some meaningless things. It was nothing more than some matters of Mountain River City. Half an hour later, they came out of the room. I heard that you're living in the Rune Guild now. When do you plan to move here? Zhang Wudi asked casually. Lin Fei thought for a moment. I still have some things to deal with. It should be in 3 days. After helping the Rune Guild, Lin Fei would be able to free up some time. 3 days should be more than enough. He would not need too much time. Then we'll do as you say. We'll come back in 3 days. Zhang Wudi said, Oh right, be careful when you go out. Xia Chuan and the others will find trouble with you. Lin Fei smiled, thank you for the reminder, senior brother. If Xia Chuan dares to bring people here, I'll let them know what regret is. After saying that, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Zhang Wudi saw it all and was shocked. This junior brother has such a fierce killing intent. How did he cultivate it? Just as he was about to leave the building. Brother Lin Fei, wait a moment. Lin Fei raised his head. You are? The person in front of him didn't know at all. Instead, Zhang Wudi explained, "Junior brother Lin, this is the chief steward of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building, Yang Qian." Lin Fei did not know why the head chief was looking for him, so he said politely, "Greetings, Chief Yang." Yang Qian's attitude was very warm. "Brother Lin Fei, you are young and promising. My tower lord invites you up for a seat." "Your tower lord wants to see me?" Lin Fei couldn't help but feel curious. He wasn't much, so why would he be invited? Even Zhang Wudi was surprised. Zhang Wudi had met the Golden Breeze Drizzle Pavilion's pavilion master before, and he was not so polite. Instead, he looked at Lin Fei enviously. Yang Qian took note of the other party's reaction. In Mountain River City, the Golden Breeze Drizzle building, other than the Duke and a few clans, was in existence akin to a hegemon. Anyone who received such an invitation would be incomparably excited. However, the other party didn't seem to be excited at all. Now that brother Lin Fei has met the tower master, all your doubts will naturally be resolved. Lin Fei thought for a while, then I'll have to trouble Chief Yang. Since the tower master had invited him, Lin Fei naturally couldn't refuse. The two had different statuses. To be able to establish the Golden Breeze Drizzle building, they naturally had their own abilities. He was just a small inner disciple, and there was nothing special about him. "Junior brother, after meeting the tower master, remember not to be arrogant. Don't lose face for the divine martial sect." Zhang Wudi couldn't help but remind, this tower master's strength is at the mystic level. Lin Fei was slightly surprised. This Golden Breeze Drizzle building's pavilion master's strength wasn't bad either. Above mystic level was mystic level, and after that was mystic level, which was two whole realms of difference. Yang Qian led the way. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building was huge, and there were pavilions everywhere. It wasn't just an ordinary splendor. In Lin Fei's eyes, this Golden Breeze Drizzle building was just like that. In fact, there wasn't much difference. Weren't all the mansions in the future like this? This kid is not bad. His mentality is calm, and he isn't tempted by external things. No wonder he could become the #1 outer disciple. He is truly a genius. Yang Qian made an evaluation in his heart. This was also a mission given to him by the higher-ups. If Lin Fei knew that he didn't care about the surroundings and ended up with such an evaluation, he probably wouldn't be able to hold back his laughter. Yang Qian brought Lin Fei to a pavilion. "The tower master is upstairs. You can go up personally." In front of Lin Fei, this pavilion was designed in a very classical style. It should have cost a lot of money. He was truly rich. Facing such a big figure, Lin Fei was somewhat nervous. He took a deep breath and slowly walked up the wooden stairs. Seeing Lin Fei walking up, Yang Qian quietly left. "This blanket is not bad. This carving is not bad either." Lin Fei looked calm on the surface, but he was trying to distract himself from his nervousness as he muttered to himself. After going down the wooden stairs, they walked into a pavilion with elegant decorations. The fragrance of sandalwood lingered in the air, giving off a different kind of smell. Lin Fei didn't like this smell. This tower master had a different kind of interest. "Come in, please take a seat." Lin Fei had only taken a few steps when he heard a loud and clear voice. It was like the sound of a large bell that kept ringing in his heart. If it wasn't for his strong soul, he would have been scared out of his wits with just one sentence. What a strong power. Lin Fei didn't think much of the strength of a Xian cultivator, but just one sentence from a Xian cultivator was enough to make his soul scatter. It was really scary. Cold sweat broke out on his back. This mysterious heavenly mainland was indeed full of experts. Ever since he comprehended the wind mentality, Lin Fei's confidence increased greatly. When he met a Xian cultivator today, his heart trembled and he felt great pressure. He realized that he had underestimated the experts of this mainland. He didn't know that someone was also shocked. The sentence just now used a sound wave attack. When ordinary people encountered it, they would be shocked and lose their wits. Even if they recovered, they would need a certain amount of time. But this Lin Fei, in less than 3 breaths, returned to normal. It was really unexpected. The number 1 outer disciple, worthy of his name. Lin Fei sat down, feeling nervous. The curtain was pulled open, and a middle-aged man in black walked out slowly. Lin Fei raised his head and secretly sized him up. The middle-aged man had a mustache and had a dignified aura. He seemed to have been in a high position for a long time. His body was filled with the aura of a leader. His every movement was filled with endless dignity, as if anyone who dared to disrespect him would die under a thunderous strike in the next second. Divine Martial Sect's inner disciple, Lin Fei, greets the Tower Master. Lin Fei stood up, neither servile nor overbearing. The Divine Martial Sect has a good disciple. Not bad, not bad. The middle-aged man's voice was dignified before, but now, his tone was amiable and affectionate. Those who didn't know would think that he was a close relative. Lin Fei was 120% alert. He was afraid that he would say something wrong. Facing such a big figure, he felt great pressure. The Tower Master of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building was emitting a majestic power. It seemed that his every move was filled with killing intent. Lin Fei didn't dare to speak carelessly. Even the Divine Martial Sect had to be polite to a mystic spirit realm expert. The middle-aged man continued, "You are a good person. Before the matter of the gold mine is settled, you just need to protect her well. I will never forget it." Before Lin Fei could ask, Chief Steward Yang Qian appeared again. "Brother Lin Fei, this way please." Lin Fei had a stomach full of water as he stood up and walked out. "Tower Master, this person is not bad, right?" The one who spoke was the Vice Tower Master, Yang Kai. A rare good disciple. The Divine Martial Sect is lucky to have him. Miss Jean has Lin Fei's protection. I don't think there will be any danger. Yang Kai said, "Besides, from the information we gathered, Lin Fei is also a runes master. He is really talented." "You are right. The only thing I am worried about is that my daughter won't like him." The middle-aged man rubbed his forehead. It seemed that the girl he was talking about wasn't easy to get along with. Yang Kai laughed, "That's hard to say. Let's just wait and see." After coming out of the pavilion, Lin Fei was still confused. What was the Tower Master thinking? Inviting him over for a few words, was it just to show him who was the boss? That didn't make sense. After thinking for a long time, Lin Fei still couldn't figure it out, so he decided to stop thinking about it. "Chief Steward Yang, according to the Tower Master, he wants me to protect someone. I wonder who this person is. Can you tell me so that I can be prepared?" Lin Fei decided to sound Yang Qian out. Yang Qian laughed, "Brother Lin Fei, don't be anxious. This matter will only benefit you. You will know when the time comes." This was equivalent to not saying anything. Lin Fei was very unhappy. He couldn't help it. The other party was a mystic realm expert. He didn't have the confidence to say anything. Coming out of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building's headquarters, Lin Fei realized that there were many spies in the surroundings. They concealed themselves well. Even an idiot could tell that they were watching the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. Reckless. After turning a corner, Lin Fei's face couldn't help but darken. With a thought, he walked into one of the alleys. As expected, 2 people followed behind him, not knowing that they were discovered. After the 2 entered the alleys, they realized that the person was gone. Where did he go? Find him, we must find him. The 2 were furious, but at the same time, they showed fear. It seemed that this was very important to them. "Are the 2 of you looking for me?" Lin Fei's figure appeared behind them. He came and went like a ghost. The 2 were startled. They realized that something was wrong. Feeling that they couldn't be heard, they shouted, "Don't give him a chance. Take this brat down." One on the left and one on the right, they pounced on Lin Fei. Lin Fei released his divine sense. They were definitely courting death by following Lin Fei. "Both of you lie down." Lin Fei's figure was like a shadow. His 2 hands slapped at the 2, heavily hitting their chests. They flew out and lost their ability to fight. The two flew out and realized that they had met a tough bone. How could this person be so powerful? Pa! The head of one of them exploded like a watermelon. Red and white covered the ground in the alleys. He couldn't be more dead. Tell me, who told you to follow me? Before the other person could react, a huge foot stepped on his face. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. Don't kill me, I am from Xianxia. The spy begged. Chapter 200. P.S. Update starting, please support me. After killing 2 scouts, Lin Fei couldn't help but be vigilant. Xianxia sure is fast, they are already suspecting me. Maybe the Li family's young master is behind this, or maybe they have received some news. Guiyuan City is only so big, the news might not be able to be hidden. Xianxia, be careful, no matter what the reason is, I have to be careful. After cleaning up the 2 corpses, Lin Fei didn't stop and disappeared into the depths of the alley. Half an hour later. There were also people appearing in the alley. They seemed to be looking for something, and only left the alley after the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, as if they were never there. At the same time. Mountain River City, in a house. Someone was full of anger. Why is that brat from the Lin family still alive? A bald young man was throwing a piece of ceramic on the ground. Looking at the appearance of the ceramic, it was not cheap, at least a few hundred silvers, which was equivalent to 2 months of living expenses for an ordinary family. Young Master Li, you can't blame us for this. Opposite the angry young Master Li, a person said indifferently, not taking the other party's anger to heart. The originally angry young Master Li suddenly calmed down. If Lin Fei was here, he would definitely recognize that the so-called young Master Li was actually the young master who escaped from the Li family, Li Yun. At that time, it was because Li Yun escaped that Xianxia made a move. Of course, this also involved the Black Tortoise Gate. I can't accept this, I really can't accept this, the brat from the Lin family destroyed my Li family, this hatred must be avenged. Li Yun's face was ferocious. Ever since he learned of the changes in the situation, coupled with Lin Fei's appearance in Mountain River City, Li Yun suddenly felt an inexplicable pressure, and at the same time, a stomach full of anger. Li Yun was not the reason why someone who was supposed to be dead appeared in Mountain River City. If it wasn't for the Underheaven gang looking after him, Li Yun would have turned around and left. He didn't dare to stay here. Back then, the huge Li clan had been destroyed in a single day. Lin Fei's evil reputation had spread far and wide. Li Yun didn't have the heart to fight. Li Yun was afraid. Li Yun didn't have any thoughts of resisting the 9 heavens of the martial Tao. The person opposite him spoke again, young Master Li, you actually don't have to be anxious about this matter. The Underheaven sect has suffered a huge setback at the hands of the Lin clan, and they can't swallow this down. Furthermore, the kid from the Lin clan is in Mountain River City. Don't forget, Mountain River City isn't some Guiyuan city. Even a dragon that has left the water will still coil up. After Li Yunsong escaped, his temper was very bad. The person in front of him didn't dare to show any anger because the person in front of him was none other than a deacon of the Black Tortoise sect. I hope so. I don't want to see that brat Lin Fei again. After returning to the temporary accommodation, Lin Fei saw Zhang Zhenle below. There were a few people beside him that he did not know. They seemed to be arrogant people and could not be bothered. Needless to say, they were all runes masters. After being followed outside, Lin Fei finally heaved a sigh of relief after returning to the temporary encampment. Xianxia was a powerful force, and he had to be on guard. The Rune Guild was a place that Xianxia would not dare to visit even if they were given 100 guts. When Zhang Zhenle saw Lin Fei, he said something and walked out. Little Lin, follow me. Lin Fei did not understand, but he quickly understood what was going on. Since he had nothing to do, it didn't matter if he listened. Sit, don't stand on ceremony. Senior brother Zhang, were those runes masters just now? Zhang Zhenle frowned slightly, as if he was worried about something. When he heard Lin Yun's words, he relaxed and said, yes, they are our opponents this time." When he said the word opponent, his tone was obviously much more serious. "It seems that the opponents this time are very powerful?" Lin Fei asked casually, but in fact, he was testing the waters. He was currently stuck in the great circle of the martial path and had yet to advance to the mystic realm unless he won the first place in the Tower of Runes. To complete the mission, Lin Fei naturally hoped that there would not be any experts. When he saw Zhang Zhenle's expression, his heart skipped a beat. The situation did not seem right. As expected, Zhang Zhenle looked worried. It is indeed so. Ever since he moved in, Zhang Zhenle relied on the news to find out that the Tower of Runes this time around was a gathering of experts. Among the several branches, there were several genius disciples this year. It was not as good as the previous one, so it would be quite a problem to win the first place. This was also the reason why Zhang Zhenle was worried. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Zhenle should not say these things to Lin Fei, but Lin Fei's identity was different. When he set off, he knew that Lin Fei was the most confident in winning the first place. Chairman Mu said it himself, and no one dared to doubt it. There are a total of 10 branches in the Tower of Runes this time around. Among them, the Blackstone Rune Guild is the most powerful. They have a peak rank 3 runes master with an extremely powerful spiritual force. In addition, the Qingshan Rune Guild is also extremely powerful, and is also an extremely strong competitor. You are the last disciple of Chairman Mu, so this Rune Guild competition depends on you. Lin Fei was speechless. This was too direct. Senior brother Zhang is overpraising me. I will do my best. Zhang Zhenle laughed dryly. He also knew that what he said just now was not very appropriate. If outsiders knew about it, they would think that he had no confidence in the person he was leading. This is some information I have collected. Take it back and have a look so that you can be prepared. Back in his room, Lin Fei opened the information and looked at it. Qin Tian, 16 years old, peak rank 3 runes master with a powerful spiritual force. He is a worthy opponent, but I don't know if he cultivates in spiritual force. There is also this Lu Yan. She is young and also very young. When the time comes, she will also be a big threat. I just don't know how the Tower of Runes competition will be conducted. Putting down the information in his hands, Lin Fei started thinking. Currently, he was also a rank 3 runes master. On the surface, that was the case, but in fact, he was stronger than any other rank 3 runes master. Especially his spiritual force, which was not something that others could compare to. According to his calculations, his spiritual force should be as strong as a rank 4 runes master. He was not afraid of them. However, there was always a chance. Lin Fei had to prepare in advance. If he lost, it would have a huge impact. After putting down his thoughts, Lin Fei thought about what to do next. Ever since he was followed by Tianxia's spies, an inexplicable crisis shrouded him. Mountain River City had become a dangerous place. Lin Fei could not help but worry. On the day he entered the city, after witnessing the majestic appearance of Tianxia, it proved one thing. Tianxia was very powerful, so powerful that they had such a great influence in Mountain River City. Lin Fei had to be on guard. The only fortunate thing was that Tianxia did not know his trump card for the time being. This undoubtedly gave him an opportunity to make them lower their guard. However, this matter would not last long. Once they found out about what happened in Gue Yuan City, they would definitely assassinate him. Time passed by in a flash. During the day and night, Lin Fei basically stayed in his room and did not go out. Other than doing research, he would go to the virtual space to study and study. Today, Lin Fei woke up very early. The Tower of Runes competition began today. This day was very important to Lin Fei. Success or failure depended on this. Whether he could complete the mission and advance to Mystic Realm was extremely important to him. With the strength of great perfection, Lin Fei had the ability to fight against early and middle stage Mystic Realm experts. However, if he encountered many at the same time, he would be slightly inferior. Advancing to Mystic Realm was the key. In addition to excitement, the other disciples were also very excited. Their chance to compete had come. Early in the morning, Zhang Zhenle led a group of people to the headquarters of the Rune Guild. Of course, the headquarters of the Rune Guild was actually the headquarters of a county city. The place that everyone is looking at now is the Tower of Runes that we are competing for this time. Zhang Zhenle led them into a spacious field. The towering and pitch-black Tower of Runes stood in front of them, exuding a different kind of color. Seeing the towering Tower of Runes, everyone felt a sense of pride, the pride of being a runes master. In fact, any runes master would have a sense of pride for their identity, a sense of pride that others could not have. Senior Brother Yun, today you will definitely get first place. Senior Brother Yun, you can do it. The competition had not yet started, but some people could not help but start cheering. Yun Fei was immensely proud of himself. He deliberately glanced at Lin Fei. Little did he know that in Lin Fei's eyes, his expression was that of an idiot, but he himself did not know it. On the field, other than their Gui Yuan City branch, there were also 9 other rune guilds gathered. Everyone was competing for first place. Lin Fei, aren't you nervous? Lin Fei was very relaxed. He did not look nervous at all. This was completely different from others. Hearing Mu Ning's words, Lin Fei could not help but laugh. Actually, I am very nervous. Liar. Mu Ning burst out laughing. Why would you look so nervous? Lin Fei shrugged his shoulders. In any case, I am nervous. If you don't believe me, then forget it. Mu Ning did not intend to continue on this topic. She changed the topic. Do you see those 2 over there? Her jade-like fingers pointed at 2 people not far away. My opponents? Mu Ning snorted, looking unhappy. Can't you just pretend? It was not easy for me to hear this from my grandfather. Lin Fei obviously did not believe it. Mu Ning, this little demon girl, had never been so kind to help him. Perhaps there was some conspiracy behind it. Seeing Lin Fei's appearance, Mu Ning could not wait to grab him and chop him into 8 pieces. The one in white is Qin Tian, he is a real genius. There is also the beauty in red, she is your other opponent, Lu Yan. She was born with a powerful soul power. Lin Fei had a strange look in his eyes. What's wrong with you today? In fact, from the moment he stepped into this place, Lin Fei actually knew that those 2 people would be his opponents. Although from the aura that leaked out, they both had formidable strength. Of course, this was actually referring to the soul power. They all specialized in the Tao of Runes. Without waiting for Mu Ning to speak, someone else spoke first, interrupting Mu Ning's words. Miss Mu, I trust you have been well since we last met. Chapter 201. Woman? Lin Fei reacted quickly and thought. Miss Lu, you have become more flirtatious since the last time we met. I wonder which family's young master is so lucky. Mu Ning's words were filled with anger. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that there was something going on between the 2. Unexpectedly, the woman was very calm at this time. She twisted her waist and giggled. I also want to find an ideal husband. Unfortunately, so far no one has caught my eye. Sister Ning, how about introducing one to me? These 2 people had a grudge. Lin Fei turned around and immediately saw the woman in red. Her every frown and smile carried a seductive flavor, especially her proud twin peaks, as if they would jump out in the next second and breathe the fresh air outside. So big. So perky. Ever since he crossed over to the Xiantian continent, Lin Fei was busy running for his life and gave up many hobbies. Now that he finally had the ability to protect himself, he would recall his hobbies on Earth from time to time. For example, beautiful women. What did this girl eat to grow up? She looks like she is at least 36D. Is she not afraid of gravity? Lu Yan looked young and seemed to be about the same age as Mu Ning. But there was a big difference between the 2. Mu Ning was a young and attractive young girl, while Lu Yan was a mature woman. If she wore black stockings, she would look even more attractive. Therefore, if it was anyone else, their eyes would fall on Lu Yan. When 2 beautiful women met, the size of the breasts and temperament determined the men's eyes. As soon as Lu Yen opened her mouth, it was no less than throwing a bomb. Those with weak willpower had already revealed the appearance of a perverted man, almost drooling. As for those with better willpower, they pretended to be a gentleman, but in fact, their eyes were always on Lu Yen. Lu Yen saw the changes of the people around her. Humph, little girl, you are too tender. Mu Ning also noticed the changes of her fellow apprentices and sighed inwardly. She was just a woman, why did they have to show such a look? Did you not see a woman? Both of them were facing each other with equal harshness. Mu Ning was obviously inferior to Lu Yen. Miss, I am Yunfei from the Rune Guild. Nice to meet you. May I have the honor to know your name? Yunfei came out with a gentleman's face. Lu Yan's eyes were like silk, exuding a charming aura. I am Lu Yan. Yunfei, what are you doing? Mu Ning was very unhappy. She felt even more disgusted with Yunfei in her heart. On the contrary, it was Lu Yan who shook her chest and revealed a victorious smile. Yunfei said with a smile, Senior Mu, we are communicating. Lin Fei didn't say anything. Lu Yan belonged to the category of mature sisters. For him, she was just a beautiful woman who was pleasing to the eye, but not to the extent of taking the initiative to visit him. This was not because Lin Fei had high standards, but because he had unknowingly developed a different idea after cultivating. Lu Yan was indeed a good woman. Compared with the beauties of the future generations, the gap between them was like heaven and earth. One was a real beauty, while the other was a beauty with makeup. After Lin Fei laughed, Lin Fei's expression changed. Yunfei looked very unhappy. Similarly, Lu Yan's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange color. No one knew what she was thinking. Junior brother Lin, what do you mean by this? Lin Fei laughed. I think the weather is good today. Smiling more is good for your body. Yunfei almost cursed out loud. Brat, no one would think you were mute if you didn't speak. This is? Suddenly, Lu Yan asked. Yunfei said, he is a disciple of our guild. His name is Lin Fei. He doesn't do proper things all day. Don't mind him. With such a good opportunity, Yunfei certainly didn't mind stepping on him. A bumpkin wanted to attract the attention of a beauty. Dream on, don't even think about it. Oh, so it's like this? Lu Yan asked. Mu Ning glared at Yunfei and then turned to Lin Fei and said, Grandpa is coming, let's go. After that, Mu Ning pulled Lin Fei's hand. F***CK, what's going on? Lin Fei was dumbfounded. Indeed, he didn't expect that Mu Ning would take the initiative to hold his hand. But then again, Mu Ning's hand was very soft and very comfortable. Smooth and tender. The actions of Mu Ning and Lin Fei fell into the eyes of the guild disciples. All of them showed an expression of sudden realization. So it was like this. Miss Lu, my senior sister is like this. Yunfei's eyes flashed with a touch of coldness, but he still pretended to be indifferent. Miss Mu is very interesting, I don't care. But in Lu Yan's heart, there was a question. What is the background of that young man that made Mu Ning act like this? Brat, can you let go? Mu Ning took Lin Fei to the corner and suddenly gritted her teeth. Lin Fei was very innocent, that, you were holding my hand, I didn't take advantage of you. Mu Ning looked down and her face turned red, all the way to the back of her ears. She hurriedly shook off her hand and then fiercely said, don't let your imagination run wild. At this time, Mu Ning's chest gently trembled, looking very cute. Lin Fei's eyes moved away from Mu Ning and thought, so Mu Ning's figure is also very good. Actually, you don't need to care about that, Lu Yan. Lin Fei said, your figure is not bad at all, I think it's very good. Mu Ning anxiously said, what nonsense are you talking about, I'm not. Not knowing why, after hearing Lin Fei's words, Mu Ning suddenly felt guilty and did not dare to look at him. She hurriedly turned around and left. Looking at her back, Lin Fei could still smell the residual fragrance on her hand. This chick, they are here. The presidents of the Rune Guild are here. After a short wait, along with their appearance, the scene was stirred and everyone could not remain calm. The Runes Tower competition was an opportunity for them, a great opportunity, an opportunity to make a name for themselves, at least in the Rune Guild. That person over there is Qin Tian, today's biggest opponent. Senior brother Yang Yi is also a powerful seed opponent. The big beauty Lu Yan, don't ignore her. Everyone began to discuss and looked at each other with a look of worship. After all, the masters of runes were all worthy of worship. In addition to worship, there was also a kind of fighting spirit. And on the high platform, 10 guild leaders and 2 elders formed a special scene. President Heisher, you have arranged a genius this time, isn't this making us feel pressured? An old man touched his chin and said. President Heisher brought a genius disciple, Qin Tian. Although he was young, he had a strong capital. Before the competition even started, he already made people feel great pressure. Many presidents looked at him with different gazes, full of jealousy and envy. The appearance of a genius could change the reputation of a guild. For example, 5 years ago, when the returning guild took first place, their influence suddenly increased. Many experts appeared in the guild, suppressing many other guilds. Luck, luck. President Heisher laughed. His words were humble, but in fact, he was very proud, as if the first place was already in the bag. It was not a problem. Chairman Mu, this year I will be embarrassed to take away the Runes Tower. Last time, it was the returning guild who took first place. This time, they were not optimistic about the returning guild. Yun Fei's disciples seemed to have a good aptitude, but it would be difficult for him to take first place. Mu Changkong acted like a good person, then I will have to congratulate you. But everyone could tell that Mu Changkong was not congratulating him. From his tone, it seemed like he wanted to see a joke. Could it be that the returning guild had another genius that could suppress everyone and take first place? They did not believe it, but the chances were not high. In the previous competition, they lacked experts. In these 5 years, they had been searching for geniuses and nurturing them. This year's competition for the Runes Tower had far more experts than the previous competition, so they could not help but be concerned. Mu Changkong did not care much. He had a smile on his face, and no worries could be seen. Between the 2 elders, one of them walked out. Both of them were the judges this time, and they were the more serious ones. First, the elder stood up and made a speech. The content was nothing more than the competition for the Runes Tower, and killing was not allowed. If anyone dared to violate the rules, they would be killed on the spot. This was the first warning. The second was to announce the rules of the competition for the Runes Tower. Many of them had an "I knew it" expression on their faces. The rules were exactly the same as the previous time, and there was no change. They were given a fair chance. The Runes Tower had a total of 9 floors. Each floor had the pressure of the runes, and each floor was heavier than the one before it. Once one could not withstand it, they would be automatically teleported out and lose their qualification. Whoever persisted the longest would be the first this year, and could take away the Runes Tower. Of course, this competition was also a test for the Runes Masters. If one could pass the test, there was no doubt that they would gain great benefits. Therefore, many people would advance their level in it every time. It sounded simple, but it was very difficult to execute. Although killing was not allowed inside, there were still all kinds of fights. After the rules were announced, someone immediately took out the Runes Teleportation Talisman. This Runes Teleportation Talisman was a special type of teleportation talisman. It was limited to the area of the Runes Tower. Once one could not withstand it, one could use the power of one's soul to activate it, and one could be teleported out immediately. Of course, this also meant that one would lose the qualification for the competition. Teleportation Talisman, the production is not bad. Lin Fei flipped it up and down and came to a conclusion. Through continuous learning in the virtual space, Lin Fei had accumulated a lot of knowledge on runes. The teleportation talisman looked difficult, but in his eyes, it was nothing. The most professional learning, the most professional production, even a stupid pig could complete it. After keeping the teleportation talisman, Lin Fei looked at the rune's tower, full of fighting spirit. How many floors could he reach? The competition begins. A teleportation door appeared out of thin air below the rune's tower. It was opened by the rune's elder. 10 rune guilds were teleported in one by one. A thrilling scene began. At the same time, outside, a canopy of runes slowly opened. The light spots that appeared were the internal distribution of the rune's tower. Currently, everyone was on the first floor, and no one had reached the second floor yet. Lin Fei, do your best.